The umpires have the footies in hand, the McDelivery of the ball. Stay on the ball with McDelivery. It's game number 150 for Tom Stewart. He has provided any number of unmissable moments for Drinkwise. Choose to Drinkwise.
150. I mean, we've all been speaking all week about Dangerfield's 50. Dacos is 50.
Yep.
What about that guy's 150?
Phenomenal.
This is just an obvious thing to say, but it is one of the great footy stories. One of my favourite footy stories, I reckon, because I love the way he plays. He's unconditional with effort. He's so skillful in the air and with ball in hand, and he just seems like a really good teammate and leader to play alongside of. So I did see him run out with his kids, which was a great moment. And 150 is not usually a big milestone, but it feels bigger than that for someone like Tom.
Feels like a player who's been really well coached in this setup. The way they use him, he can often be that anchor point, the last one out the back. They know what he's good at. They know that he's calm. They know that he's poised, and they've used him so often in that role throughout his career at this footy team. And it's been a wonderful marriage between him and Geelong and the coaching staff down here.
Yeah, and there was a little bit of talk about going on ball in the pre-season. I said, if Tom Stewart's on ball, this is disaster. Like, you're down by 10 goals at half-time and you've had 7 stoppage goals kicked against you. So even with their outs, I don't suspect he'll play on ball tonight.
No, you won't miss a moment if you Drinkwise. Tom Stewart attended the coin toss. He won it. The Cats will kick to the cathedral end to the left as we look at it.
Bit of wind around. Yeah. So it's pretty well protected in here. Going to the old scoreboard end is open clearly. So goal kicking will be a factor, but it's definitely pretty breezy. It's dry and perfect conditions. There won't be a whole lot of dew, but the wind may be a factor tonight.
That's been the AFL Nation pre-game show for Beaumont Tiles, Beaumont's massive bathroom wear sale is on right now. Who are you tipping, Kane Corns?
I'm going to go for Adelaide. Have been that way all week, so I'm going to stick with that. They're a different proposition at home.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies and Repco authorised service. Players head to their positions. The countdown reaches 20 seconds. The Crows staging their first home game. They had the daytime fireworks out. The lights flash around the canopy of the stands here at Adelaide Oval. Prime time footy in the city of Churches.
Just early, Jeremy Cameron starting on the wing. I don't suspect he'll stay there for long, but a few tricks being played already by Chris Scott.
The Crows and the Cats on AFL Nation. You're with Andy Marr.
Lockie Murphy, who plays his 100th game, highly regarded at this footy club, starts on the bench for Spitwater, tough and ready. So we're underway. It is a magnificent scene here at the Adelaide Oval as the sun sets and catches the top of the far grandstands. We're underway. O'Brien probably got the better of the first tap. The Crows a chance to take it away. Good handball, terrific run from Miller. He was hunted down by Close. Geelong now Holmes off half-back. Bursts through the first tackle. Misses the handball. Ball in dispute. Ground level. Clark goes in. Head over the footy. Loses his feet. Goes to ground. Crows go inside forward 50. Tumbling ball. Out comes Henry. Taps it. Dangerous now at ground level. Rochelle gets a look. And tugs it right across the face of goal.
Good heat early, good heat from the middle. There was fumbles, there was a skill execution from Holmes. They looked like they were gone. Great tackle from Close on Miller, who was running off half-back. So just a sign that this game will be hot, and both teams are there with their pressure early.
Stewart into Kolajasny, and Cameron's working up off that wing in defence to take the mark.
They'd be okay with him getting the footy there. I wonder who's set for him when he does reset as a forward. That won't be far away.
Jez winds it up and pumps it to the outer wing. Crows had good numbers at it. Swarrell brought it to ground. O'Brien is tackled and held up. It'll be balled up.
A couple of those matchups. Jack Henry with a big job on Taylor Walker. Taylor Walker, Adelaide's deepest forward.
Stanley O'Brien wrestle. They both miss the footy. The umpire inevitably wants to pay something when that happens. O'Brien's the recipient. Gives it to Dawson. Swings onto that familiar left. High ball inside forward 50. Big pack. Ball to ground. Adelaide, you feel are going to be dangerous in this part of the ground when it does. Chance for Rankin. Check side top of the square, but there he is. Tom Stewart standing back, patrolling the last line, and then a magnificent kick on the way out to Blitzarves. Tried to thump it off the deck, missed it. Underground handball to Hawkins, who's at half-back, a long way away from home. Clark goes in, wraps up. Laird with the tackle. The ball won't come out. Member side of the ground, half forward for the Crows.
They've done a good job of getting the footy on the deck in their forward line, the Crows. Rankin and Rochelle already a couple of opportunities from ground level.
O'Brien decisively just forward. O'Connor might spend a bit more time on the ball takes it over the boundary line. 65 out from Adelaide's goal. No score yet. Early stages, opening quarter. TAC police can be anywhere, anytime. A message from the TAC.
Dangerfield standing next to Dawson, the Adelaide captain. What a great matchup that'll be if that continues on ball.
At the throw in, O'Brien swatted around from behind, won the tap. Laird tackled the ground by O'Connor. He just wouldn't let him clear. Ball it up.
Yeah, Blitzar's playing on balls, that midfielder, like we thought we would. Just a couple of times early he's tried to tap the footy on. Just take the ball and absorb the heat early on in the game.
O'Brien, clean tap down to Laird, pops it up inside the 50. It's going to fall a little short. Bounces away from Pedler. Myers is working in defence. Off to Jack Henry, puts it out in front of Holmes, coming the other way hard. Salio wins at the ground, onto the boots, and he snaps the first goal. Jake Saligo, the live wire up front. How on earth he started as the sub last week will be an eternal mystery, but he made the most of his chance today. 1 straight to nothing on the Make Internet mobile scoreboard.
Well, they're just dominating time in forward half, Adelaide, aren't they? And Geelong's defence is under the pump on that occasion. The switch just wasn't there. The ball held up in the breeze, and Saligo off that wing position played it perfectly. Should have taken the intercept mark on his chest. He dropped it, but had enough time to go and regather and kick a pretty clever goal in the end. But you're right, Joel. I don't know why he was the sub. He signed a contract until the end of 2030 last year. Like, they rate him highly, so don't play him as a sub. He gives speed. He's got aggression. Jeremy Cameron persisting to play on that wing, matched up alongside of the man who just kicked the goal.
So they go at it again in the middle of the ground. Dangerfield, there's a whistle. He bursts advantage, runs to 60 to kicks an absolute mung to the top of the square. Good defensive work from Keane. Thumps it into space. Geelong a chance. Myers gets a bit of it. And the immediate answer is a very good one. And the Cats get on the board. It's a goal apiece here, 4 minutes into the opening quarter. All of it on the Makita clock.
Well, bang. Back to the centre bounce. Get your best players to go to work, and Adelaide will be really disappointed. They'll have to, and we'll review that stoppage set up there, because the last thing you want, and the thing that you scout for most with their centre bounce, is what don't we want? Well, we don't want Patrick Dangerfield streaming out the front of a centre bounce. Now there's a free kick, everyone stopped. He was smart enough to keep going. The kick was poor, but sometimes a poor kick inside 50 is fine, as long as the footy hits the deck and the opposition don't mark it, and you've got players as clever as Myers that can go to work. That's their first entry this game, and they've made Adelaide pay from centre bounce.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies and Repco authorised service. A goal apiece. O'Brien controls the ruck. Pats it out into open space. Laird with a hand pass. Onto it goes Crouch. Kept the hands free. Released it to Smith. Grubber of a ball up the wing was hard to deal with. Dangerfield brings it away for the Cats. He's in full flow again. His kick's not much chop. Smith against the boundary with the turnover. His hand pass a little aimless. Off the ground goes Jones. Takes some territory over the line. Umpires have a little glance at each other and say throw it in.
Just readjusting those matchups in defence for Geelong. It's now De Koning who's got Taylor Walker. So I suspect it's when he's deep they want Henry on him. When he's playing a bit higher, De Koning will go to him. But no specific matchup for Adelaide's best key forward.
O'Brien plants himself underneath. Stanley had the tap over the top. Dawson first access. Hand passed it to Berry in the tackle of Blitzar's. Taken to ground. Couldn't release it. Ball out.
Definitely Dawson and Dangerfield going at it. So I don't know who's set for who. I suspect Dawson is set for Dangerfield. But what a matchup that is on ball.
Parker tried to run through the stoppage. His opposite number 3, Berry, got hold of it. Ball spilled clear for a moment. Close trying to make something of it. He's ended up over the top of it, but not by his own doing. Ball it up.
They're both teams emptying out their forwards, so they're all bringing one forward up to the stoppage. So Geelong have only got 3 forwards deep. They like the space there. Stingle up, and Adelaide bringing a forward up as well.
O'Brien dropped it to Laird, but he fumbled. Over the top was Myers. Dawson wraps it into him. The umpire sees that for what it is and will ball it up on the logo. It's going to be hard to win it out of here. How clean can they be? Stanley, give it to O'Brien in the end. In goes Laird again, wrapped up immediately once more. We'll have another ball up.
So Myers is coming up as that high forward for Geelong, and Hinge is coming with him. Some teams would drop off and you generate the spare on that occasion, but Adelaide going all the way with Myers. We've got a secondary ball up here, but that's the reason for this in the secondary ball up, because of the amount of congestion with both teams bringing a forward up.
No one can escape this scrum at the moment. They try here. O'Connor handballs into space. There's going to be a high tackle here. It was just a fleeting arm from Dangerfield over the Jones shoulder. And we will now get the numbers streaming forward for Adelaide. He goes wide, just inside the boundary line. Up comes Fogarty, but it was a terrific mark in front by the bloke who's playing his 150th.
Yeah,
what a player he is.
Matched up against Pedler, who just didn't have the size to compete strength-wise in the contest.
Stewart down the broadcast wing. Big fly, Jack Henry. Ball reaches the back. They're all on and after it. Hinge, release of footy for Butts. Ran into a dead end, lost it. Manor sends it forward for the Cats, and Stengel takes the mark 35 metres out from goal.
I am surprised that Adelaide aren't trying to generate a spare. So even when that ball, slow entry to Adelaide's forward line, high kick from Chase Jones, Tom Stewart intercepts the mark, and the ball comes out, bobbles around a bit. Geelong win it and just hack it inside forward 50. Usually a team would have a spare back there, but that went to even numbers. There was only 2 of them inside Geelong's forward line. With this forward line, good luck trying to defend it if the ball comes in that quickly one-on-one.
Second entry, second shot at goal. Tyson Stengel puts it on its way for a second Geelong goal. Ruthlessly efficient. 2 straight to 1 straight. 8.5 minutes in on the Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard. $20 off for 5 months with Mate Internet.
So they would definitely look at that. They go, okay, the first one they kick from centre bounce can't do anything because the numbers are even in a centre bounce. On that occasion, it's Tyson Stengel out marking Smith, but no one there as cover. Now, that may be the reason they've gone with Jeremy Cameron on the wing, because that Adelaide wingman may usually slide and be the extra behind the ball, but he's gone, I don't really want to leave Jeremy Cameron alone roaming around the outside of 50. So let's see what moves Matthew Nicks can make from the coach's box to try and give his defenders a bit more coverage, because that was always the worry. It was how many opportunities Geelong's star-studded forward line would get, and they'll make you pay.
Kane Corns from EGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. We're back in the middle, hacked off the ground. Tui looks like he's going to be first one back to get the footy. Cuts inboard. It's a good aggressive move down the line. It sort of goes inside out a little bit. Hinge with the spoil. Crouch to gather. Gets it to Laird. Cuts through a couple of tacklers. Over the top to Worrell, who is standing still. Gets on his left foot. Hacks it to a 2v2. O'Connor up in front. That's going to be a free kick against Rankin for interference.
You want better from Worrell. A left footer, had time and space. Find a better option than just hacking it long down the line. That's not going to do your forwards any favours. You want that angle kick inside and get your ball movement going from there.
O'Connor goes back from where it came. Ball hits the deck. Adelaide have got good numbers. Jones was good. Hinge, looping handball into the path of Crouch. Not really where Crouch wants it, to be honest. And the players came at him. Dempsey was first, and the ball goes out of bounds in front of the interchange gates. We'll have a throw in.
They look pretty dangerous at ground level, Adelaide. When they get the ground ball win, they are outnumbering well. Ground balls at the moment 11-8 for Signet. Power every moment with Signet.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies, and Repco authorised service back into play. It goes. It was a lovely little handoff to Manor, who hacks it up towards half forward. Ball hits the deck again. It's hard forward in there, isn't it? It's not coming out. Smith was over the footy, wrapped up by Myers. Will have a ball up in the centre square. Slightly Geelong's attacking end. It's 2 straight to 1 straight. The Cats lead.
It has been hand-to-hand combat so far around the ball. And on they go again. Parfitt held to a standstill by Berry.
I'm really surprised about this Cameron. He's lasted 10 minutes as a genuine wingman. But they obviously like the look of it, but he's had no impact so far.
Underfoot it comes. Clark is in the play this time. He's tackled.
But Soligo's nervous. Or it might be Chase Jones out on that wing, matched up on Jeremy Cameron, going, if he goes deep, I'm in all sorts of
Manor forced his way clear, but he did so by putting the hand in the mush of Jones.
No, it is Soligo. Now you've got to make him work, which he's done. He's held his width. Soligo's taken Jeremy Cameron right out to the far logo. We'll see if Adelaide can get something going with their ball movement rather than this boring long down the line every time. They've done this every single time.
Boring long down the line. Blitzarves was relatively well placed, brought it to ground. Parfitt's there, tackled, stripped of the ball, holding the ball. Laird claims the advantage.
That's better.
Pokes Adelaide forward. Mark taken by Murphy, up to full forward. Texas set. He takes the no. He couldn't quite hang on the way down. Jack Henry's desperate in and after it. Rankin over his head, no direction about it. It lands in the field of play for a throw.
Telling you Taylor Walker's not going to get many better opportunities than that. The kick was beautiful from Murphy, and that was the play from Laird. There was a free kick, took the advantage, short angle kick, and then you roll. Fast ball movement. Adelaide's best piece of play. Taylor Walker couldn't complete it.
Walker against Blitzarv's throw in. Forward pocket for the Crows. Ball spills out the front. Mullen is there for the Cats. Stood in the tackle, released it. Rankin has the footy, has no space in which to work. Kane Corns for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts.
Well, now, if Taylor Walker kicked 70 plus last year, probably 15 of them came from this position. Let's find out if Geelong have done their homework. He's as good a forward ruckman as there is in the game, Taylor Walker.
And he's up against Blitzarves, 25-30 up. Blitzarves works his way to the front, gets the better of it, finds Tui. He goes down the line around the body. Dempsey was in front. It was a good spoil from Millerer. Hard up against the boundary line. Millerer takes it across the line. So I thought Henry played it beautifully.
He did, actually. I probably didn't give him the credit he deserved because he was out of position. You know, if you turn and make contact, you're gone. So he had to turn and face the footy, eyes only for it, and just did enough to worry Taylor Walker out of it.
Burgess beaten hands down by Blitzarves. Myers taken high. Probably just bent at the knees a little bit. The umpire, Cannelly, said play on. And the ball did release. We'll have another ball up.
So Adelaide has seen enough. They're a bit confused back there. So Michael Laney's gone as the spare, but he's just shuffled up. And now Worrell's got his hands there. He doesn't know what he's doing. Got a free kick in the ruck.
Yeah, he wrapped him up there and he had both arms around Blitzarves, did Burgess. So the umpires will take hold of that cue. Now Blitzarves will play on, runs through the line. It's a high, slow kick right to the arc of 50. Easy for Worrell to stump it away to Coney. A long way from home. First one there. Nice handball through to Guthrie. Steps his man. He's got to get rid of it quickly. He does. Driving ball inside forward 50. Pack. Miller, the ball he possibly could have marked. He decided to spoil it instead. Manor can't keep it alive. Ball goes out of bounds. Geelong into attack 30-35 out from their goal. They lead by a goal. It's 2 straight to 1 straight.
And this is where they're good. This is where they can organise. Who do they want behind the ball? There's no confusion with Geelong like we've seen up the other end with Adelaide. Can they control the time in forward half?
At the throw in, Hawkins almost forged his way clear, just spilt the footy. Hinge clears as a result, but only as far as De Koning.
Did that so well. His positioning was outstanding.
De Koning back inside the 50, didn't give the forwards much of a look though. That was an easy intercept mark. That's not a great kick on the way out. Clark brought it to ground. Tui's onto it. Cats back inside. Poor kick. Skips across the turf and out. Now, Stanley just had a period of time on the bench having his knee assessed for Spitwater tough and ready. He's come back to give it a run.
All right, well, I mentioned the danger of Taylor Walker as a forward 50 ruck. Hawkins is pretty good too.
So it's Burgess against Hawkins. Hawkins takes it cleanly. He's facing away from goal, though. Hand pass to Holmes. Worked it around to Parfitt. Kicks it up to full 4. They don't have much in the air, the Cats. It's brought to ground and lost. Smashed out the side by Hinge. Crouch with the boundary right next to him. Released the hand pass. Rochelle clears the area. Mullen was well set. Got met heavily by O'Brien to jar it clear. They fight for it. Rankin across the turf. Keeps it alive for the Crows. Now O'Brien shot it out the back. Crouch forced Clark away to open some space and got the kick away to Miller.
He did it nicely. Opening quarter for Mate Internet and Mobile. The ball's moving around. It's not a lot of creativity, but it's not staying still very often. Keane goes all the way across the ground to Butts. The outer side of the ground sees a bit of footy. Hasn't been out there much. Saligo takes the footy, comes inboard to Worrell, who's up on centre wing position, outer side of the ground. Has to go back over his mark now. Takes a bit of time.
Haven't seen any of this. I mean, each team's just taken 6 marks each. That was Adelaide's 7th mark for the game, and we've played 15 minutes. So conditions are tricky, but it hasn't been that sort of game. It's been very much a stoppage game.
Ended up with Keys, who took his time. Down the line he goes. Lovely fly from O'Connor.
Gee, that's good.
They're a lovely set of hands. He marks at half back. Holmes, they're going to want to do this a lot. We saw it with Wanganeen Miller last night. I reckon Holmes will be that play for the Cats. It was a lovely kick to the preferred side of Hawkins. Goes into full forward. Henry brings it to ground. Cats a chance. Manor makes them pay. It was outstanding ball movement by the Cats. A couple of key one-on-one wins on the outer side of the ground. And Manor gets on the board and has got 3 now for the Cats. 3 straight 18. Adelaide 1 straight 6. Opening quarter for Mate Internet and Mobile. $20 off for 5 months with Mate Internet.
He's no stranger to a goal, Sean Manor, but that's his first at AFL level.
How good. What a story it is. The mature age recruit. They came from everywhere. The piece of play was premiership winning play. So you get the intercept mark across half-back, and that was outstanding. You get the handball to your attacking half-back in Holmes. You get the one-on-one win down the line with Hawkins, and then you're out. Your forwards have a chance, and Hawkins knew. He didn't hesitate, and if you go back and look at the little tap from Henry, who couldn't take the mark, but tapped it down but just about as beautifully as you could, and then the unselfish handball to Manor, they will review that and go, this is how we play.
Cameron's gone forward, Worrell's his opponent. Just a touch in the middle to jar the ball Geelong's way. Blitzarv's worked it to Clark. Kicks it out to half forward. And coming out, Ollie Henry hugs it to his chest. The two big forwards were leading at him. He's gone deeper. He's gone for Dempsey. On the behind line.
Alarm bells for Matty Nicks. Alarm bells across the board. Every time it goes inside forward 50, I'll let you call this home, and then we'll talk about the concerns with the way Geelong are entering their forward 50 and what Adelaide need to do.
A piercing kick from Ollie Henry to Ollie Dempsey, the rising star from last week. He's set on the tight angle. He'll open it up and hook it across the face. Just only took the one step in the belly of the ball. Just didn't give himself his best chance.
That looked like Shaq shooting a free throw. That looked awful. It was the sort of the double-handed drop onto the left foot, so needs to work on that.
Miller drives it out of defensive 50 again to the big pack. Burgess up in front, can't mark. Laird was at ground level, shares it with Jones. That's a high, ugly kick. 2v1, it's the easy pickings for the Cats. Stewart too good for Pedler. Drives them back inside forward 50. Keane should have marked. Punched it into a dangerous spot. Cats are going to burst again here. Myers runs to 45 and he makes them pay again. Cats are on fire. Myers has got two. And they have taken a stranglehold on this opening quarter. 4 straight 24. Adelaide, having kicked the first and the third minute, have been stagnant since. 1 goal, 6. It's all Geelong.
Yeah, great call. I mean, so the difference there summed up in one piece of play. You get the panic kick high from Jones, which you called beautifully. Give that to Tom Stewart and look out. Now, the entry going back in for Geelong was poor, but instead of mark the footy like Tom Stewart did at the other end, they panic and they spoil it to the middle of the ground. Really dangerous spot. And Geelong's forwards lick their lips, where if Keane had just absorbed the fact that, okay, I'm here, yes, I'm a defender, the safe thing is to spoil it, but mark the footy for goodness sake like Tom Stewart did at the other end. Every time they go inside forward 50, they look like they're going to score. Alarm bells everywhere for Matthew Nicks, and it starts in the centre bounce where Geelong have gained dominance.
Cats are running hot for Ream, except nothing less than Australia's best Ream. Hacked away underfoot by O'Brien. Got it to centre half forward. Holmes brought it to ground for the Cats. Didn't do a lot with it once he had it. It's back in his grasp. Keys drags him to ground. Ball spills out for the ump to keep it going. Clark taken down without it. No whistle on the play. Crows collide and open the way for the Cats. Stanley out to Kolajasny, out the far side. Dempsey read the flight of it well and was able to release Kolajasny, who strides away from Murphy, puts it onto the chest of Hawkins. He turns and looks for Jez. He's kicked it a fraction wide. It landed on the paint for a throw in right forward pockets.
Are they playing with some speed off half back? That's the thing that stood out to me. Now, Adelaide's effort's different to last week. Their effort is there as the umpires are having a bit of a conference. They are going to throw it in. They were just checking whether it was out of bounds on the full. So stoppage about 30 metres around from Geelong's goal. But their ball movement is scintillating tonight.
Hawkins against O'Brien at the throw in. O'Brien pats it down to the front. Stengel knocks it up, gathered it himself. There was no space in which to move. Butts ended up with the footy. Worked it in close to Smith. Poked it beyond the defensive 50, and Rochelle takes them up.
So what do they do from here? How do they move the ball from here?
Well, they go into a 2v1 and it's come off Burgess. Marks gets it to Crouch. Quick hands, need a bounce. They get it. Keys runs in between wing and half forward into a 1v1. Stewart.
Oh, he's a problem.
Gee whiz, his body positioning Cornsey.
He's a problem. So he's taken 4 intercept marks already. We're on world record pace here for Signet, and Geelong as a team 6 intercept marks to 1.
And they switch now, and it's quick. That's a hanging ball from Blitzarv's. Manor has to work hard here. It takes front position. He's going to win the free kick. He's kicked that onto Keane's boot, and that'll be a Geelong free kick. The umpires are going to have a chat here. They're going to call the third one in, but I can tell them what happened. Manor kicked it straight into Keane's foot, and it went out of bounds on the foot.
I'm not sure why they're asking the boundary umpire, who was 40 metres away. I'm not sure what he's going to offer.
We're going to get a replay here for Trojan. Tools built tough, but it has to be Sean Manor's ball.
Oh, they're going to throw in.
Oh, that's crazy stuff. That's well, I guess that's what they've got to do if they're not sure. But that was every bit Geelong's ball. They should be going back inside forward 50 here. Ball thrown in. Down to ground level. Manor rightfully gets the inside 50. It's a long, strong kick. Might be too much. Worrell can't mark. Dempsey ridden into the ground. No, said the umpire. Play on's the call. It's flirting on the goal line. Geelong keep it alive. They want it to be through here. Worrell is demanding that the goal umpire call that a behind.
They've paid that all year, that push in the back. All year they've paid it. They didn't pay it there, perhaps because it was a one in the goal square. They're checking the score review here for IMAR Insurance for every trade. Call 1-3 IMAR.
So Worrell was adamant that this ball was across the line. It is another replay for Trojan Tools, built tough, quality tools at DIY prices.
The other concern is, as we just checked this, is Jeremy Cameron's now gone forward, and Worrell's been the man that has gone to him. I'm not sure these score review angles, Jerry.
If only we had a camera on the post across the behind line.
Have you mentioned that before?
Through posts.
We just need,
I must think to mention it one day.
we
Andy.
need that audio clipped up so we can just have the
It's crazy.
button pressed, but it is, and it shouldn't take this long. We shouldn't be held up for this long checking a behind early on in the game. But Jeremy Cameron gone forward now. Just 2 touches in the quarter so far after playing the majority of it on the wing. He'd be loving the Josh Worrell matchup. Good luck, young fella.
Oh, boy.
The game embarrasses itself in these moments.
Yeah.
It's one additional camera on either post to study the behind line.
The ball has crossed the back of the behind line. Decision on the scoreboard.
I could nearly afford the GoPros for them, you know.
On your age, of course you could. In fact, why don't you do that, Jared? That'd be a very nice contribution.
I carry them around with me and go and install them myself. It's a behind, so the Cats lead at 25-6. Miller on the long kick in. Blitzarves makes the spoil. Laird underneath. Hand pass to Crouch, off to O'Brien. Sharp hands to Rochelle. Good move to Crows. Tex in centre field. He's going to launch it to the goal square. Out is Burgess. He could run it in himself. That's the way. End-to-end football from the Crows. Decisive, crisp and efficient. 2 straight to the Cats, 4-1-25. It's the sort of stuff you practice all pre-season and you'd love to roll out like that. The Mate Internet mobile scoreboard, the Cats by 13.
Yeah, they'd be disappointed with the breakdown there, Geelong. So that's a goal from a kick-in. Most teams average just 1 goal against from kick-ins per game. They've already conceded that one, Geelong, and they had time. I mean, how long did we talk about the score review and they failed to set up? Got to say, Adelaide looked really threatening when Taylor Walker is up the ground and marking the ball about 70 metres out from goal like he did then. So they had 2 dangerous forwards involved. Rochelle was involved, found Walker, and then because Geelong's zone is aggressive and it broke down, you get the numbers out the back. Easy walk-in goal. Adelaide back in it.
And that's his first as a Crow. The bounce was errant. And we'll have another one, middle of the ground.
Pedler set for Tom Stewart. I don't like that. I'd go with Keys. He's just got more of the experience to worry Tom Stewart and then get off him, and he can find a goal, Ben Keys. So I don't like that matchup.
O'Brien crosses the line to take away the Stanley jump. The ball's at ground level. Myers just hoovers it up. He was tackled straight away. It was good footy from both. Laird's wrapped up by Parfitt. And we'll have another ball up, still in the centre square. Geelong's end of. Parfitt again gets the crumb. Farms it out to Dangerfield. Runs onto his left. He's pretty good at it. Top of the square. Hawkins has got his man in front. Did well, Butts. Oh, Worrell had to come. In fact, it was McElhaney who had to come at the footy. He waited for the bounce, and luckily it was end over end stuff and through for a behind. Danger passes 4-2-26 the Cats. 2 straight. Adelaide opening quarter. All of the action this quarter for Mate Internet and mobile.
Got to be tougher. Adelaide's midfield -8 in contested possessions. Conceded 13 entries. That's going to be a nightmare if they continue that.
That's for Jazz Halal Financial Solutions. Long kick in. Dangerfield took a flight at the pack and had an awkward landing. Ball is picked up by Berry, who's able to use it away to Laird. Kicks the Crows down the line. Pedler spoiled by Stewart. Sideways to the boundary for a throw-in.
It just doesn't look right, that Pedler matchup on Stewart. Now, he's taken 4 intercept marks already. He's had 5 disposals going at 100%. and a score involvement. Now, he may be dictating that, but Adelaide have got to try and get a more experienced player on the Tom Stewart. He's doing the damage.
At the throw-in, Berry onto it. Release the footy out to Jones. Taken in the tackle by Manor. Couldn't get rid of it. Ball it up.
Now, they're trying to organise their spare. So, at one end, it's De Koning for Geelong. He's playing almost as like your wicket-keeper. Last line for Adelaide, it's Keane, but does he have the experience to play that role?
O'Brien got it clean, kicked it out to Stewart. He was claiming a mark that the umpire didn't pay, so had to release to Dangerfield. Stretched to retrieve, tumbled the kick inside the 50. It came up short of close. Keane first access, through it. Umpire right on the spot. Close with the resultant free kick. Still 5 minutes remaining in the opening term.
Great call.
Trojan Tools replay. Close, pops it up to full forward. That carried a long way, and it took a little bit of a dive at the line. Soligo was able to rush it through for a behind. The Cats by 15 on the Mate Internet mobile score.
Out of sight, it's a terrible kick. Out of bounds, on the full it goes. So Geelong can turn the Adelaide defence around.
This will be entry number 16 already, and as we said, still a long time left to play in this first quarter. That's huge numbers.
Jack Henry hugs the boundary line. Hawkins got his man right where he wanted him, but Miller could see the danger and came in third up and thumped it over the boundary line. 20 out from Geelong's goal with a throw in. So Hawkins got the hand up. Who's going to go? O'Brien's with him. O'Brien will take back position. Now works his way to the front. Gets hand on it. Defensive towards the boundary line. O'Connor was the first one there. Mannor's been busy this quarter. Check side. Into the corridor. Ball 2v1. It's in dispute. O'Brien's got to get rid of this. Somehow the ball spills out. On another day, he could have been penalised. Two Cats go in and wrap up.
I think when you lift your arms and you've got that option to dispose of the ball and you don't, that's pride. And the tackle is effective. Should have been holding the ball.
Yeah, I'm with you, Cornsey. Quick kick out of there in front. Adelaide, Miller up. Handball, lovely stuff from Soligo. Magnificent, burst his way through. Then rode a would-be tackler with a big bump. The kick went up towards half forward. Mullen's got the crumb. We know he's got the speed. Has he got the left foot? Puts it into space. Close, needs a bounce. Gets it out to Blitzars on his left. Down the line, 2v1 here. That is a beautiful kick. Myers had to go. I think he was waiting for Manor to come. In the end, he had to read that just a little bit better. Smith at half-back. Short ball across the half-back line. Finds Miller up. Looks to go quickly. 2v1. The kick's got to be good. It is. Keys needs to roll. He waits for the man to run past, then goes around Cameron. Oh, it's a lovely kick. He waited nicely. Burgess presented. 52 out from home. It's a dumping drop punt. It's right to the line. And the Geelong defence get back with meaningful fists. And it goes through for a behind. 2-1-13. Adelaide, 4-3-27. The Cats, 30 minutes gone in the opening quarter for Mate Internet and Mobile.
What about the spark from Soligo? I'm still not sure how he picked that footy up at full pace and then like a pinball just bounced off an Adelaide opponent. That's what they need. But I'm not critical of their effort and their intensity. That is there. Their method, though, has been poor.
3 and a bit left on the Makita clock. The kick in came to Jack Henry and he works it around to Ollie. Just back from the bench for Spitwater, tough and ready. Lee Henry kicks it up the line. It won't reach Stengel. Dawson had access, knocked over by his own man Hinge. Close to Dangerfield to Stengel as a result. Careful inside 50 and good. Hawkins off balance. Dives forward and takes them up.
That's a great kick as a forward. That's exactly where you want it. Just that touch it in front. Butts couldn't have played that any better, but he had no access to it. Dawson was unlucky. He's so good in the air, Jordan. It went back and just a split second longer would have been paid the intercept mark, but Dangerfield's having an influence now as well. He's had 6 touches, 3 inside 50s, getting his football in dangerous positions. This will be Dangerfield's 4th score involvement for Signet.
349 games tonight, Tom Hawkins. Tough angle, 48 out. Hit it, pure. What a thumping kick that is. The 783rd goal of his career. And Geelong re-establish a 20-point buffer. 5-3-33 to Adelaide 2-1-13 on the Mates Internet and Mobile scoreboard.
Well, there's been alarm bells, and you've seen it probably from the 5-minute mark of this first quarter. Like, these are big numbers now that Geelong are building. And the worry was their forward line has so many options. If you're going to give them 17 entries in 31 minutes of football, look out. I mean, we're on track for 80 entries as a footy. They had 60 last week, 62 I think it was against St Kilda, who are very good defensively and won. Adelaide are not that. They don't have the back line that the Saints have. This will be a belting. So you've got to tighten up. You've got to be tougher around the football, and you've got to be better defensively. And when you have the opportunity to intercept ball in your back half, you've got to grasp it.
Cornsey for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Underway in the middle again. Adelaide first hands on it. Berry was the play, but Geelong turned it over against Stanley. They're at the front. Myers, lovely short ball. We haven't even seen Cameron yet. It should be terrifying for Adelaide if he can get rolling.
It is terrifying. I mean, their forward line is terrifying. It's a different mix. It's a good mix, isn't it? Because you've got these two, Hawkins and Cameron, who, as you said, we haven't seen much of Cameron, but they'll take in turns. Hawkins has been excellent, but there's Smalls, Close, and Myers. Myers has been enormous. He's had 6 touches, 2 goals. This will be his 3rd score involvement.
You just know he's going to want to just inch out onto that left-hand side. It's a lovely looking drop punt. What a kick.
Wow.
So Hawkins from one pocket, a bit closer, then Cameron the other. When you've got players who can do that, you are going to be a hard side to beat. That is a beautiful kick. 6-3-39. Cameron's on the board. Adelaide 2-1-13. 33 minutes gone in the first quarter.
Making certainties of their shots for goal for DLFC. It's innovative foragers for farmers, delivering certainty through science.
This is a warning. I'm telling you, this is a warning for the rest of the competition who are sitting back and listening to us on SEN Sync and watching on the TV going, okay, let's start taking Geelong a little bit more seriously. There's a long way to go in this game of football, and momentum is a funny thing, and there'll be a point during this game where Adelaide definitely get the momentum and the crowd will get involved. But right now, you can hear a pin drop in this stadium. The crowd are shocked because of the football that they are playing. This is electrifying. This is the best football that any team's played so far this year in one quarter of footy.
Cats by 26, bounces outside the circles, allowed to go on. O'Connor hand passes it out in front of the play. Berry arrived first, but he fumbled. Crouch did it. Hand passes it out in front of Dawson. Paddle to his own advantage. Released it to Berry. Kicks the Crows to full forward. DeConey made the spoil on Tex. Kolajasny dispossessed. Walker has the footy in the tackle. Released it to Fogarty, out to Berry. Hand passed aimlessly into the pocket. Pedler overran it. Berry's trying to get back to it. Guthrie right against the behind line. Now umpires for about the 11th time in the quarter, they're going to have a little conference.
Another conference.
Did it touch the post? Did it go over the boundary?
Did it ever go out of bounds? Did it ever go out of bounds?
I feel like it touched the padding.
Did it? Okay.
Well, let's go there for IMAR Insurance. Insurance for every trade. Call 13-IMAR. Again, the crowd's frustrated.
The ball was touched into the behind post. Decision on the scoreboard.
So we're going to have a throw in.
It bounced off the post, out of Guthrie's hands.
Just the difference in that piece of play. So Adelaide are out. Berry's got an unpressured kick inside forward 50. His big forward is on a lead. He's got split, and the kick misses. At the other end, the kick doesn't miss. We've seen it from Stengel. We've seen it from Myers. That's been the difference.
Boundary throw in deep forward for the Crows. Walker against Stanley. Stanley knocked it down. Walker gets in and after it. DeConey made the tackle. Hand pass fed out, but not to advantage. Tui's wrapped up. It'll be a ball up, 40 out from the Crows' goal.
Miller are the spare now, so that they've seen enough. They don't want any more damage inflicted on the scoreboard now. Michael Aney with the job on Jeremy Cameron. Good luck.
36th minute of the term. Flying at the stoppage. Rankin got it going the Crows' way, and then he's on. Tried the one-handed pick-up, got it. Stewart just swallowed him up. A ball and all tackle. Kolajasny across the behind line. Tui sees it through for a conceded score. It's the Cats by 25.
Look at that for a first quarter from Tom Stewart. Saves a goal there. He's doing it all.
How good was that? DeConing, outside defensive 50. Coming at it hard. Nice mark. Michael Aney.
He's a good player.
Spins around. Driving ball top of the square. Who's going to jump? Oh, from the side. Was it Rochelle? They paid it. He had the long run up and launched. Didn't look like he got there initially, but first purchase, and it could be a timely kick.
Yeah, that's a mark. Don't worry about that. This kid's got S factor. There's something about him. He loves a big moment. He loves this.
Yeah.
If you're kicking after the siren to win it in the grand final, this kid wants the footy. Bit of the future on display there. Michael Aney to Rochelle. How about this for a kick?
3 last week. This from 15 out, as good as directly in front. Never, ever in doubt. From the moment it found his hands. And it's a goal they needed just to tighten it up to 19 points at quarter time. It's a fantastic quarter of footy. And at the end of it all, the Cats have got 6-3-39 on the board. Adelaide 3-2-20.
Goal kickers Myers with 2, Cameron, Manna, Stengel and Hawkins 1 apiece for the Crows. Rochelle, Saligo and Burgess. AFL Nation is for 4 and 20 pies and Repco authorised service.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Mate Internet and Mobile. $20 off for 5 months with Mate Internet.
Hi, Josh Kennedy here. Have you received an electricity or gas price increase? Or you're worried about rising energy costs? Give Red Energy a call. Their Aussie-based team will give you a no-obligation energy bill comparison, and you might be surprised by what they have to offer. Plus, Red Energy is owned by Snowy Hydro, a leader in renewable energy. Give 100% Australian-owned Red Energy a call today on 131 806 or visit redenergy.com.au. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply.
The early season thriller. You can't bear to watch, but nor can you avert your eyes. On top of that, there's a 4 and 20 pie to negotiate. Anxious not to spill a precious drop of gravy-drenched Aussie beef. And careful not to squirt sauce all over the place. A nail-biting game can be a delicate balancing act. In round 2, with a 4 and 20 in hand, another delicious day of footy drama awaits.
The 4 and 20 pie. We know you might go to some of the big brands of the mattress world too. That's fair enough. But all we're suggesting is check out the OMF signature range as well. Or even OMF's best value bed-in-box mattresses. Come and have a lie down. Simply see how you feel. And then look at the price. You might just agree that at OMF, we'll make you 100% comfy. OMF.
An urgent conversation starter.
I don't know how you're going to deal with all this. Deal with what?
Just a Farmer. A celebration of resilience, capturing the authentic struggles of rural life, immersing audiences with a real-life glimpse into the realities of farming in Australia.
I didn't choose this life. I was born to live it. So was Dad, his dad, and his dad before that.
Just a Farmer, rated M. Out now. Check your local cinema guides.
That roast chicken? Maybe halal? That snack pack? Yep, halal. Dad's investment portfolio? How on earth would you tell? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services, helping Muslim Australians secure halal super, home loans and investments. Hijaz Financial Services. Definitely halal. hijazfs.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686 and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542 and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation or needs.
Flat footy moments to avoid this season. The Turnstile.
Mate meets mate at the gate. Match day tickets are on the mobile. Lining up to scan through. No! What's happened here? His phone's flat. He can't access the tickets.
Stay charged with a Signet Power Bank. Compact and lightweight, it fits in your pocket, and you'll never be flat when it's time to tap and go. Signet Power Banks, available at signet.com, as well as in-store at JB Hi-Fi and other leading retailers.
Since the beginning, Monarch has made painting easy. Because let's face it, it can be frustrating when using the wrong tools. You know the ones. Rollers giving poor patchy finishes, finding loose brush hairs everywhere, and mistakes you just can't unnotice. Oh, don't settle for subpar results. With Monarch, you can feel confident tackling any project and experience the joy of achieving the perfect finish with ease. Monarch, painting made easy. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Steel Solutions, Houston speaking.
Houston, we have a problem.
Okay, settle down. What's happened?
My wife's mother is coming and she wants me to fix the carport, side gate and put a retaining wall across the backyard.
Relax, mate. We've got all the steel you need and we'll even cut the steel to the lengths you want. You don't have to pay any extra and you can have it delivered or pick it up.
Houston, we don't have a problem anymore.
That's kind of why they call us Steel Solutions.
Steel Solutions. The steel you need when you need it. Sunshine, Bayswater and Springvale. steelsolutions.com.au.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie. Macca's I'm loving it moments. Footy's back on the menu. I'm loving it.
Henry puts it out in front of Holmes, coming the other way hard. Salio wins it to ground, onto the boots, and he snaps the first goal.
Defensive work from Keane, dumps it into space. Geelong a chance. Myers gets a bit of it. And the immediate answer goes into full forward. Henry brings it to ground, catch a chance. Manor makes them pay. It was outstanding ball movement by the Cats. Keane should have marked, punch it into a dangerous spot. Cats are going to burst again here. Myers runs to 45 and he makes them pay again.
It's the Cats by 19 points at quarter time on AFL Nation. Kane Corns for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts.
Yeah, I'm calling it the best quarter of football that any team's played this year. Early days, I know, but it was really scintillating what they did. Now, the problem for Adelaide is they allowed Geelong to mark the footy in their forward line, and then Geelong got their game going from there. So if you look at the way that they scored in that first quarter, the Cats scored 3 goals from Adelaide turnovers, and most of those were from their back half. And then they scored 2 goals from centre bounce. Adelaide must be tougher, and they would have addressed this at quarter time. So Geelong winning contested ball by 6. They're winning the ground balls by 5, and they're out tackling Adelaide. The tackling's been a standout. They laid 31 tackles in the first quarter, so +9 in tackles. Across the board, a domination. The late goal from Rochelle, let's see if that sparks them a little bit and gets the crowd involved.
AFL Nation for 4.20 a Traveller and Repco authorised service.
Stanley flew early, won the tap. Shark by Crouch, had his hand pass stolen by Dangerfield, trickles it up inside the 50. Hawkins tried to toe it on, Butts getting good ball side of him. Hawkins still end up with it. Butts had him in the tackle, poked the kick back to Blitzarves, off to Close, tried into the pocket. Michaelani got in the way, hand passed it around to Jones, clears the immediate danger for the Crows. Down the wing, De Koning dropped the chest mark, allowed the hand pass to come forward. Murphy got it to Walker, put it out in front of O'Brien, needs to link it up and does. Kick comes from Dawson up to full forward, it hangs in the air, and Kolajasny did well off Rochelle.
It's another one, so Rochelle's got to be better. That ball's got to come to ground.
Takes the intercept mark and spreads it to Holmes. Around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse, heading to Chemist Warehouse for great savings every day. NBL Grand Final Game 2, Melbourne United 44, lead Tasmania 40, on the way to half-time.
Second quarter for Elders for Australian Agriculture. They bring it out of defensive 50, but Keane on this occasion does try to take the mark and does. Goes. High ball back inside forward 50. And require a jump at this. The big fist from Kolajasny. Down the corridor it goes. Lovely hip and shoulder on lead from Dangerfield. Then he's dragged off the footy without it. Crashing through the Crows. Comes to Crouch. Wrapped up. Bumps off Mullen. Then Laird was about to pull the trigger. He was wrapped up and the umpire says, I'll ball it up.
Once again, that's one they've been paying. Huge collision between Dangerfield and Laird. Let's take another one. I don't think fair. There was no elbows raised. It was just a genuine collision running at full speed, and Laird's okay.
Stanley over the top, gets it to Henry. Still inside forward 50 for the Crows. Laird out the back to Dawson. Can't break the Holmes tackle. Scrubby ball, top of the square. They seem to have the answers in the air, the Cats. Stewart could have taken the free kick, but third in line was Kolajasny. He took the defensive mark.
Nothing short to work with, so it'll be a long kick out of the defensive area. Tui front position. Worrell arrived, made the spoil over the boundary.
So what are they going to do with Stewart? Let's have a look at it. Let's see if they're going to allow Tom Stewart to waltz around and get himself another 7 disposals and 4 intercepts, 3 score involvements from half back, and at the moment, no Adelaide player is going to him, and he's the spare behind the ball once again for the Cats.
Cats by 19. O'Brien wins the tap at half forward for the Crows. Off to Crouch and on to Jones. Kicks up to full forward. Onto the chest of Fogarty. Guthrie came across the front but couldn't affect the contest. Fogarty with the ball on his chest.
Yeah, so this is something out of nothing, really. I thought Geelong were in really good position. I thought they had almost like a triangle of players protecting that. Guthrie, as you said, misread it, and Stewart just couldn't quite get there. So this is big for Darcy Fogarty, who was hardly sighted in the first quarter. In fact, this will be his first kick for the match. And if he does one thing well, he does this well.
Darcy Fogarty through the 50, sends it on a path to goal and got it there. He did it well indeed. The Crows string a couple together and cut the deficit to 13 points. The Elders for Australian Agriculture scoreboard 4-2-26 to the Cats 6-3-39, 3 minutes into the second.
Yeah, so we've only played 3 minutes, Jared, but we said Adelaide needed to be tougher. And okay, so they've responded. They would have had that whiteboard up with all their KPIs, and the assistant coaches and the coach would have addressed. There was red everywhere on that whiteboard. So they start the second quarter. Disposals 15-8. Contested possession +2. Ground balls +4. 3 minutes only, but there's definitely been a response in the areas that they let themselves down in the first term, and that wasn't pretty, but you get a stoppage win, a forward playing in front, and most importantly, he goes back and kicks a goal, and Adelaide get 2 in a row.
Second quarter for Elders, for Australian Agriculture, Cornsey for MEGT. Australia's apprenticeship experts will have
no Jeremy Cameron on the wing. Started the first 20 minutes of the game on the wing, but he's gone the full forward.
O'Brien read the drop of the footy better. Clark gets the interception for the Cats. Wriggles his hands free. Now they stream out of the midfield. Blitzarves gets balance. Driving ball top of the square. 2v2. Ball to ground. Henry's got a dangerous eye for it here, but the Crows stand up. Nice work. Michelani to Butts. Now to Crouch. His kick was it has to be good now. They've got to work this out somehow. They got numbers. Rochelle went in, tried to toe poke it to himself. Cat's got hands on the footy. End up with Close. Top of the square again. 2v2. Chance for Hawkins. May have been held. Maybe they were both fending off. Michelani wrapped up now by Stengel. And the ball will be thrown up.
Great pressure, great heat from both teams. I thought the ground ball get from Holmes just here and to absorb the tackle. Not something he's been praised for in his career so far. Was excellent.
Stengel cruised through, couldn't take the footy. Crouch, handball, clever. Out to Dawson. He gets it to Saligo. His kick along the ground. Cameron goes in, keeps it in front, wins the skirmish. Myers around the body, tumbles it up to the line, and it required a nice leap there from Keane, who saw the danger pass, rushed it through for 8 behind. It's 6-4-40 to 4-2-26. We're going 5 minutes into the second quarter.
All the Cats behinds have been rushed. Miller kicks it in, clears the defensive area. Worrell takes the mark and plays along the side of the centre square. Rochelle has footy in hand, so again it's excellent from the Crows off the kick in, all the way to half forward for Fogarty. Confronted, tried to put a step on, got caught by Jack Henry, still got it to his boot, but he kicked it out on the full in his endeavours. So Henry did well just to cling on.
Did really well, Henry, because once you usually get it to that point from a kick out, there's a forward that's free streaming towards goal. Geelong did really well just to hold up and defend that.
Guthrie at the restarts, kicks for Stanley or Jack Henry. Now Jack Henry had front position, but it's been paid to Stanley. Stayed on his line as he took a couple of steps forward. Now he's been called to play on. So the Cats ruckman long down the line, not a whole lot happening there. Hinge to the front, knocked away as a push in the back, Adelaide's way. So the advantage is claimed by Saligo, who tossed it up inside 50. De Koning was well placed. Walker jarred it free. Hand pass found Stanley though, and Stewart just found a way through the pursuers. And it's a brilliant kick out to Blitzarves. The Cats will break. Mullins has got great speed. He didn't receive it though. Blitzarves hacked it up onto the chest of Cameron. He dropped it. It was so awkward. Then regathers. Mullins is still running. Receives it now. He'll link it over the top to Myers. Hand passed into a corner. O'Connor over his head to Close and works it further onto Stengel. It's not neat. It's not precise. Can it be effective? Stengel's hand pass out near Parfitt. Crouch disrupts the play. Then to Laird. Off to Jones. And the Crows hold up as Worrell takes them up.
Did well because in the first quarter that's a goal. I mean the ability of Tom Stewart to break a line and switch the ball out to the outer side. But Adelaide defensively much better. That was a walking goal in the first term, so credit to them defensively to adjust.
It's fun. It's good footy. Adelaide are trying to resist here. They've made a bright start to this quarter. Murphy goes across the wing position, outer side of the ground. Adelaide have got great numbers out here. Rochelle gets it to Keys, goes and gets it again, comes inboard to Rankin. He just pokes it into a bit of space. It's a good kick. It's a beautiful kick. Dropped it in a hole and said, go get that, Chris Burgess, and he did.
It's a great kick. Like that is an unbelievable kick, really, because Guthrie was there as the spare, and Adelaide did really well not to blast away, which they've been guilty of doing so far in this game. We've spoken a lot about Geelong's interceptors, and Guthrie was there for that. He just dropped that right in between two Geelong defenders.
That's just a great feel for the game, isn't it?
Yeah, it's so smart.
So Burgess a couple of steps in, wrong side for a right footer. He draws it back beautifully, and he's got two. And that's a big win. Chris Burgess getting on the board with a goal in each of the first 2 terms so far, and he cuts the margin back to 8 points here. It's a good game. 5-2-32, the home side. The Cats 6-4-40, 2 goals this quarter, both to the Crows.
Yeah, so their ability now to go from back half to forward half and score a goal, really impressive. And they held up well off that Geelong foray into their attacking half. They defended strongly, and then they turned that defence into attack. Now, it wasn't beautiful free-flowing footy, but it was really smart, and it was a sign of maturity with how they used the football. And then that last kick going inside 450, there's, I don't know, 20 players in the competition that could pull that kick off, and Rankin is one of them. And Adelaide are glad that he plays for them.
Ball back in the middle for Macca's surprise Fries. Clean tap. O'Brien down to Dawson on the break. Steers the pass for Rochelle. Knocked away by Mullins underneath. They fight for it. Rankin toes it off the ground. Back in front of Rochelle. Doubled back, slipped over, then got caught by O'Connor. Had to hand pass it away. Clark is there for the Cats. Used it to Holmes, who took off the moment that he got it. Ran his full measure. Not good down the wing, though. Miller favoured by it in flight. Takes the mark away from Manor. Sends the Crows beyond halfway. Berry dropped the mark. Cats have got numbers at it. Dempsey towed it up in front of Holmes. Confronted by the pressure, he worked it out well. Lags the hand pass out the side of Jack Henry. Lazy kick going forward. Miller of first access, didn't get it. Myers was clever. Hand passed across the turf. Manor to Dempsey to Myers, out in front of Clark. Rolling, bouncing ball. Clark arrives. Smith off the ground, kept it away from him. Then Blitzarves up to meet Smith. Blitzarves wins the contest. Hand passed it close. Pokes it inside for Ollie Henry to mark.
Oh, it was a bit scrappy, wasn't there? There's a couple of skill errors in there and a few ball handling errors. I thought Blitzarves was smart because in today's football, you don't clean up that ground level player. So in the past, Blitzarves would come in on Smith there with the shoulder and risk getting him in the head. He didn't. He almost corralled him, and Brodie Smith was expecting contact, coughed it up, and then you can't defend off turnover in that position of the ground.
Ollie Henry directly in front. Set shot. Henry leaps into it, and he sees it home for a major. The Cats end a 3-goal run from the Crows, who were running hot for Ream, and establish a 14-point lead. 7-4-46 to the Crows. 5-2-32 by your crop protection products at Elders for your chance to win one of more than 150 prizes.
Yeah, I'd be disappointed with that Brodie Smith. He just wasn't hard and strong enough at ground level. Now, that's not his go, but he's one of the few really experienced players that Adelaide have in their lineup. He's nearly played 250 games, so big ground ball at centre-half back. You've got to put your body on the line and win it. I didn't think he did. And then Geelong make you pay. They're so strong off the turnover. Now Blitzarves, who was instrumental in that goal, is going to the ruck. Big opportunity for Riley O'Brien with the size to get something going for his midfield. He connected very well with Dawson at the last centre bounce.
Leading player on the ground from a power play rankings perspective for Red Energy. Switch to Red Energy is Mark Blitzarves, who contests the ruck contest and then goes in to lay the tackle to hold it in before the Crows could escape. Goes up against O'Brien. O'Brien was very good. Got it out to Pedler. Thumps it inside forward 50. Walker can't take the mark. Can't really get into the game yet. The veteran, he's wrapped up by a couple. It's been
almost,
forward,
hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's been just an almost night. He's looked his best when he's come up the ground and delivered the ball inside 50, but dropped 2 marks inside 50.
O'Brien's hit, sharked by Stewart, gave it to Blitzarves, off to Parfin. High check side ball, asks one of his forwards to get under that and mark it. Big fist is going to come to Holmes. He saw that he had Dempsey out in space, just got the footy out there somehow. Cutting back inboard was Stengel. Back to Dempsey, stops, props, over the top. He knew he had Myers. Back to Dempsey, that's looking for someone to get in a position to pull the trigger. They get it to Holmes. He steps his man, balances up, drives it inside forward 50. It's out the back here. It was a good fist. Manor was sniffing it, but Hinge sent it over the line for a rush behind. It's 7-5-47. Cats 5-2-32 Crows.
Kick-in's a good one to create some possibilities again. Saligo had a bounce and kicks up the wing. Burgess spoiled over the top by Stewart. So this time the Cats are able to break it down at halfway.
13 minutes gone in this quarter on the Makita clock.
Holmes getting really busy, so you definitely notice him now coming into the game. So 6 possessions in this quarter, and it's what he's doing with it. His sidestep and his ability to balk an opponent, give himself some time, is standing out. Those numbers for Signet, power every moment with Signet.
At the throw-in, knocked down from Stanley. And then the ball skittles around through a few. Laird settled with the hand pass to Dawson. Onto the left boot he goes. It's particularly wide, and Stewart, he drops the mark this time. A rare error from the milestone man.
I don't know. I'm just sitting up here where a coach would be sitting, going, how can you let him just be free? Let's do something. So you've got Keys in the lineup. He's played that role very well. Now, he doesn't have the height of Stewart, but he's played as a defensive forward, and he gets off and kicks goals. They've got to do something with Tom Stewart, surely.
Crows forward at the throw-in. Holmes got first access. High ball outside. Dangerfield committed himself, and he takes the mark.
Been good, I reckon, Dangerfield. Not big numbers, but big impact.
So Dangerfield at the defensive 50 for the Cats. Goes up the line to the next contest. It fell in short of Hawkins, and Michael Aney is able to take the intercept mark.
Just mulling the Irish because they haven't quite got the feel for the game. A couple of times I felt like he should have gone, has opted to stay down, and that was one of those.
Back from where it came, and it's Stewart again.
Just let him do what he wants.
It's crazy, Cornsey. It's Brodie Smith doing that job for Adelaide, but one bloke's having a manifest impact on the game, and it's the Geelong defender.
Just give him the 3 votes now.
Short ball back to Dangerfield. Outside defensive 50, hard up against the boundary line. Member side of the ground, looks inboard, wants to go, but there was nothing there, so back he goes for the taller target. But again, the ball just drops, and Butts filled the hole and takes the mark.
Yeah, wind definitely going to the end that Adelaide are kicking to, so the old scoreboard end holding up significantly in the breeze with Geelong going forward.
Another long ball down the line. Walker goes up with one hand out the back rank and just took his eyes off the footy as it got to him. Ball at ground level, 2B1. In go the Cats. Moyes, what an audacious kick. He's gone 11 metres backwards to the goal that he's defending to Stewart, who was then forced to clear a really hot little area, and somehow Geelong get it out of bounds on the arc of 50.
That might be with the Wilson hand pass over his head last night as a little moment.
Still got out of it, though.
He does things that no other player does.
Running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite hot water. Stewart's up to 11, 5 intercept marks, going at 100%, 4 score involvements.
47 plays 32. The Cats lead it at Adelaide Oval. Crows have it forward at the stoppage. Dangerfield's able to get it, but he missed his target by hand. Tui tidies up that danger. His pass is a good one out to Parfitt, who looks to flare to the far wing. Dempsey waits underneath. Smith overcommitted. Opened the way for Dempsey. Delivers to Ollie. Henry flew, couldn't mark. Hawkins is going to be the crummer out against the boundary. Couldn't quite control it. It's over for a throw-in.
Made some errors, hasn't he, Brodie Smith? Just if you're not going to get there, you've got to stand the mark and stop that play. He went, and he was just a fraction off, ran past Dempsey, and then they had the quick entry inside 50. I thought Tui's ball use off half-back was elite.
Cats in the left forward pocket. Hawkins slapped it toward the boundary. The Crows were well set. Jones, Butts and Crouch combined to clear the area. It did favour DeConan in flight. Tex arrived and made the spoil. Pedler was underneath. Down the wing, guess who? Stewart has the spare back, and he's going to guide the Cats into centre field.
It's a remarkable story. Clark in the middle of the ground kicks just as the tackle came. It was a lovely kick to O'Connor at half forward, who marks just a half a kick too far out to score. Into the pocket he goes, and it was easy pickings again for Keane on this occasion. So Irishman to Irishman, short ball inboard to Crouch.
Just on record watch, record for intercept marks is 10. Tom Stewart up to 6, and we've played 17 minutes in the second quarter.
Crouch waits, nothing really presents. O'Brien stands in front, can't mark. Kolajasny was good. Looping handball to Crouch. He's wrapped up straight away by Dawson. Will have a ball up.
He's looking to come off, Tom. They said, no, you can't come off. You're saving us. You're saving the day. So Guthrie comes back on and he'll stay there. It looks as though Darcy Fogarty's going to try and put some time into him now.
Second quarter for Elders for Australian Agriculture. Hits the deck. Clark goes in hard. Standing his ground was Worrell. Good contest. Ball at ground level, not coming out with a ball up again. Buy your crop protection products at Elders for your chance to win one of over 150 prizes.
Just Benny Lyon, our magnificent producer, informing me. So there's a host of players on 10. There's about 3 or 4 players, including Darcy Moore. If he takes 11 tonight, that will break the record.
O'Brien took it out of the ruck, couldn't clear the area. Parfitt probes. Michael Aney repelled.
Taking a few.
Yeah. Actually, that was Worrell this time, I beg your pardon. This kick's not much chop. Miller is trying to tidy that up. Gives it back to Worrell. Took his eye off it. Close is hunting. Saligo lends a hand. Close tackled him as well over the boundary.
They look nervous. They do look nervous back there. So Keane's looked a bit nervous. Worrell's definitely looked a bit nervous, and they're just a bit shaky down. Butts at times looks a bit nervous, and that was always going to be the concern of ours for Adelaide coming into this game.
Cats by 15. Boundary throw it in the right forward pocket. Hawkins brought it down underfoot, tried to swipe it on, tapped it backwards. Manor stood in the tackle, off to Parfitt, couldn't get it to his boot, must have hit the shin to get the play on call. Berry goes and ferrets a tough ball, kicks the Crows down the wing. Texan Jack Henry flew, good honest contest. Kolajasny didn't grab it underneath. Rankin a clever tap, out to Crouch and back to Rankin. The Crows are on out the far side. Kicks a good one. Shoal delivers, poor. And Stewart will get there first. Gathers, runs away from Burgess, pokes it in short. Tui trying to find the way out, touches it down, sideways to Kolajasny on the bump, confronted by Saligo, caught, got the hand pass out the back. They could use a kick here. Stanley thumps it beyond the defensive 50. Twice the Crows have run into each other. Dawson's been the victim both times. Parfitt up the wing. Mark dropped by Keane. And the Crows should be able to come out with a Crouch to Smith.
It's good spirited stuff. Driving footy back inside forward 50. Massive pack. Who's there at ground level? Rochelle. First hands on it. Handball. He just knew he had a man. It was Pedler. Pedler pulls the trigger and misses to the near side.
Great call. I'll let you tell us the score and then I'll tell you what I saw.
5-3-33 Adelaide. 7-5-47 Geelong. This game's gone up a gear.
Some brilliance. Firstly, the tackle from Saligo. I thought he was unlucky not to get hold of the ball. That was a big tackle. Then Pedler went back with the fly of the ball, cleaned up his captain, but eyes only for it. Was enormous.
Kick in is long and strong. Dangerfield had a fly at the pack. Saligo wins it underneath, off to Crouch. Hand passes it forward. Pedler the give and go with Laird. Pedler kicks it up to full forward. Fogarty's his hope. Stewart mans him, knocks it away, and it's out of play.
So I really like Luke Pedler as a player, but if you're going to play that role as a small forward, which is your role at the moment, you're not going to get many better opportunities than he's had in the last two. First one turns onto his left, burns Saligo and misses, and that one there had to be better. Accuracy's been a problem for him in his short career so far.
Crows have it forward. Tex knocks it toward the goal square. Stewart rounds it up and clears the area for the Cats. It's to a contest though, and Burgess, the third man in, takes the mark. Awesome high contact from Stengel. Is it going to be 50? Yep. It will. It was a late clothesline. And Burgess will be taken to the goal square to kick his third.
Well, if he came into the game and said, OK, we're going to get 3 goals in the first half out of Burgess, you would have gone, all right, where do I sign up? It was sloppy from Stengel. There wasn't a lot in it, but he definitely didn't need to do it. And it's a short 50.
The doctor's gone out to Stewart and he's leaving the field.
He's running freely, though, isn't he?
I wonder if he got a head knock that they've been told to go and get him. Burgess from the top of the square. He hit the left-hand post. Goodness me. He's kicked 2 goals. One, he looked the gift horse in the mouth. Crows are down by 13 elders for Australian agriculture.
So Tui brings it in quickly, 2v1. There's a good effort in the middle of all of that by Berry, who wins the free kick, Cornsey. Sees something inside. He can't find his man. It's still a contest at centre-half forward. Crows get it out to Millerer. He was dispossessed. It was scrambling stuff by the Cats. The kick from Stengel was awful. Cut off by Keane. His kick was equally as bad, and he finds an Irish compatriot. And it's Zach Tui at centre-half back for the Cats.
Need the experience now. It's okay. We're playing basketball here. We don't need to play. You don't have to play fast all the time. I know everyone wants to play fast. It's the flavour of the month, but he just goes straight up the middle, does Zach Tui.
Again, these balls are dropping short. Adelaide reading them much better than Geelong's forwards. Murphy gets the crumb, drives it up to the top of the square. It was good stuff by Henry. Got to the front of the contest. Then he was good enough to just dispossess Rankin, who had half a sniff. Rankin goes to the umpire and states his case in no uncertain terms. The umpire's having none of it.
Got the momentum, Adelaide. Repeat entries. Geelong unable to get the footy over the halfway point, and Tom Stewart is off the ground. So what can they do now? Feel like they've got to make the most of this momentum they've got.
4 minutes left. Fogarty from the ruck contest out in front of it all. Couldn't do anything with it. Clark holds it up. Berry tackles him. Ball it up.
So 19 entries to 10 this quarter Adelaide's way. Plus 9, but they've only scored 1 extra goal than Geelong have from their 10 entries. So got to maximise this in the last 4 minutes. Free kick here.
So Tex protected the ruck contest and Rankin ran through and was going to grab it, but you're not allowed to do it. The ruckman have to touch it before anyone else can if it's on the full. So Rankin gives away the free kick.
So Geelong's forwards have been far too deep. They've got to come up now. There's a held up ball and actually play in front. The ball is dropping. Let's see if they've learnt their lesson.
Stanley kicks it long on the way out. Dangerfield has to fly as Burgess was placed at the drop zone. Smith underneath, tumbles up toward the 50. Rankin standing in front of De Koning.
Forwards too deep for Geelong.
He goes for Tex. Just rolled around the mound of the mark. Took it boundary side. And Walker has it. He's on the move. Tex is going to try to swing it in. No, it's across the face of goal. And through from behind. The deficit is 12 points on the Elders for Australian Agriculture scoreboard.
Got to put it on the board, don't you, Cornsey?
Yep.
They're not doing it. Second quarter for Elders for Australian Agriculture. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Traveller and Repco authorised service. Mullen, short handball to Kolajasny. They ramble out a defensive 50 up towards half forward. Ball off the back of the pack. Read beautifully by Michael Annie. Poised around the body he goes down the line for Pedler. 2v1 ball to ground level could favour the Cats. Guthrie was shaken up. Now they're out. Pedler, there's 4 of them streaming. Goldwood, it's an awful kick. I wonder whether he saw the boundary umpire surging in there from the far side, because if he wasn't having a shot,
well,
I don't know what he was thinking.
I think he was having a shot. I think he saw an open goal score. He's having a shot.
It's a shocking kick.
Rankin's gone to him and he's waving his arms. Gone, mate, what are you doing? So, mentioned it before. He's a good player. He's a high draft pick. He's played enough footy now. He has to be better than that. He's cost him in this quarter with 3 butchered opportunities.
MEGT Cornsey in this by a long way. Rankin the snap. And it's gone out of bounds.
Well, he rushed it, Murray, didn't he? Didn't have any composure. No. They had the numbers. They're streaming into an open forward line. You just need a bit of composure, a bit of talk around you. And if you're not confident, find a shorter option. That's what Geelong have done really well in this game. We've seen Myers. But right now, the Cats are in a bit of trouble. They cannot get the footy past the halfway mark of this ground.
So the restart again. Kolajasny long on the way out. Michael Annie had the run at it, didn't take the mark. Hinge to Smith. Repeat entry once more. De Koning stood underneath it. Ball reached the side. Rankin gathers one-handed, threw it onto the boot. Kicked it out on the full.
To indulge that, Cornsey, I mean, that's so low percentage.
Well, and I mean, it's tough conditions, definitely swirly. And I even thought the Walker one before was just a bit lairish on the left from 45 with the snap. Come on, we're doing that fine if you're 20 metres out, not 47 metres out from an angle.
Tui had to take off across the face of goal for the Cats to try something different, and it worked because Blitzarves is out at half-back. Hand passed out in front of Holmes. He's put it out in front of Mullen. Bouncing ball. He gathers and reaches it. Hand passes it forward to the play to Ollie Henry and back to Holmes. Oh, he ran straight into Keane. Off the ground, Ollie Henry kept it going. Stengel has it. Centering ball. Cats everywhere inside the 50. Dangerfield takes the mark.
Well, so much better play because all they've done is go long down the line with kick that have fell short. So Blitzarves takes the mark just outside of 50 in their defensive half, and then it gets them run and overlap. Now, it wasn't perfect, and Holmes got cleaned up. I think he tried to play for a free kick. I don't think there was anything sinister in it. But then really good ball use. So I think that's been the difference in the game. Stengel's ball use there to have a bit more composure. Completely different to Rankin and Pedler up the other end.
Patrick Dangerfield, similar to the match sealer last week from 51. That is way out to the left. And that won't score either. So the last 4 shots at goal in the game haven't scored. And it's Geelong by 12 with 1:09 to play.
Smith short to Hinge. They cross the goal to defending. He's got a man out down the line. It's Murphy. Game 100. Plays on straight away. Looks to come inboard. That's what he does to Saligo. Driving foot into Pedler. Good hands. They were strong. The ball was coming at him hard. Now there's a chance. Oh, that is too good. Henry stood up in front. Rankin was playing for it out the back. But Henry was so composed and the hands were perfect.
It's got to come to ground, though. Isaac Rankin had a crack at Pedler before for missing him. You're not going to get much better than that. Bring it to ground, and then that's your strength. Take Henry to task at ground level. That was poor from Rankin.
De Koning goes to a pack. Dangerfield got hands on it. Ground level Berry fends off a couple. Gets the handball away. Crouch. Millerer. Back inside forward 50. They go Fogarty's going to have a jump at it. De Koning got this. Franken was magnificent. Walker went for the left foot check side. That's some stuff going on here, Jared, that I don't know. When everything's rolling your way, you might kick these, but it's not one of those nights at the moment. It's missed by a long way out of bounds while it's rolling.
It's not terribly flattering for the sport that the last 5 shots haven't scored. So Stewart's still off the ground, so he must be undergoing a scat test, I think.
It's a big story.
Right forward pocket for the Crows. Thrown in. Walker knocks it goal side. The ball was loose for a long time. Hawkins off the last line. Hand pass to Guthrie. He'll have to clear the defensive 50. The Crows were pretty well set, but the siren beats the play. So Stewart off for about the last 9 minutes of the quarter. And like the team with the power play in ice hockey, the Crows didn't score a goal in his absence. And so it's a 12-point lead Geelong's way at halftime. 7-5-47 to Adelaide. 5-5-35. What did you think?
24 entries to 11 in that quarter. And Adelaide could only score 2 goals from 24 entries. I feel like that was their opportunity to get themselves back in the game. They could have almost had a 3 or 4 goal lead at half-time. And they're going to be a tough proposition from that with Stewart off the ground. That's a big story. He's been the best player on the ground by a long, long way. Let's see how the teams regroup at halftime.
Kane Courts for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. The Cats by 12 points as we reach the halftime break. Friday night footy here at Adelaide Oval. AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 traveller and Repco authorised service.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Elders. Buy your crop protection products at Elders to win.
Hi, Josh Kennedy here. If you're looking to support a 100% Aussie energy retailer that's backed by Snowy Hydro, a leader in renewable energy, and has an amazing team of consultants all based here in Australia, you should give our friends at Red Energy a call today. They're good people, they have competitive rates, and they'll look after you. In fact, tell them I sent you. Call 131 806 or go to redenergy.com.au. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply.
Once you know Ford Ranger was Australia's #1 selling vehicle in 2023, you'll see them everywhere.
There's one and another one.
1 Ranger, 2 Ranger, 3 Ranger, 4.
Oh, Ranger.
There's one.
Oh, kids, look. I see you, Ranger.
Look at that. Boom. Ranger.
Oh, is that one?
If you want to see more of Australia's #1, get into your local Ford dealer now.
Yeah, there's one.
The early season thriller. You can't bear to watch, but nor can you avert your eyes. On top of that, there's a 4 and 20 pie to negotiate. Anxious not to spill a precious drop of gravy-drenched Aussie beef. And careful not to squirt sauce all over the place. A nail-biting game can be a delicate balancing act. In round 2, with a 4 and 20 in hand, another delicious day of footy drama awaits.
The 4 and 20 pie.
That roast chicken? Maybe halal. That snack pack? Yep, halal. Dad's investment portfolio. How on earth would you tell? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services, helping Muslim Australians secure halal super, home loans and investments. Hijaz Financial Services. Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation or needs.
Flat footy moments to avoid this season. The Turnstile.
Mate meets mate at the gate. Match day tickets are on the mobile. Lining up to scan through. No! What's happened here? His phone's flat. He can't access the tickets.
Stay charged with a Signet Power Bank. Compact and lightweight, it fits in your pocket, and you'll never be flat when it's time to tap and go. Signet Power Banks, available at signet.com, as well as in-store at JB Hi-Fi and other leading retailers.
Hey sports lovers, I know you're keen to get to the game, but these days, play starts at Pink Lemonade. Peak First Bounce with drinks and tasty American barbecue while vibing the music and company. Even better, Pink Lemonade's right next to Richmond Station and just 5 minutes from your sport hotspots like the G, Amy Park, Rod Laver Arena and more. Whatever game's on, play starts at Pink Lemonade, Swan Street, Richmond. Sponsored by Grey Goose Vodka.
Tradies and lawn enthusiasts, power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered lawn and garden equipment. The Greenworks Pro 60V product range packs a serious punch with petrol-like performance without the noise and fumes. With over 20 products in the range, including lawnmowers, blowers, chainsaws, string trimmers, ride-on and zero-turn mowers, they're powered by an interchangeable 60V ultra-power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. For more information, including dealer locations, visit greenworksaustralia.com.
Convenience is the key when it comes to Melbourne Airport's terminal parking. Located directly opposite Terminals 1, 2, 3 and at Terminal 4, Melbourne Airport's terminal parking offers ultimate ease and value, and it's only a few minutes walk to the terminals. You'll be at the check-in counter in no time. Park with ease and peace of mind with Melbourne Airport. Book online at melbourneairport.com.au.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie. Macca's I'm loving it moments. Macca's new surprise fries.
To Crouch and on to Jones, kicks up the full forward, onto the chest of Fogarty. Darcy Fogarty through the 50, sends it on a path to goal and got it there.
He just pokes it into a bit of space. It's a good kick. It's a beautiful kick. So Burgess a couple of steps in, wrong side for a right footer. He draws it back beautifully.
Blitzarves wins the contest. Half past it close. Pokes it inside for Ollie Henry. Directly in front. Set shot. Henry leaps into it. And he sees it home for a major.
Welcome back to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies at halftime. It's the Cats hanging on by 12 points. 5-5-35 the home side, 7-5-47 the visitors. It's time for the Choices Flooring halftime floor show.
The Choices Flooring halftime floor show. Discover your style with the Carpets by Design sale.
We'll go through all the categories with our expert Kane Corns for MEGT. Let MEGT help you build the winning team in a moment. But we're all gearing up. It's a Friday night. There's a game of footy, and straight after we're done here at the Adelaide Oval, we hand the reins over to Mark Fine, who'll park his... Oh, no, I don't know whether he will park his St Kilda bias for a little while tonight. Finey, they were magnificent last night. We've got a good game of footy on our hands here.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about tonight's game, and I've got a feeling that the game's being decided as we speak, Andy. Tom Stewart's availability in the second half will be key to the game, because we saw Adelaide monster Geelong in the midfield, which you'd have to expect. No Tanner Bruhn, no Tom Atkins, not a strong midfield to start off with. Mitch Duncan not able to add to that depth off the halfback flank. So Adelaide have got on top in the middle, but it was Tom Stewart denying them at every turn. And as we speak, I reckon Geelong supporters have got their fingers crossed, hearts in mouths, praying that Tom Stewart takes the field in the second half.
How's it looking on tally? We're enjoying it here. It hasn't been totally scientific, but it's been spirited. What's the game looking like on the box?
It's been a great game, except Adelaide's goal kicking in the second half of that second quarter looked like they were wearing Ugg boots. I mean, there was Taylor Walker. He concocted some interesting bits of play, and Rankin. In the end, they'll surely get that right. There is one factor, though, that Geelong supporters can point to, and that is Jeremy Cameron's been very quiet. And how often does he have a very quiet game? So Jeremy Cameron turns up, and that's another big problem for the Crows. So two things. Tom Stewart, will he play? Jeremy Cameron, will he come alive? Cat supporters are hoping tick-tick win game.
There's a lot for us to look forward to in a couple of hours' time, mate. We'll be handing the reins over to you for final siren from 11. Go on, yep.
Extended program tonight, 6 hours of what's wrong with Collingwood.
Right, perfect, righto. 1300 736 736 is the number to call. Finey's there for you, whether it's therapy or something else, he'll be there for you. Final siren from 11 o'clock tonight.
All right, Kane, where are we? You're the expert for MEGT. Let MEGT help you build a winning team.
Yeah, so I felt like that was Adelaide's moment. And if you look, and what we did identify at quarter time was they hadn't been strong enough and tough enough in the contest. So credit to them. That's the positive for their response there. And Finey touched on their ability around the football. So I look at contested possession in that quarter. Adelaide win +8. I look at ground ball. They win +7. And then you look at entries. So they were able to parlay that into significant number of entries, 24, which... So we talk about the alarm bells in Adelaide's coach's box in the first quarter. Chris Scott's going, there's lights flashing everywhere, fella. How can we deny Adelaide the footy and reduce the number of entries? So that was the positive for Adelaide. The negative was they just weren't able to score. So, I mean, they had some really good opportunities. Pedler, 2 really good ones, and a third one running inside forward 50. Taylor Walker with one that he would usually gobble up from the pocket. Rankin was lairish. Walker was lairish. Burgess hit the post from 20 metres out directly in front. So the missed opportunities there, you get the feeling Geelong are too good not to make them pay in that space. That was Adelaide's moment in the second half. I feel like they squandered it somewhat.
Power play rankings for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas.
So let's look at the way Champion Data see the player ratings in the first half. We've got Tom Stewart, no surprises, is the best player on the ground with 75. Blixarves is second, Myers is third, and for Adelaide, best of theirs is Matt Crouch. He's had 20 disposals but only 4 kicks.
Unmissable moments for Drinkwise. Choose to Drinkwise.
Well, I felt like Geelong's ability in the first quarter to transition the ball from an intercept mark across half-back and move it through the middle of the ground or on the outer wing and then to score to an open forward line was just exhilarating, really. I haven't seen a team move the footy that fluently and the options that they had in the forward line. So that first quarter was something else for the Cats.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise. Crucial moment for New Farm.
Well, probably the Adelaide misses in that term, and I mean you can highlight a number of those. So there's that, but also pretty crucial the health of Tom Stewart. So let's find out where that sits. Now, Champion Data are pretty good at highlighting an issue when a player's getting assessed. They don't have him in any different colours. Usually it's blue and then it's red, and that's a real problem. At the moment, he just looks like an interchange player. So hopefully after half time that 20 minutes is up and he's been given the all clear.
Who's making it look easy? Kick off your next painting project with Monarch Painting Made Easy.
Yeah, we've spoken a lot about him, but he is. But I think Ryan Myers has been really important as well. Big numbers for a half forward. He's had 13 and a half time. He's kicked 2. He's nearly had 200 metres gained, and he's had 5 score involvements, which is the most on the ground. So Ryan Myers developing himself into a very dangerous footballer.
Monarch available at Bunnings Warehouse. And around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse, the NBL Grand Final Game 2. Tasmania 58, Melbourne 61. That's nearing three-quarter time. Melbourne had a double-digit lead in that third quarter, but Tassie have pegged them back. Melbourne 1 up in the series. Game 3 in Melbourne on Sunday. The Cats by 12. The quirky, I don't think I've ever seen this before. 7-5, all 5 are rush behinds. That's just the sort of stuff that appeals to me. 7-5, 47, Geelong 5-5, 35, Adelaide. That was the Choices Flooring halftime floor show. Choices Flooring, sale on now.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
Looking for a super fund that is halal and affordable? Get Halal Super from Hijaz Financial Services. We help Australians invest their super while your funds remain true to your values. Hijaz Financial Services, keeping halal super affordable. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Flat footy moments to avoid this season. The Turnstile.
Mate meets mate at the gate. Match day tickets are on the mobile. Lining up to scan through. No! What's happened here? His phone's flat. He can't access the tickets.
Stay charged with a Signet Power Bank. Compact and lightweight, it fits in your pocket, and you'll never be flat when it's time to tap and go. Signet Power Banks, available at signet.com, as well as in-store at JB Hi-Fi and other leading retailers.
Convenience is the key when it comes to Melbourne Airport's terminal parking. Located directly opposite Terminals 1, 2, 3 and at Terminal 4, Melbourne Airport's terminal parking offers ultimate ease and value, and it's only a few minutes walk to the terminals. You'll be at the check-in counter in no time. Park with ease and peace of mind with Melbourne Airport. Book online at melbourneairport.com.au.
Culverts, waste chutes, concealed downpipes, stacks, cooling tower pipework, fire services. If something flows through it or goes through it and it's cracked, broken or needs repairing, you can call the Drain Man to reline it. Yes, the Drain Man. We can reline almost anything from 100 mil up to 2 metres in diameter. Round, square or any shape. It's a long-term solution to rehabilitate your assets. Call 1-800-843-372. That's 1-800-THE DRAIN Man.
Tradies and lawn enthusiasts, power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered lawn and garden equipment. The Greenworks Pro 60V product range packs a serious punch with petrol-like performance without the noise and fumes. With over 20 products in the range, including lawnmowers, blowers, chainsaws, string trimmers, ride-on and zero-turn mowers, they're powered by an interchangeable 60V ultra-power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. For more information, including dealer locations, visit greenworksaustralia.com.
Just 35 minutes from the CBD, the stunning landscapes of the Sunbury wine region invite you to explore Marnong Estate. This historic 1,200-acre vineyard offers an experience like no other, with its panoramic views of Macedon Ranges. Your wedding, corporate retreat or social event will be one to remember, with cellar door tastings of their estate-grown wines and authentic Italian dining experiences at Cucina 3064 and signature restaurant La Vetta. Celebrate your next event at Marnong Estate. For bookings, visit marnongestate.com.au.
The early season thriller. You can't bear to watch, but nor can you avert your eyes. On top of that, there's a 4 in 20 pie to negotiate. Anxious not to spill a precious drop of gravy-drenched Aussie beef. And careful not to squirt sauce all over the place. A nail-biting game can be a delicate balancing act. In round 2, with a 4 in 20 in hand, another delicious day of footy drama awaits.
When you walk into OMF, it's okay to close your eyes. We encourage it, in fact, because all we're suggesting is after you've looked somewhere else, check out our signature range of mattresses, or even OMF's best value bed-in-box mattresses. Come and have a lie down. Simply see how you feel, and then open your eyes and look at the price. You might just see that you'll be 100% comfy.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
Cats by 12 points over the Crows. They've just run back out on the field. Let's have a look here. Tom Stewart, yes, Tom Stewart is with the group as they've returned to the field of play. So the Cats out first. The Crows about to emerge from their race. AFL Nation is for the 4 and 20 sausage roll and Repco authorised service. So where does it take us next, Kane?
Well, it's in the balance, isn't it? Like, I just feel like the momentum and the game shifted significantly, but there has been a lack of polish from Adelaide. Now, I suspect the old scoreboard is the scoring end. It felt like the ball was definitely carrying further there, and I did think Geelong's forward were just a tad lazy in that second term. They weren't presenting high enough, and I looked at Jeremy Cameron, who's been well held tonight. He's the one that has the athleticism and the tank to just get up a little bit higher and work a bit harder and present to the logos a bit more, because I thought they broke down badly across the middle of the ground in the second term. But Adelaide lifted their intensity. They lifted their work rate. Their on-ballers came to play in that second term, which is a good sign because they responded after being well beaten in the first term. So game on. We'll just see if Adelaide can find a bit more polish and do a bit more damage on the scoreboard, because they'd kicked themselves at 24 entries for only 2 goals in the second term.
Third quarter for Host Plus. Host Plus has been Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. Cornsey, the skipper's picked a bad night to leave his puffer jacket in the hotel room. The temperature's dropped about 15 degrees.
Because it was hot today, and my kids came to the footy with me, and they said, Dad, you reckon I'll be right in shorts and a T-shirt? I said, no way. You said, take a jumper, take a vest, wear tracky pants, and they did, so I'm thankful. But, Jared, we're heading in. It feels like summer's gone, hasn't it?
Yeah, the nights are chilly.
The mornings are darker.
Yeah.
And we've arrived, so
I got halfway here and thought, where's my jumper?
AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 sausage roll and Repco authorised service. Our major partner, the TAC. Please can be anywhere, anytime. A message from the TAC. Right now, who you got?
I've got Geelong.
Okay.
I mean, because of it's a little head start that they've got already at half time. I mean, there's a small margin this game, but you give them 2 goals at half time. That's a fair margin in a game like this. Adelaide have got to get going and get this crowd involved, because we saw it for a minute where they started to erupt, and it's electric here when they do get going. So the start to this game, the first goal, we saw Adelaide kick 3 in a row, I reckon, from the back end of the first quarter to the start of the second, and then the momentum was sucked out of it a bit. So let's see who lines up on ball. They've given the responsibility, Geelong, to young Jai Clark, who's been pretty good. I really like him. I think he gets better every time he plays. Not big numbers for him, but has a crack. Blitzarves, we predicted that he would spend some more time inside with their out, so he's in there. And for Adelaide, it's the mainstays. You got Crouch, you got Laird, you got Dawson, and you know what you're going to get from them.
The flag suggested that wind is getting stronger all the time.
Yeah. Geelong going with it this quarter. They made the most of it in the opening quarter, 6 goals to 3. Adelaide certainly didn't in the second term. If it is to be the scoring end, can Geelong make the break in this term, build a bridge that's a bit too far? It's a big quarter, and we're underway. O'Brien tries to flip it out the back. He does nicely to Laird, who can't find Dawson. Gets his man maybe a little low. No, said the umpire. That was fighting hard for it was Adelaide. Crouch did well. Got it to Dawson. They go to inside forward 50. Brilliant work by Fogarty. Around the body, bounced it through. What a start. He gets his second, and it took a matter of seconds for the Crows to cut the margin to a goal in this third quarter. 6-5. 41 Adelaide, 7-5, 47 the Cats.
It was awesome. Geelong had a play on the ball, coughed it up. Adelaide tough inside through Crouch. Nothing pretty going inside, but they didn't let Geelong mark the footy. I mean, Walker's done that a couple of times tonight. He's been out of position, but has brought the ball to ground. And that's a glimpse of what he can do, Fogarty, because he's got power and speed. And when he's got a full head of steam, good luck tackling him. And most importantly, he finished when his teammates around him have been inaccurate. The perfect start for Adelaide, a centre-bounce goal inside a minute.
Bounced back in the middle of the ground. O'Brien was taken high by Stanley.
Here they go again.
He'll give the hand pass to Dawson around the back, confronted by Myers. Had to give ground to Michaelani. Kicks it up to half forward. 4-man pack. Ball gets to the back. Tex has got it. Walker fed the hand pass wide of Keys. Gathers the ground ball. From 55 out, he steers the pass near the top of the square. Fogarty low down. Great pickup. Evasive skills. Gave it to Crouch. He's changed his mind a couple of times. Crouch pulls it back to the teeth of goal, and Tex will take the mark. It felt like Crouch had got lost there, but there was still the option for him. And Walker's got it at full forward.
Never seen a footballer more reluctant to kick a goal. Matt Crouch is on his left foot twice. He just did not want to have a shot at goal. In the end, all's well that ends well. And he put the ball to a dangerous spot. And Taylor Walker starting to get involved in this game. Warning signs for Geelong. This will be their second centre-bounce goal inside 2 minutes.
Texas' first goal of 2024 levels the scores. It's a dynamite start from the home team to this second half. 7-5, 47, each of 2 on the Host Plus scoreboard. These are crucial moments for New Farm.
All right, so let's look at the personnel on ball for Geelong. Are you going to do anything different? What are you going to do? They're having a conference there now. They haven't changed the personnel. 2 from 2 Adelaide have won, with the same 4 going up against the same 4. So Jai Clark's coming over. They're just changing positions now. Stanley's got to be more competitive. Sloppy free kick that was given away. and an easy position to score is centre bounce because of the even nature of the numbers forward of the ball. Let's see if there's a response from Geelong, because from quarter time they've been well beaten.
36-29 now, the inside 50s for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. They're on top in that area. Dangerfield tries to insert himself, crashes through, handballs it out in the path of Holmes. Here's the stop prop, gets it to Blitzarves. He was brilliantly tackled. It was great stuff by Fogarty. Umpire said he legally got rid of the footy. Dangerfield tumbles it inside forward 50. It's haphazard stuff, but it's desperate stuff now from the Cats. Ball there to be won. Clean hands by Clark. He goes in, gets the handball away while slung. Butts was there for Adelaide. Handballed it into space. Crouch has been in everything so far this third quarter. May have been driven into the ground.
The non-controlling umpire in the middle of the ground paid a free kick. They haven't paid that at all tonight, but I think that was the right decision.
He certainly was driven forward in the tackle.
Players do try and milk that, though. That's my only frustration. When they know that they're in trouble, they lunge forward and they dive forward, and it's a bit of an issue that the game's got at the moment.
Makes it hard for the umpire, doesn't it?
It does.
So they go short and wide to Michael Annie, and he does the same to Hinge out of sight of the ground.
So it was a good response from Geelong. I mean, a couple of times they looked like they were going to be held up in the tackle, but they got their hands free, went inside 50, and Adelaide defended well.
Down the line he goes. Big pack fly. Burgess has been good. Can't mark ground level. Laird had plenty of it, as he usually does. Dispossessed. Smith had to be holding the ball up. I said play on. Tui gets the crumb. Gets it to Myers. Got the handball over the top to Close. 60 out from goal. Sees something in the pocket he likes. It's Cameron.
Well, there we go. So that's the method. If they can go off turnover and go into an open forward line, then they have enough talent to kick a big score tonight, and that's what they did. Now, players have been having all sorts of trouble kicking goals from this pocket tonight.
It's well within his capability. He'll swing out on that left across the body. He's kicking from 35 out. His heels are on the boundary line now. He gets into his move. The goal umpire did not move. It is a pure strike from a wonderful footballer, and the Cats reclaim the lead. They lead by a goal. 9-5. 53 to 7-5, 47. Cameron's got two.
Can I just have a bit of a rant for a moment here tonight? Brodie Smith, stone cold, holding the ball. Didn't dispose of the football, had prior, not paid. There's been 86 tackles tonight, and there's been one holding the ball free kick. Are we not paying holding the ball? I think we've seen, I'm going to say 3 or 4 that you would go, okay, bang, that's holding the ball. Player has prior. Rolly O'Brien had one earlier in the game holding the ball. 86 tackles collectively and one holding the ball.
It's a better game when you pay.
Yeah, I think you've got to reward that. Like both teams have tackled well. In particular, Geelong, they've laid 51 tackles. If you get someone stone cold, they've had prior. It's an effective tackle. They don't dispose of it. Pay holding the ball.
Kane Corns for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Back in the middle. Both ruckmen reached for it. Rankin gathered, slipped the tackle of Stanley. Hand passes it forward to Laird. Links it up with Dawson. Ran out of space. Slapped down by Holmes. He's wrapped up immediately that he got hold of it. Dawson stopped him.
I reckon. Holmes coming up, pressing up. Good press. Rankin's gone on ball. First time I think I've seen him in the centre bounce tonight. Instant impact.
Tossed up, O'Brien down near Laird. Parfitt disputes it, got it to his boot. Took a bit of territory off to Stengel.
It's good from Parfitt. Nothing pretty, just tough inside. Win a clearance.
Stengel lays it off near the wing. Myers sees come over his shoulder. Has a look up inside the 50. He'll kick to the lead of Hawkins. Reaches up, knocks it down. Smith underneath. Tripped himself up. Left it there. So O'Connor's hand pass out the side. Manor got overwhelmed, and he'll get knocked off holding the ball.
There's the second one for the night.
They heard you, Kane. Led with that resulting free kick 40 away from defensive goal.
Everything's in front of him. He's got a couple of players side on, and that's what he uses in the end. It's Berry.
Just a side note, Geelong only received 5 free kicks for the night so far.
Berry comes back inside defensive 50 to Michael Annie. He's got the short on offer as well, Worrell. Now he goes backwards to Butts. Sizing it up, wants something to open up. Butts goes short to Saligo. He plays on quickly to Rochelle in between half-back and wing position in front of the interchange gates. Studies the field ahead of him and then kicks it out on the full. Nothing was opening up for them, and Geelong had done all the work they needed to do to make it frustrating. Now, what can they do? Kolajasny short to Stewart. Good to see him back to Koning on the edge of the square, half back. He goes down the line. Blitzards will come at it. Good body work from Smith. Got him under the footy. Worrell goes back, feigns the handball, gets rid of Dempsey. Then on the left, high ball. Pedlar's underneath it, stands his ground, takes the mark.
And then just got pushed over at the last, and that'll be a 50-metre penalty as well. Kolajasny, he'd left his man, so I feel like he felt he had to hold Pedlar up.
He's got the distance, but whether he's shell-shocked from the 3 shanks that he's had going for goal, we'll see what he does here, whether he tries to find an option. But he's a big, powerful left footer. If he runs around, I think he's got the distance, and it looks like he's going to have a crack.
Luke Pedlar winds it up out to the left. He'll send it powerfully to goal. It's come up a yard short. Stewart had it in his hands momentarily. Lost it. It's through for a rush behind. Cats by 5 on the Host Plus scoreboard.
So Stewart plays on straight down the middle, then just hooks the footy towards half back. Dempsey's there, palms it down into the path of Cameron, feels for it, gets it wrapped up, gone, holding the footy. Umpire, yes, pays it.
Second one to land in a matter of moments, so good tackle.
Again, they could have paid 10 of those earlier.
I'm glad they've started to at least pay them now.
So Laird sizes it up, just pops it into traffic. No one can mark. Grand level Adelaide have got good numbers around the footy. Keys wrapped up by O'Connor. Ball not coming out. Umpire says, well, you had it trapped in and you were doing everything you could, and I'll ball it up. O'Brien does well. Chance for Rankin. Got the crumb and kicked the goal. Just like that. Bit too easy, really. And the Crows put their nose in front by the barest of margins. 8-6-54 to 8-5-53. This quarter for Host Plus. Major partner of AFL Nation, the TAC. Please can be anywhere, anytime. A message from the TAC.
Well, they've hit the lead, and they've hit the lead because no one wanted to play on Isaac Rankin at a forward stoppage. Now, there's a couple of players in the game that are deadly in this position. Charlie Cameron is one of those. Don't let him stand on his own at a forward stoppage, and this man's the other one. They're my top 2. So he just got out the back. O'Connor was there late and was easily pushed into the contest. And Rankin gets out the back, takes one step and goes bang. I mean, that's shelling peas for a player as skillful as that. A complete breakdown in Geelong's defensive 50.
Trojan tools built, tough replay. Crows led with the first goal of the night. They reclaim it in the 11th minute of the third term. O'Brien taps it forward. Berry got tagged. Going forward, Crouch to keep the momentum. Berry's tracking the footy. Parfitt knocked him off it. Up against the flow, Jack Henry won the tough ball, gave it to Parfitt, kicks into centre field, ball bounces over the top of the initial contest. Michael Annie trapped it well though, had support from Keane, used O'Brien and Crouch and pumps it out the side to Hinge, delivers the Crows wide to half forward for Tex. Walker will wind it up, no, he'll keep it shallow, bursts through the hands of Pedlar. De Koning onto the footy in defence. Harried, hand pass out to Tui. Off to Myers, tried to slip clear, had to give it with evasive action out to Guthrie. Delivers the Cats beyond halfway. Cleared the first contest. Ollie Henry just had a momentary fumble, and that allowed Keane to wrap him up and stop any progress.
Poor old Pedlar's is having one of those nights, isn't he? Silver service from Taylor Walker inside 50. Hits his hands hard and bounces off.
O'Brien drops it down. He's having his way with these ruckmen at the moment. Jones can't take it. Ball in dispute. O'Connor toe poke. Man of the gather. Gets it to Myers. Into the path of Hawkins. It was so quick.
How important, though, is being clean. So Chase Jones has got one chance in that moment to be clean. And your teammates around you read that. Okay, we've got the ball. It's going to hit Chase. Oh, I'm gone. Now, when you fumble that footy in a big game against good opposition, they make you pay. That's why the best players, Lockie Neal, spend hours and hours and hours on their ground ball and their ball handling skills.
Cornsey for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Hawkins from 49. Gets close to the man on the mark. It's a lovely kick nonetheless. It's not like you had to momentarily pull the kick a little bit, but it's straight through the middle. He's kicked his second. And Geelong reclaim the lead. It's a good game of footy. 8-6-54 the Crows. 9-5 59 the Cats this quarter for host plus.
And it costs you a goal. Okay, so that's a harsh on a player, but not really. So Craig McRae speaks last night about his Collingwood players and the fundamentals. That's what he's talking about and how fumbly they were. Jones is a first-round draft pick, played a lot of football now, should be comfortable at the level. You want to spend time on ball, you've got to be clean in those moments. Cough it up, opposition turn it over, bang, you leave your defenders out to dry, and you get one of the best forwards in the last 20 minutes, in the last 20 years, I should say, involved in the game. And it was against the run of play. So big moments in big games.
Cats by 5 on the Host Plus scoreboard. Stanley wins the tap. Dangerfield and Laird engaged. Laird won the contest. Hand pass was Shark though. O'Connor puts it forward. Close works it around to Tui. Dangerfield stayed in the play onto the right boot. Pumps it long for Hawkins. Great carry right next to the behind post. He takes the mark.
He's kicked out 80 metres.
Yeah, so what are we talking with this breeze? It's
big wind.
Yeah, 3 or 4 goal breeze, I reckon. So Geelong would want probably a 3-goal lead minimum at 3/4 time.
Hawkins just been put on his correct angle. He's going to start a step outside the boundary. He'll run around and open it up. Hawkins on the move, screws it through for his third. The Cats have an 11-point buffer on back-to-back goals from the Tomahawk. 10-5-65 to Adelaide, 8-6-54. TAC, please give me anywhere, anytime a message from the TAC.
Yeah, so then you go back to the centre bounce and Geelong through Dangerfield, brilliance and grunt and desire give you an opportunity. Now, it wasn't a whole lot that Butts could do there. I mean, he had really good positioning. There wasn't a whole lot of pressure on the ball, but in the end it was a long, high ball that just kept carrying for miles, and Hawkins just read it better in play and used his body so smartly. One of the smartest forwards we've seen. And he just did that. And then most importantly, his ability to finish the last 2 times when Adelaide couldn't finish from their opportunities in the second quarter may end up being the difference in this game. It's a big set of bounce now.
Looks like McHenry's going to be called into action. There's some movement down on the boundary for Spitwater, tough and ready. So he's getting ready to come into the game. We'll keep an eye on activity down there. Laird runs through a couple of would-be tacklers, tumbles the footy up towards half forward. Berry comes out, had a look at it, fumbled. Holmes goes in, he fumbles. Berry goes in, Holmes was held.
Yeah, he held his shorts. And the minute the umpire sees that, they're going to pay a free kick.
He kicks it into traffic. Miller came into the middle of a couple of Geelong players and affected the small ball. Ball goes out of bounds.
Just wondering who the player Adelaide may be likely to sub out. Perhaps Murphy, who's been quiet, like for like there with Mick Henry. They may go that way.
Stanley O'Brien just gets rid of him way too easily. Cornsey drives it inside forward 50. Up in front, mark can't be taken. Stewart, there's a hold again. So Geelong getting a nice little run at it here. Adelaide giving away a couple of soft free kicks. And Geelong a chance. The ball goes through to Clark.
It made Clark work, but work he did. He brings it out to Jack Henry at half-back. It's been called to play on, drops it onto the right boot, got under the kick. It'll carry up near Stanley. Staying down at the back was O'Connor. Fed it on to Close. Has a look at the deep targets, then kicked it shallow and wide and missed Hawkins and bounces out of play.
Disappointed. Just watching Tom Hawkins' leading patterns there. He turned around Butts, he squared up his shoulders, and at the exact right moment he made his lead, and it was an easy kick and it missed, and he hasn't been missed much tonight, but he's looking dangerous.
40 out from the Geelong goal. Rackman go to work. Jones had a little fumble underneath. Parfitt kept it in dispute. Berry pulls it clear though for the Crows, and he'll deliver out of defence. Kicks to the pack on the wing. Guthrie backed himself, flew over the top of Murphy, takes the intercept mark.
Definitely putting more time into Stewart finally, and unsurprisingly it's Pedler, so he's the one that's just been tasked with not letting Tom Stewart stand by himself.
Guthrie kicks it to the pack inside the 50. A pack collapsed. And it's a push going the Crows' way. So they took the mark anyway through Crouch, and they're going to let him take it. So Crouch out across the face of goal to Worrell. And out of the back pocket as they look to build the ball through Keys. Keeps it shallow to Miller.
This is where you got to work. We'll see if Adelaide's forwards learned from Geelong in the second term. They played too deep. This ball can only carry about 40 metres. It's going to drop short.
So up the wing. Flying was Burgess. Knocking it on momentarily was Berry, but it came to Koning's way. Off to Myers, out to Stewart, to boundary side. Dempsey kept it going. Close brings it inboard. Manor has a look at the big sticks and misses to the near side. Cats by 12 on the Host Plus scoreboard. There's 8.5 to go in the third.
Good chain of handballs. Really slick, quick hands.
So Keane with the kicking duties. He takes some space and then just drops it into the path of Burgess, who's got good hands.
Yeah, that's a great kick.
Just outside defensive 50. Inside the corridor, out he goes now with a short ball to Worrell. Kick and a half away from the goal they're defending. It's all clogged up ahead of him. So down the line he goes, asks someone to mark the footy, and it's De Koning. They're not reading the football at all well.
Not at all.
No, the opposite, the offensive teams into the breeze. A couple of quick handballs. Stewart gets it back, gives it now to Guthrie, who runs through the would-be tackle, drives it back inside forward 50. Henry goes up, can't mark. Close had a momentary look at it. Butts put his man under pressure. Quick kick still inside forward 50. Ball bubbling around in there. Someone needs to get a clean hand on it. Ollie Henry comes through, can't mark. There's a whistle and there's an idiot on the ground.
Oh,
yeah.
There's two.
Wow, engaged
Right
with the
in
players.
the middle of the play. Yep.
So grabbing hold of Crouch.
That's just madness. Now the players, the players are targeting him because the security blokes couldn't hold him, and the players took it into their own hands.
Benny Keys has done an Andrew Simons and said, I've had enough of this. And now there's 4 security guards piled on top of him. I thought there was 2 because I didn't recognise the uniform of the security guard, and I've looked up. They're just wearing black pants with sort of a red jacket, but yeah, came at a critical moment as well.
That's pretty alarming.
It really is.
An intruder could get to the players in live action and grab hold of one of them.
Yeah. The players will steer clear from the imbecile, but they'd want to have a word to him, I reckon. I mean, that's just completely out of line. Absolute clown.
Makes me wonder if the security staff just enjoy watching the footy here rather than...
Yes. Yeah, well, it caught everybody by surprise, didn't he? Got out in the middle of where the football was so quickly.
I can't think of a moment like that in footy in many a year where an intruder has got into the play and at the players.
No. Thankfully, we don't see much of that. So he's gone, and he'll be dealt with. We're inside forward 50. Geelong's attacking end. Blitzards. O'Brien again. Crouch has had some sort of quarter. Farms it out to Hinge. Hinge now on that left. Down the line he goes looking for... What a fly! Stewart got airborne and almost took the mark of the year. Geelong get the crumb. Guthrie comes inboard. It's a good kick. It was a great effort coming back with the fly to the footy. That was Murphy. He wore it. Ball still to be won. Mullen goes in over the top. Bodies colliding in. Myers pokes it over the top. He's going to find O'Connor.
You had to be brave then. O'Connor releases. He didn't know he'd been paid the mark.
That was unbelievable from Murphy. He had no right on that football and has run back with no thought of his own safety. As we have a look at the Tom Stewart failed attempt at mark of the year. That would have been mark of the year. That was a graceful hanger. And he was up there. He did the hard part. It just slipped through his fingers.
O'Connor to Holmes. He set Clark a task. Wore it in the back from Millerer. Ball loose against the boundary and over. Around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse. How close to finished is that? Deep into the last quarter in the game 2 of the NBL. It's Tasmania by 1, 76-75, 7 seconds to go. A lot can happen in 7 seconds in basketball. Blitzhouse knocks it down to the front. Parfitt's onto it. Dangerfield fed the hand pass out the side. There's nobody there, and it'll be insufficient intent. So it'll be Crouch's ball in the defensive area for the Crows.
I feel like they need one more, Geelong. With this win, it's definitely been the scoring end. Ball is travelling probably 20 metres further in the air. Matt Crouch, 28th disposal. He's been big.
Out to half back, 2 up, Fogarty and Tex. It didn't work, so Clark underneath pumps the Cats back inside 50. Crouch is there again. This time he got caught, let the footy go. Hinge to Michael Lanny, paddles it over the boundary. 35 around from Geelong's goal front.
We'll keep an eye on the final seconds of that game for Chemist Warehouse. It's been a good fight back by the Jackies. Ball thrown in. Geelong still in attack. The ball has been in this area for a sustained period. Can they find a way through? Stengel, lovely clean take at ground. They got 2-on-1 here. The ball travelling. Dempsey gets good hands on it. Around the body, that's a very clever kick. Outside of his right foot. Ollie Henry just followed him into the empty space. And Dempsey calmly found him. I thought it was a big kick, Kane.
Yeah, definitely a big kick. He does it pretty well. Hasn't touched the footy in this quarter, Ollie Henry. So they do have so many options there. But he's just got speed, Dempsey. And speed makes things happen. And it was really clever to find Henry in this position.
Crucial moment for New Farm. He comes in. He's generally pretty good at this and he puts it through. It's a big goal in the context of this one. 24 minutes into the third quarter. Henry's got his second. 24 minutes on the Makita clock, and it's just the goal the Cats needed. They lead by 18.
Yeah, so crucial moment for New Farm is that Sam Berry has been subbed out. So Ned McHenry is onto the ground. See if he can provide a spark. He's a good sub. McHenry plays with aggression. He's a fierce tackler. And when required, can bob up and kick a goal. So Adelaide have gone with theirs. Of course, Geelong just waiting with Nevitt. I feel like O'Sheen Mullen may be the player vulnerable. I'd be getting Nevitt onto the ground now. Just get him involved before three-quarter time. Get him into the action and amongst it. I feel like now that Adelaide have gone with theirs, it's probably the time for Geelong to match it and go with theirs. Nevitt's a good player.
5.5 remain in the third term. Cats with a 3-goal lead. Blitzarve reached up, won the tap. Parfitt kept it going out the front. Dangerfield onto it. Laird trying to bring him down. Couldn't. Hand pass to Dempsey. He'll lay it off to Hawkins. Kicks around the corner. Splendid stuff. Patrick Dangerfield did all the bullocking work. And it's finished by Tom Hawkins for his fourth. And the Cats have got the buffer that they would have liked, kicking with the wind. They're 24-point leaders with 5.25 minutes remaining on the Host Plus scoreboard.
That is unbelievable. Like, honestly, to run at full speed when you've played 323 AFL games and to bend over and pick the ball up like that and then to find the handball that went 15 metres to the outside to find your teammate in space and then for Geelong to work their way through there. Take a bow. Dangerfield's been enormous tonight and he's been big in this quarter, and Adelaide must watch him bursting through the front of the centre bounce. He's done that 3 or 4 times tonight.
This quarter for Host Plus AFL Nation for the 4-20 sausage roll and Repco authorised service. Into the middle. Key takeaway. Can Adelaide get one back here?
Hawkins is a problem, is it? 4 goals. When's this guy ever going to slow down?
3 this term.
He's about to break Joel Selwood's games record at Geelong, which is saying something, and he's got more footy in him.
Back in the middle, ground level, umpire letting them play. The ball's visible. It's a chance to be hooked out of there. No, says the umpire.
Looks as though Mick Henry's just said, okay, you're going to go play on Tom Stewart. Don't let him touch the footy. Feels like that's his job coming on as a sub. Tough task for Tom Stewart to have a fresh player come at you like that.
Sars tries to hook it out the back. Pedler got first hands on it.
And Adelaide have gone with Miller Murray behind the ball as the spare, just to try and shut things up and not let Geelong score a late one.
Pedler's kick out of the stoppage, half batted down. It finds its way up towards centre half forward. Stewart tried to find the handball through traffic. Key's got the crumb. And he had the lead on offer of Fogarty, and he takes the mark 49 metres out from goal.
Probably one of the few errors that Tom Stewart has made is surrounded by 3 or 4 Adelaide players, took possession of the ball and just coughed it up a little bit too easily. Even if you absorb the tackle and take a holding the ball and take your time to give the ball back to the tackler rather than cough it up and give them a fast play. Now he's going to kick this from 51 into the breeze, but he's got the power to make the distance.
Straight back into the Riverback stand. He should get the distance from here. It's a lovely drop punt. And he hits the post halfway up. So he had the distance, no problems. The accuracy just off. 55 plays, 78 deep into the third quarter.
Kick-in's a quick one to Guthrie, who goes long down the line to the contest. Dempsey off the ground out in front of Dangerfield, tapped it on, couldn't quite brush O'Brien, but got the strength to have the hand pass out in front of Blitzarves onto Ollie Henry over his head. Couldn't find a teammate, throw it in.
It's a good transition though. You've got to kick in and within the space of maybe 8 seconds, the ball is now 65 metres out from your goal. Fast footy, and get the ball up your end with the win. And if they can get one more goal in the last 3 minutes, it's a really handy buffer at three-quarter time.
But Sabs and O'Brien. O'Brien took it out of the ruck, but Sabs tackled him, balling up.
So now Adelaide have gone with Hinge behind the ball, closer to goal. So they didn't have that in the first quarter, but they're looking to protect the scoreboard right now.
No effective tap. Half it to Clark. Kick smothered by Pedler, who ended up with it on the ricochet. Tosses it down the wing. Tex comes sliding in and takes the mark.
But not much to go to.
Walker just dinks the kick into the middle. Tui had first access. Rochelle just got a toe in there to keep it alive. He tried with Jones. They couldn't quite work it out. Saligo might. He got legged by Tui on the way through. Saligo's free kick in centre field. Rankin wanted it out the side, and that's where the ball went. He'll wind it up and give them a look deep. He played it into the pocket. Fogarty's got 2 against. And De Koning swatted it away and out of play. That 7 seconds is still going in the NBL.
Only halfway through it, Terry.
It's so funny. Cats by 23. Crows attacking late in the third term. O'Brien knocked it to the front. Guthrie was waiting for it. Taken to ground by McHenry. Laird stood in a tackle, fed it off. Fogarty keeps it alive. O'Brien's kick was smothered. Holmes at the source. Parfitt and Tui pokes it outside 50. And Stengel is there to make it safe for the Cats.
I feel like they're just going to keep going, Geelong. I feel like they sense the moment and they're not going to shut things down and milk the clock. Patrick Dangerfield's got the ball now. You can hear the boos from the Crows fans who have a long memory, but they're just going to keep playing footy.
Down the line, asks Henry to come at it. Was he pushing the marking contest? Yes, said the umpire, Michael Annie. Just eased him out when Henry left the ground a bit too early, said the umpire. Henry wheels and goes. High ball. Cameron comes at it. Cameron floats at it. Can't mark. Hawkins looks to do the crumbing work. Clark goes in, tries to crash through, wrapped up, not coming out. Ball up, 40 out from the Geelong goal. They lead by 23 points deep into the third quarter for Host Plus. Ball thrown up. There a chance. Myers, the dinky little handball, was just behind Dangerfield. Crows hack it out of defence. Guthrie goes up. It was a really brave effort to take the mark by McHenry. Brought it to ground. Saligo, the fend, gets the handball over the top. They trying desperately to get out. McHenry had the footy, dispossessed by Tui. Out of bounds it goes. We'll have a throw in. 2 kicks out from the Geelong goal.
Tough McHenry. They got a few really tough players, Adelaide. We've seen what Lockie Murphy has done for small players. Saligo's tough. McHenry there, no thought of his own safety. Inspirational stuff.
Thrown on the broadcast wing. O'Brien tried to get it over his head to the back. Clark was there for the Cats. Hand pass to Cameron. Squeezed a kick up inside the 50. Crows are well represented. And it's well protected by Smith.
Yeah, it's good. We haven't seen a lot of that. Just 11 intercept marks for the night.
The Jazz Halal Financial Services keeping Smith off the side of his boot. It nearly went at a right angle.
One of the best kicks in the AFL has just produced one of the biggest clangers of his career.
What happened? It's been a night of quite odd moments.
What happened there?
Hit the very outside of his boot and slewed straight out on the full.
5 metres.
Dangerfield winds it up from 75. He's given it everything he's got. He made the distance with 10 to spare. He just didn't have the accuracy about it. 24-point margin in the Cats' favour with 1 minute and 7 to go in the third term.
Amazing, Cornsey. He's lost none of his power, Paddy.
No, if his body can hold up, you feel like he's in for a huge season. I mean, he's got 8 All-Australians. Is he looking at 9?
Adelaide chipping it out of defence. Michael Annie to Laird. Laird's got McHenry over the top. They're into their attacking half now. Goes looking for Walker. Kick had too much on it. Stewart read it absolutely perfectly, driving things around the other way. It's 3v1. O'Brien can't mark. Ball to ground. He goes to ground with the ball. Just fumbles it out towards Laird. Butts gets it to McHenry, getting involved in the game, handballs it through. Hinge wanted to kick, gave the handball and said, now you're a chance. Dawson from 52 pins the ears back, but it's hard getting the coverage down there, and off hands it goes through. And in fact, it was off hands.
Conference. We've got a conference.
Let's have a look through the post and see what happened.
Did it cross the point line, or was the ball spoiled into the point post before it crossed the line? We've got 3 umpires on the job.
The Jack Jumpers have beaten Melbourne United 82-77 in Game 2, so they're 1 apiece in the best of 5.
It's an important point, though, isn't it?
No, it is. Yeah.
It's an even 4-goal margin at the moment.
Review complete. Looking at these angles, we can see the ball does not cross the back of the behind line and is punched into the behind post.
So,
decision on the scoreboard.
If they can conjure a goal out of this, it's really canny stuff from Fogarty, who didn't want to concede the behind.
So you think that's what he was doing?
I think he looked like he was trying to punch the ball back into play for mine. You'd like to know from him what he was trying to do, but it looked that way to me.
Yeah.
So they get a deep ball in here. Dying stages, third quarter. O'Brien up in front. Ground level Dangerfield just rode the tackle. Hawkins is down there, paddles it out. Dempsey around the body. It's going to be intercepted here. It's Butts of all people.
It's in interesting hands after the siren.
Has not kicked a goal in 60. Well, this is 62nd match.
Has never kicked a goal.
No.
Wow, this would be a good time. I mean, there's not a whole lot of pressure for him if you're ever going to kick one.
It's the biggest kick of his life.
This will raise the roof. There is no roof. This will bring the house down.
He's going to kick from 51. No. Never, ever, ever looked like it. 3-quarter time, the game is beautifully set up for an Adelaide rush here in the last quarter, or the Cats to hang on, and what a win that'd be. It was a really good quarter of footy by Geelong, who kicked 5 goals to 3.
So it's 12-7-79 to 8-7-55. Multiple goal kickers. Hawkins with 4, 2 each to Cameron, Myers and Henry. Well, for the Crows, it's 2 for Burgess and 2 for Fogarty. AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 sausage roll and Repco authorised service.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Host Plus. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
AGT introduced Sundancer wheat, the ideal replacement for LRPB Lancer. Bred specifically for New South Wales, Sundancer is very high yielding with excellent yield stability and has APH quality classification. Sundancer through AGT affiliates or local retailers.
Hey sports lovers, I know you're keen to get to the game, but these days, play starts at Pink Lemonade. Be first bounce with drinks and tasty American barbecue while vibing the music and company. Even better, Pink Lemonade's right next to Richmond Station and just 5 minutes from your sport hotspots like the G, Amy Park, Rod Laver Arena and more. Whatever game's on, play starts at Pink Lemonade. Swan Street, Richmond. Sponsored by Grey Goose Vodka.
Every day, 53 Australians hear the words, "You have blood cancer." But together, we can ensure that they don't go through it alone. If we all band together and sign up to shave, cut or colour our hair during the world's greatest shave, every dollar we raise for the Leukemia Foundation will help fund cutting-edge research in addition to providing support services to patients and families, which keeps them together when they need each other most. And that's bloody beautiful. Sign up today at worldsgreatestshave.com.
The Apache helicopter. The apex of flying military might. It can outmaneuver and outgun anything else in the sky. But they're not so great to take on holiday. Apache Caravans are built to handle just as much punishment, and they're rolling fortresses of comfort designed for true off-road reliability. An Apache Caravan makes the helicopter look clumsy. ApacheCaravans.com.au. Apache Caravans don't actually fly, but they will take you places.
The Sounding Board with Craig Hutchison and Damien Barrett. It's sport, it's the media, it's talking about the issues that matter.
We're in this horrible spot in this country where being re-elected is more important than doing what you think is right. It's unthinkable. The Gabba has gone from being a potential pride piece to VFL Park in a day.
But where do they go from not wanting to spend $3.2 billion on the Gabba redevelopment to then out of nowhere finding another space and spending more? And then that having that rejected anyway.
What are they doing? Like, this is if you're not going to do it for an Olympic Games, when are you ever going to do it?
So you've got Paris Olympics this year. You've then got LA Olympics 2028. And then you've got the Backwater Olympics of 32 in Australia.
We better get our skates on. It's looming.
Well, it's already... We've missed the boat on it.
Yeah.
None of this has been forced upon Queensland. We've got another Victorian Commonwealth Games fiasco about to unfold here. And I don't mean to be. I don't think I'm too dramatic in posing that.
I hope not. I hope not.
The Sounding Board podcast with Hutchie and Damo. Thanks to Drinkwise. If you're choosing to have a drink, choose to Drinkwise.
Hi, Josh Kennedy here. Have you received an electricity or gas price increase? Or you're worried about rising energy costs? Give Red Energy a call. Their Aussie-based team will give you a no-obligation energy bill comparison, and you might be surprised by what they have to offer. Plus, Red Energy is owned by Snowy Hydro, a leader in renewable energy. Give 100% Australian-owned Red Energy a call today on 131 806 or visit redenergy.com.au. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply.
I got a mower and a blower that were out on loan, but it's been 6 months and my lawns are overgrown. He said 2 days and I'll have it back, but now I want my Makita back. You better can edge, you better can prune, you better bring it back pretty bloody soon. Oh, it's nice at first, but this is just slack. All I want is my Makita back. I want my Makita back. I want my Makita back. I want my Makita back.
Monarch makes painting easy because the wrong tools are frustrating. Rollers giving poor patchy finishes and finding loose brush hairs everywhere. Oh, don't settle for subpar results. Achieve the perfect finish with ease. Monarch. Painting made easy. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie. Macca's I'm loving it moments. Macca's new surprise fries.
Got it to Dawson. They go to inside forward 50. Brilliant work by Fogarty. Around the body, bounce it through. What a start. Close. Sees something in the pocket he likes. It's Cameron. He gets into his move. The goal umpire did not move. It is a pure strike.
Pumps it long for Hawkins. Great carry right next to the behind post. Hawkins on the move. Screws it through for his third. Dangerfield onto it. Laird trying to bring him down. Couldn't. He'll lay it off to Hawkins. Kicks around the corner. Splendid stuff. Patrick Dangerfield did all the bullocking work. It's the Cats by 4 goals. It's felt like a 4-goal win. It's just dropped a fraction as we head towards this final term by the look of the flags down at the Cathedral end. Kane Corns, what do you reckon?
Oh, game on here, game on. Can Adelaide do better than their 2 goals in the second term with the breeze? Because they're going to get their opportunities. Geelong's defence has defended pretty well. Crucial to that is the role of Tom Stewart. And do Adelaide... Are they able to negate him? Game on.
Final quarter for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Can they get the wind and the crowd into it? Whistle in the middle. Dawson will get a free kick against Dangerfield.
Good start.
Just tagged him at the wrong moment. Dawson gets going onto the left boot. Gives the Crows a look up inside the 50. Jack Henry made the spoiler. Got all the way to the goal square. Kolajasny kept it away. De Koning wore the tackle off to Stewart, then to Kolajasny beyond the defensive 50. This is where the Crows were so good in the second quarter. Just winning it right back, and Dawson does so. There's a bit of signalling to go around the perimeter, which he was initially reluctant, but now concedes to do so. Hinge with the setup. Michaelani ran past, but Hinge is going to probe out into the pocket. He liked the look of Murphy, who had a fly, didn't take the mark. Cats defenders are around it. Stewart has footy in hand.
Yeah, so I just think for Geelong, depending on how much ruck work Blixarves has to do, looks like he's in the... No, he's not in the ruck at the moment. He's playing on ball. He should be the target down the line.
So Murphy wins a hard ball at the stoppage, off to Crouch, kick didn't go far. Holmes took it and it wasn't 15, so he had to barrel it out of the defensive area. Keane punches it right back. Gathered by McHenry, gave it to Hinge, searching for the right kick, plays it out into the pocket. Stanley made the spoil and O'Brien. Blitzav's tackled, released the footy in the nick of time. Mullen clears the area. It got through the hands of Ollie Henry, so Keane is there. Off to Worrell, taken in the tackle, released it to Hinge. Good win for the Crows. They'll get another look. Kicks too strong, and Stewart, what's that?
Number seven. So he had 6 at half time. It's his first one in the second. I was just watching Jeremy Cameron. Doesn't look to be moving all that well.
So they've answered the first 3 or 4 thrusts from Adelaide. It's a lovely mark from Dangerfield.
It's really smart because he's so good in the air, and that's the target they needed down the line. He's got the better of Jordan Dawson tonight. Those two have been going head-to-head.
Runs onto his left. Dawson sits him on his bum just as he kicks the footy up towards half forward. It's a knock-on in the contest. Adelaide numbers out the back. Michael Annie Worrell. That's a good kick to McHenry. It's an outstanding effort from Clark to hunt it down. The ball did hang in the air.
Just wonder what they're waiting for with the sub, the Cats. And now, Nevitt's probably not the perfect type of sub for this game because they're okay in the forward line and he probably can't go on ball or to the wing to another position. So they're clearly happy with their forwards. They're going to make him wait.
Cornsey, when you said Mullen before, I kept an eye on him and he's keeping a very close eye on Rankin at the moment. So maybe they're happy with that job and Nevitt maybe couldn't do that. Geelong go forward and Cameron Marks just inside forward 50.
Yeah, makes sense doing that. So just structurally they're clearly happy. And this is a big mark, big contested mark. Anytime Jeremy Cameron gets a one-on-one with Worrell, you're going to love that. Now, he's struck the ball beautifully. He's only had 5 touches, Jeremy Cameron, tonight, but 2 goals straight he's kicked.
And these are the ones that he generally makes count. He'll kick from right on the arc. It's a lovely drop punt, but he just tugs it to the right-hand side and through for a behind. Geelong get the first score of the last. 12-8-80, 8-7-55. Early stages, final quarter for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. AFL Nation for 420 pies and Repco authorised service.
McHenry and Crouch brought it in. Crouch is going to play back across the face of goal. Keane pokes it up. Hinge with footy in hand. Guides it to Laird near centre half back. He'll take the territory from McHenry, who's run around in front to receive. He balks a few as he created the play, and he did it ever so well as he threaded it onto the chest of Burgess. He tosses it up. Walker, too strong this time. Used the body at precisely the right moment to knock Jack Henry off balance and then return to take the mark.
Yeah, so that's the flip side of the sub. I reckon McHenry's given them something. Bit of zip, bit of spark through the middle of the ground. He's covering the ground quicker than anyone else. He's had composure and he's had 5 touches since he came onto the ground. McHenry late in that third term, and he was influential in setting up this goal for Walker. It's in really good hands.
Tex close in to start the charge.
Got it.
Oh, now they're going to send this to review.
Well, Tom Stewart is sure that it's hit the post. They're celebrating Adelaide. Walker thinks it's home. Tom Stewart's sure it hit the post. Let's see what the soft call is.
The soft call's a goal. This is the infamous post.
Right, it is 2.
It's close.
It is 2, Jared. Where's Edge?
So this will all go on the ripple, won't it?
Hang on. So close.
Edge as the ball passes the post. Decision on the scoreboard.
It's a goal for Tex.
Murray's not sure.
There wasn't a square to spare there.
Murray's squinting his eyes. He's not sure.
Back to 19 points.
Is it you have severe case of parallax error when it comes to that stuff.
All right, there's a bit of confusion on the bench here. Blixars wants to come off, but he's going, there's no one to come on. He's waving his hands. I don't know what's going on. So that's an important goal. That's the settler for Adelaide that they probably failed to get in the second. So this is genuinely 50-50 now, I reckon. Like with this wind, with the state of the game, with Taylor Walker starting to fire up and get himself involved, that's goal number 2 for Tex. And Adelaide getting some dominance through the middle of the ground since quarter time. I know it's a handy lead, but is 19 points enough?
Kane Corns for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Crouch has got 31 for Hijaz Alal Financial Services. He's a big second half. The ball winner for the Crows. Back in the middle, Saleh burst clear. It was a lovely tap, driving ball up towards Walker again. Ball to ground level, bounces out towards 2. He had to get the handball away. Gee, put his man Kolajasny under all sorts of pressure. He was closed down straight away. The umpire balls it up. 35 out from Adelaide's goal.
Just some big names. Midfielders for Geelong on the bench at the moment. Dangerfield, Close, Blixarves and Clark.
O'Brien to Walker. There's another
8.
one.
That's 8. 2 more to equal the record for Tom Stewart.
He goes short straight away to Kolajasny. Down the line, it's a lovely kick to Stengel, who had to mark it in front of Michael Annie.
Good hands at full speed, Stengel.
Halfback flank goes in short to Guthrie. Now he has to kick it to a contest. That's what he does. Adelaide are good enough. Now Geelong have got the numbers out the back. It got over the top. Tui gets a good bounce. Gives it to Mize. It's in good hands. Gives it to Manor. Runs to 47. Drops Millerer. Cuts inboard. Around the body. Gets plenty on it. And misses to the near side. 20 points the margin.
Liked it though.
12-9-81, 9-7-61 this quarter for tyre power, your trusted tyre experts.
Some nice things, Manor, tonight.
He has.
Yeah.
Kick in finds Hinge. So Stewart's going to get every conceivable chance because the Crows will have 20 more inside 50s from here, the way the conditions are, and they'll pepper. McHenry out beyond the defensive 50, and he takes off. The territory in front of him. Here's Stewart. He closes and he marks. Number 9.
Come on, Tommy.
3 in this quarter already.
It'll become how many is he going to break it by at the moment probably. If you're playing along. Stewart from half back to half forwards. Spoils are made. Worrell over the back. Keys underneath, bit of a loose hand pass. Holmes stole it. Not much room to move here. Off to Parfitt, who's swallowed up in 2 tackles.
So I spoke to James Kelly pre-game. Where do you love playing Max Holmes? Well, we like him in half-back, but I reckon now's the time to unleash him on ball. I mean, we just saw Staligo stream out of the middle of the ground with leg speed. Max Holmes, you want to be paid $1 million. You're the next biggest star. Put him on ball as Rolly O'Brien kicks it out on the full. Right in front of us, De Koning to take the free kick just behind centre wing for the Cats. Interchange side. Unleash Max Holmes on ball. Now is the moment for him to break the game open.
De Koning called to play on. He goes back to the big pack. O'Brien muscles his way into a marking position. Couldn't do so. Blitz halves to Dempsey. They're out the back again. Here again. Stengel 60. It's a lovely lead from Cameron. Timed it perfectly.
The hit-up ball's been brilliant for them tonight, hasn't it? Like their small forwards have really done that well. He plays on.
Around the body. Has he hooked it too much? Yes, he has. Pulled it to the near side. They lead by 21. 12-10, 82 the Cats. 9-7-61 Adelaide. Final quarter action here at
Crouch marks the kick in, goes for Worrell just a step in front of Cameron.
It was really good umpiring then because Crouch feigned to play on with a handball and the player on the mark moved. Usually as a stand rule they would pay that 50. They've adjusted that rule. If you feign and you try and milk it, it's just play on. It's good umpiring.
Worrell long down the line. 6-man pack. It clears them. The run on at the back. De Koning should have got there first off the ground. College actually gathered that brilliantly after Keys had momentum behind it. Dempsey was given time and space on the wing. He hasn't done a whole lot with it. And Butts outmarks Stengel with the height advantage. Butts at left half back for the Crows. Down by 21. Short to McHenry. They're pretty stagnant up ahead.
They are a bit. I was about to say, like at some point with 12 minutes to go, they can score quickly, but this ball movement just plays into Geelong's hands because it allows them to set up behind the ball, which they're so good at. Gives them time to defend, and a high ball coming in won't threaten.
Short to Keane, dummied his way around, but then kicked it out on the full.
No, so it was touched.
Oh, right.
Fogarty just got a fingertip to it, which is important.
It is. It's a boundary throw in front of the interchange gates for Spitwater, Tough and ready.
Time Dangerfield back on the ground. So maybe one more quick break for him, but looks like he's just trying to pick him up. He doesn't seem to be at this stoppage. Oh, he is with Dawson.
Time ticking away on the Makita clock. O'Brien from McHenry gets it to Dawson. Low driving ball. Henry comes at it. Gee, it was a good effort by Fogarty. Almost plucked it. Good defence again. Colin Jasney's played a game. O'Connor was taken low. Really sort of extravagant attempt to draw a free kick.
Just not going with this sub, are they? Happy with their personnel, happy with their structure. And maybe he doesn't get on at all.
Not happy with Dawson. O'Connor, ball thrown in. O'Brien's been enormous. Ball spills out the back. Chance for Saligo, wrapped up, gets the handball away just in time. Laird likewise. Comes out the back to Michael Annie. Cuts inboard. The kick's intercepted by Mize. How quickly does he want to go? Generally likes to go straight away. Got his man on. It was excellent. Parfitt got out the back, takes them. Now they're flooding the other way. Cameron again hits up. The lead is perfect and the kick's ideal.
Yeah, his off the ball work was just brilliant. Him and Hawkins' timing on the lead tonight. If I was a young forward, you go and get the behind the goals footage and just look at their timing. And Parfitt almost kicked that ball before Cameron had made his lead. Now he's had 2 shots from similar positions. This is 10 metres further out, so may test him for distance, but he's just got to hang it out to the left goal post and let it ease back. He's been too skinny on the other 2 shots this quarter.
His previous drop punt covered the distance. He goes the torp. It's an ugly mung, and it's defended right at the last minute by O'Brien, who spilt the ball over the line for a behind. Very odd.
Nearly got there.
22 points the margin, 83 plays 61.
Kick in finds McHenry out at the defensive 50, goes a bit more decisively, but he's missed his target. Parfitt onto the loose ball, hand pass to Myers, pokes it over the top to Dangerfield. Too far out himself.
Time an issue now. Time's an issue.
Dangerfield is going to kick it up for Ollie Henry to try and have a leap at. He's outnumbered at the back. Stengel around the corner with the snap. Missed across the face. So the Cats have had some good looks, and they might have made it safe by now. It's 23 points, approaching the halfway mark of the final term. The Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Bury that, Stengel. He's too good a player not to finish from that. That wasn't a hard shot.
Well, they're giving him a chance here, Cornsey. So Keane down the middle. Can't find a target. Geelong finding the answers. Guthrie was good. Brings it to ground. And we'll have a ball up it. It's good as centre forward.
You can just play with a bit of control now. Though the Cats, like with Stewart behind the ball, 10 minutes left. They've got to kick 4 to hit the front. You can just milk the clock a little bit and slow things down.
I'm going to find a gear here, Adelaide. They've been competitive enough, but they haven't been brilliant. And they need to be a bit more expansive if they're going to get to where they want to go, you suspect. It's a free kick now at centre half back for the Crows.
Just dropping the numbers back now, Geelong. So Guthrie's the one. That sideways movement, see if they can get something going. But it's a poor kick.
It's sloppy by Jones. He misses Miller, who fends off Dempsey, finds a bit of running room. Down the line he goes, looks for Pedler. Good backtracking by DeConey. Chance for Walker. It's a bit too hard for the old boy to get down and pick that up at speed. DeConey now pokes it over the top. They've got all the answers.
Really like this. So I really like Cameron up the ground. Just to give them that target and that get-out kick that they didn't previously have in the second quarter. Just alleviates all the stress and pressure.
Takes the mark, driving footy up towards half forward. It's slow for the Crows. Hawkins gets the crumb, goes into the pocket, and Dangerfield takes the mark at full tilt.
Their veterans have been enormous, haven't they? Like
sure
Hawkins and Dangerfield, like, come on, this has just been something out of the box. And I sense they would have known that Hawkins and Dangerfield, to a lesser extent, Cameron have got to go, we've got some big outs. We're going to have to play well tonight. Easy chip over the top. Adelaide break it down in defence.
Terrible defensive work. Dangerfield was feigning to take the 30. Myers dropped into the hole. Dangerfield finds him, and Myers well within range. It's going to be a tough kick.
Just on Dangerfield's numbers for Hijaz Halal Financial Services, 23, 10 inside 50s, 6 tackles, 8 score involvements. This will be his 9th score involvement. Those numbers are off the charts.
It's a crucial moment for New Farm. If it's a good kick from Myers, it's not. And it's not. It's out of bounds on the full. It's a terrible kick. And Adelaide, surely they have to take some chances now. They can't keep coming down the line here, Jared.
No, it's just lacked a bit of imagination. And then they've missed their targets more than they had previously. So Miller has the target on the way out after the restart.
They got nothing from Miller and Brodie Smith. I mean, they're their drivers off half-back, just 13 and 12 disposals respectively.
It's long to a pack. Dawson, good overhead, takes the mark.
Good in the air, Dawson, isn't he? For a midfielder, he's as good a midfielder in the air that we've got.
He had 2 runners going by that he didn't use, and now he's committed to running toward the boundary and kicking long up to the 50. Front position, Jack Henry, free kick, Adelaide's way. It's going to Tex.
He's got this, so you just got to be smart about this. Dawson's run over and said, have a shot.
He's going to wind it up. He's got it to the teeth of goal, but not quite enough on it off hands. Keys, no, didn't get his boot to it.
Do you reckon Walker, sorry, Jerry, you can read the score out.
22-point margin.
Thought his way through that.
No.
That's the second time that the first one, the left foot snap, he rushed. He's a big booming kick. Now, whether the backs affect him, I don't know, but he just rushed that. He easily had the distance, but didn't strike it well at all.
Stewart down the middle. Dangerfield read the dropping ball, couldn't take the mark. Hawkins goes in, just works his way through the traffic. Parfitt pops the handball out in the path of Myers. Hinge goes with him, just bodies him off the line of the foot. He gets it. Now they've got to go here, Adelaide. Hinge has got a man on. It's Rochelle at half forward. Dempsey worked hard to cut him down and did send him back over his mark. He puts into the path of Walker, who had to change direction and fell over. And the ball goes out of bounds. But there's nothing really direct about Adelaide. There's nothing particularly dangerous about them in this last quarter.
No, I mean, the one that they've missed tonight is Rochelle. He's had enough of the footy, but hasn't got the footy in dangerous enough spots like he did last week. So 16 touches, just the one goal, 4 score involvements. But he's the danger there that hasn't been able to get going as we get a repeat throw in here.
Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted Aussie-owned tyre experts. Reeds Cats 84, Crows 62. This crowd is desperate to unleash. If they could just get a cue. At the throw in, O'Brien tried to force it forward. It's still to be one underneath. Blitzarves hand passed it straight to O'Brien. Is that the moment? The ruckman steers it home. And the power of 44,500 fans might start to rise. 16-point deficit through the most unlikely circumstances. One ruckman hand passed it directly to the other. 10-8-68 Adelaide, 12-12-84 Geelong. The Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
He's been big, Riley O'Brien. Often is, but he's definitely got the better of Stanley tonight in the ruck, who at times has been uncompetitive, and he does have those moments in him from time to time. But he's only kicked 13 career goals. That was his 13th, so very, very unlikely. Still enough time. Matthew Nix is on the interchange bench, barking instructions. Apologies to Reece Stanley. It was Mark Blitzarves who coughed the footy up. Times look the same, but here's a big centre bounce, and all the big names are in there for the Adelaide Footy Club.
O'Brien doing the work again. Blitzarves gets a big hand over the top of him. Dawson tries to toe poke it. O'Connor breaks the tackle. Blitzarves to Clark. The handball is behind him. He's over the top of the footy. It's got to come out. The umpire's going to ping him here. It was just funneled back underneath him by Crouch, who played it beautifully. Gives it to Dawson. Thumping ball. They're out the back. Walker couldn't mark. Now's your chance. Pick it up, Fogarty. Kicks on. My God. From 8 metres out, he hits the post. No one in front of him. He could have balanced up and walked into the goal, but just rushed it. And that is a massive, massive moment for New Farm.
15-point deficit. Kick into the back pocket for Holmes. There's 6 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Holmes runs the contour of the boundary, kicks it long up the line. Ollie Henry's after the ball after it cleared the pack. Paddles it out in front of himself, couldn't get the bounce. Stuck the hand out, kept it out of Murphy's hands momentarily, and then lays a high tackle. So Adelaide with a free kick at halfway.
That was a crucial moment for New Farm. Fogarty walking into an open goal. Crowd ready to erupt, and it smashes into the post.
Dawson directs play out the near sides. Worrell brings it up to McHenry. You can feel the atmosphere lifting inside Adelaide Oval. Kick on the 45. Rochelle has footy in hand. He'll give them a look deep as he pumps it to full forward. Fogarty, no, couldn't hang on at the back. Runs headlong into a tackle, brought down. Ball spills out. Jack Henry's kick is smothered. Kolajasny fights on that, smothered. It slews sideways. Hard ball to deal with. Tex over his shoulder. Misses. 14 points down with 5 minutes to play on the Tyre Power Scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Fogarty, 2 hands on the footy, uncontested, drops the mark. Would have been an easy turnaround snap goal. I don't know why they didn't play holding the ball against him. He took the ball, he ducked his head into the tackle. There was 2 Geelong players that tackled him. He didn't dispose of it, but play on. They cannot get a free kick tonight, the Cats.
Tui down the line, coming hard at it. His Blitzarves keeps the footy in front at ground level, wheels onto his left, thumps it out of there. 2 kicks away from the Adelaide goal. All of a sudden, it's going to be a hold against Manor on Butts. And the fullback wins the free kick in front of the interchange. Played on here. He got lucky. The umpire might have been just momentarily blindsided. He drops it up towards half forward. O'Brien's been huge. Drops the mark he should have taken. O'Connor wrapped up straight away, driven into the ground. Umpire's going to look at this and says, give it to me.
Just on last year for Adelaide, they lost 5 games by 10 points or under. That was an issue for them, along with their form away from home.
O'Brien again. Blitzarves gets the second look at it. Crouch has been good. Dawson, thumping ball, top of the square, high ball. Who can mark it? Oh, there it is. Another one for you, Cornsey.
10.
He's equalled the record, Jared.
He's got Holmes on the breakout at the defensive 50. He marks and pulls up. Just buys a little bit of time. Kolajasny headed off to his left. Holmes wrong foots Rochelle. Has a bounce, kicks up the wing. Myers hauls it in. That's to get it to halfway for the Cats. Then he missed his target. He had Manor and Close out wide. He missed them both. It's out of play. 4 minutes remain. Cats lead it by 14. The next goal would make a thriller of it if Adelaide could come up with it. Cats attacking side of the middle at a boundary throw in. O'Brien and Stanley. O'Brien. Hard tap forward. Laird able to gather. Drops it onto the right boot to half forward. Pack forms. Stewart got hands to it. Ball spills to the back. Guthrie leads the chase. Handed it off to Holmes. Brought down in the tackle by Murphy. He'll hold it up and it'll be bounced or balled up. 40 out from the Adelaide goal. Where are the rucks? They're just arriving now. Texan Blitzarves. Underneath, wrapped up by Jack Henry. Released it to Holmes. Kicked it outside the area. Butts couldn't mark. Stanley couldn't hold him up. Ball got to O'Brien and then fell out of his hands in the Cameron tackle. It's over the boundary. 3.5 to play. Cats by 14.
What's the Lee Matthews rule? Does it still apply, do we think, in modern football?
Yeah, well, they've just got to get one of the next. They've got to almost get one from this clearance right now. O'Brien works his way to the front. They get hands on the footy. Dawson tumbles it up to half forward. Holmes goes over the top. Stengel likewise. They trap it in. Umpire looks at it, says, I'll ball it up. Geelong just doing it all. And
I just think for Geelong, required. If they do get a mark, then it's time to play slow. I still feel like they've wanted to go fast the whole time. Now you can really slow things down and milk the clock.
O'Brien swats it forward. Clark a high ball into the corridor. Close can't mark. Ground level. Hinge feels for it. Can't take it. McHenry breaks the tackle. Poking ball in towards half forward. Keys has got to get it here. Goes hard. Keeps it in front. Does it. Brilliant stuff from Guthrie. Turns it around the other way. Goes hard against Rankin. Tui was outstanding. Mullen just a little chiselling ball towards Myers in the boundary line. It was over the line before it hit Myers' boot.
Guthrie, outstanding. Press. Leave your man. Courage to leave your man, knowing that he could get out the back and make you look foolish. Desperation. Goal-saving, game-saving act.
And hurt Rankin on the way through too. Little corky for the Mercurial half forward. Ball thrown in. Blitzarve swats it forward again. McHenry's been a live wire since he came on. Wrapped up by a couple. Somehow gets a handball away. Crouch off the ground. Walker can't mark. It was a chance. Henry takes it to the boundary line. Deliberately wanted it. And the umpire said, I'll let you have the out, Jack. And we'll have a throw in 20 metres out from the Adelaide goal. 84-70. Deep into the last quarter. Geelong have got all the answers.
Nevitt's been suited up to enter the fray now. There's 2 minutes and 36 seconds remaining. Crows deep forward. Throw-in was a bit shallow. Fogarty knocked it on. Stewart backed himself, lost the footy. Keys trying to find the way through. Grabbed hold of Holmes and dragged him down without it. And so possession goes the Cats' way. The clock is their ally at 2.25 to go.
9 free kicks isn't a lot in a whole game of footy, basically, is it? So free kicks 18-9 Adelaide's way.
Holmes long on the way out. Blitzarves made the spoil. Close out of midair. Kicked it out on the full. Crows get it back forward of halfway. Dawson down to collect. Enters the field of play, so nothing subtle about it now. It has to be the long kick. Rankin was their best hope in the air. Fogarty is their best hope on the ground. Put it through Butts. Michaelani up and down the chimney. A lot of players stand underneath. Tui drove the fist through it. Miller overran it. Ball skews around. Taken by Guthrie. Hard hand passing close. Clark took the tackle. It'll be balled up. 50 out from the Adelaide goal.
It's stout stuff by the Cats, this. Very professional footy team. They win a lot of games. And Clark just hammers the torp out of the stoppage into an open half-forward line. It's 2v2 here. If Geelong win this, they could be about to put it away. Close. He's got a man out now. Stengel runs inside forward 50. He can pop it over the top to Myers. That's what he tries to do. Myers needs the bounce, gets the bounce, kicks the goal. It's all over. It's been an outstanding performance by Geelong, who lost a couple in the warm-up to this one. Two crucial plays. Myers has kicked 3. And the Cats have put a 20-point margin on this one. And she's all but done and dusted now.
It is. The counter-punch, I mean, their ability to defend and then go from there. When you look at the way that they have scored tonight, 13 scoring shots off Adelaide's turnovers. They've been strong from centre bounce. 4 goals they've kicked and strong from stoppage as well. So a very well-rounded profile of scoring from Geelong tonight. The thing that stood out to me, though, is the counter-punching ability, and a lot of that has come from the intercepting, and it helps when you've got one guy who takes 10. But this is a big win. And honestly, we're talking, and we can touch on it post-game, but we're talking a big month coming up for the Adelaide Football Club after starting 0-2, and their next 4 games are problematic.
O'Brien wins the tap at Stanley, the footy. Hand pass to Parfitt, forward of the play. He goes to Close. He's going to guide it to full forward. He missed the initial targets. Ollie Henry. Oh, no, it ran on and on and on and through for a goal. Close kicked it from the centre square. Beat them all. And adds to the margin. Chris Scott's come down to the bench, which is a very rare sight.
It's a big win.
It's a huge win.
Adds to the sense of it, doesn't it? Dangerfield's finished the game, I want to say injured, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a worry.
He's in red. He's in red.
Cats by 26.
It's never time for the last minute, but did it look an injury or did it look cramp?
Well, it could have been an impediment.
Yeah.
I'd call it, from afar, it's an impediment.
Yep. Gee, this has been a good performance. Duncan and Atkins out pre-game. It's been a really good win. It's a club that is built on high standards, and they think they're in this season up to their eyeballs, and this is one of those wins that tells the football world not to discount them. Parfitt wins the footy and thumps it forward off the side of the boot, out of bounds. Hinge won't be getting the free kick there. We'll have a throw in outer side of the ground, half forward flank. Cats by 26. They've answered the challenge and they've stretched their lead in this last quarter from 3-quarter time. O'Brien's been lion-hearted. He hasn't had enough of his mates come with him. Parfitt tries to hack it off the ground. Crouch has had a big second half. Gives it to Dawson. The skipper's been good. Down the line, Fogarty had the chance to really ignite the joint 10 minutes ago, but fluffed his lines. Up towards half forward he goes. Blitz halves up in front. Can't mark Murphy. Gets the handball to Rankin. He's in the pocket. The impossible angle. He'll take it on. And he's kicked a miraculous goal. Well, that's why he does it, because he can, I suppose.
Yeah, he's probably the only one that's got the license. I mean, how many opportunities have they butchered tonight? Lack of composure in front of goal. But, I mean, let's celebrate this goal for a moment. Running at full speed, like his ability to time it, get the handball received from Murphy to the outside. Reminds me of another guy who kicked hundreds of goals on this ground, Eddie Betts. The pocket is named after him. Jeez. Wearing the number 23 as well. A few similarities to Andrew McLeod with the silky way that he covers the ground and the ability to finish on the draw. He did have a look inside as well, which I kind of like. I don't think he was ever going there, but he's had some moments in this game. He hasn't quite fully just put it together where he's ripped the game apart from the opposition. There's been more glimpses. At some stage this year, he's going to kick 5 or 6.
A beautiful replay for Trojan. Tools built tough. O'Brien knocks it forward to the play. Dawson was hunting it. Crouch gathers. Hand passes to O'Brien. He could take another shot here. As the siren sounds, it'll be a rushed behind. That is a win to fuel Geelong's stated ambition. They march into Adelaide. They leave with the 4 points. They leave the Crows winless through 2. And the Cats win by 19.
We are Geelong. We're always on the
should be played at home or far away. Our banners fly high from door to door, down at Gardenia Park.
The Cats led at every change by 19 at quarter time, 12 at half time, 24 at three-quarter time and 19 at the close. Geelong 14 goals, 12-96. Defeat Adelaide 11-11-77 in front of 44,758 at Adelaide Oval for Friday night footy.
We are Geelong, the greatest team of all. We are Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played, at home or far away. Our banners fly high from door to door, down at Gardenia Park.
Goal kickers for the winners. Hawkins booted 4, Myers kicked 3, 2 each to Cameron and Henry. There were singles to Manor, Stengel and Close. For the Crows, 2 for Walker, Burgess, Rankin and Fogarty. Singles to Rochelle, Saligo and O'Brien. Geelong by 19 points over the Crows. Kane Corns for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship expert.
Well, what a performance. Right from the start, they were switched on. I thought their style of play was excellent. They'll walk away going, this is a big win after what they did in round one. So to beat 2 top 8 contenders, and I think leading into the season, most thought the Saints were in that mix, and a lot thought Adelaide, including me, were in that mix. So to go bang with some challenges with personnel out, particularly through the midfield, and essentially dominate scores through the midfield. So at times it looked like Adelaide had their run-ons with some clearance dominance, but Geelong kicked 8 goals from stoppage, 8 goals for, and 5 goals from centre bounce. So that's huge for them. They scored strongly off turnover. It's as good a game as you're going to see this year from a half-back. Tom Stewart was the best player on the ground by a mile. He had 28 touches and 10 intercept marks, and that's despite spending, I don't know, probably 12 minutes off the ground just before half-time. So he was absolutely enormous. Their small forwards were really influential. I thought Dangerfield was excellent as well. But then they've got some youth coming through. And I think after they won the flag in 22, they went younger. And Bose comes in and Bruin comes in and Jai Clark and Henry come in, and all of a sudden you find Dempsey. It didn't work for them last year. We know about that. But now you reap the rewards of that. So really like their list. Hawkins just continues to defy everything. He was just magnificent tonight, and at some stage Jeremy Cameron's going to really get going and kick 7 or 8. Didn't happen for him tonight. But yeah, I just think they're in a really good position. So that's the story of it, that it's a warning sign for the rest of the competition that don't underestimate Geelong. They believe, and they're talking confidently, and rightly so. They're clearly happy with their preparation. Their list is stacked. They got enough experience, but mixed in with some youth now, which I like. And then the big story is for Adelaide, who have announced the signing of Matthew Nicks. I think prematurely. We spoke about that pre-game with their CEO, Tim Silvers. And now you start 0-2. And you've been poor for large portions. I mean, I thought their effort was okay tonight, but their method was poor. And then I look forward on my little matrix here, and it tells me that Adelaide's next 4 are Fremantle in Perth, all right. You know, at the start of the year, you probably go tick, but tough proposition to fly to Perth. Then you go Melbourne at home for gather round. Then you go Carlton at Marvel. And then you go Essendon at Adelaide Oval. So the next month, I could see 0-6. It won't be 0-6. I'm sure they'll get one of the next 4, but it's a bit different than where they started 2 weeks ago.
Not that you do this, but quietly in their own little moment, they would have ticked the first 2 games.
I reckon. Well,
they would have had Gold Coast.
Supporters would have.
Yeah, no doubt.
Definitely. And you go, well, they didn't turn up last week. They were good enough to beat, but they just didn't turn up with an attitude. Tonight, you wouldn't question their attitude. I think we'd all agree their attitude was pretty good. Fine. And their effort was really good, but they were so sloppy. How many times in front of goal? And that hurt them last year. If you go back and look at some of the games that accuracy cost them, and that was the case again tonight. They're recording close games. Not that it felt closer than the final margin tonight. It just felt like the game was on tenterhooks for most of it. They definitely hit the front in the third quarter, and so it was closer than that. So their record there, and then away from home they've been poor, and that record. So if you're going to start to drop home games, you're going to have to win games away from home, which they've been poor. Personnel, there's a couple missing, but that's the excuse for every team. Every team's got a couple of good players missing at the moment. So Adelaide are no different. They get Walker back into the side tonight, and it didn't work for them. So they got to regroup pretty quickly.
The significance of the two teams they've lost to is they're a team who are trying to make the 8.
Yep.
And they've lost to two teams who are equally trying to claim places in the 8. So Gold Coast and... So not even displacing teams who were there last year. They've lost to two others who are hunting places as well.
No, it's a really good point. I sort of said last week, is there only one spot in the 8 for Gold Coast or Adelaide? Is there one spot? And you lose that and you go, there's an 8-point game. And the same applies tonight. And, that's without them playing the really good sides yet. And that will come in the back half of the year. They're going to win some games of footy, Adelaide, but are they going to win enough to finish top 6, get a home final, finish top 4? You can't win it, I don't think, from outside the top 4. So, making finals would be a big tick for them. But are they a genuine premiership threat after starting 0-2? Well, definitely not on what we've seen in the first fortnight.
Yeah, there's a threshold they've got to cross, this team, and it's been a while now, hasn't it, since they've played finals. Like, they're into 6 or 7 years without it. So Geelong's the complete opposite. You come here tonight and you think, Geelong a bit lucky at home last week, the home ground thing. Adelaide rushed at Gold Coast. They'll carry that form in. They'll be angry. A lot of us thought they'd come out here tonight and make a bit of a statement, get fizzy and aggressive and run hard and, be fueled by the home crowd and make a bit of an early season repair job and statement after last week, and they didn't do it. No. And it's not lack of effort. You're 100% right, Conzi, but I think a lot of us think they're a bit better than this, and maybe they're not. Maybe they haven't learned just yet to be a really good team for long enough. And I don't know. Tonight was a bit disappointing, I reckon, tonight.
Those key post questions are very real. Very real. So Tom Stewart's being chaired off here. Game number 150. 31-year-olds came to it late in the big time, and it's been utterly outstanding and a record-equaling performance tonight. 10 intercept marks, so he shares that mark with Darcy Moore, Jade Rawlings, Daniel Talia, Liam Jones, Stephen May, Alia, and Charlie Ballard. I've got a hunch that's Tom's second time that he's done that.
Would have been good to break it. He's on track. 6 at half-time, went off with a fair chunk of time left in the first half. They couldn't get any really in the third term, but once Adelaide came home with the win, he had the opportunity. He took another 4 of those. But, he will get his plaudits this week and has done for the majority of his career. Certainly the All-Australian selectors in the past have rewarded him for his outstanding career. He ends up in the Australian Football Hall of Fame, which is amazing, really, considering the age that he started at. But the record that he's got, it's a walk-up start into the Australian Football Hall of Fame, which is saying something, and a fair bit of footy still left in him. But you're right, Jared, the key posts, Thilthorpe wasn't there yet as a player, but picked 2 in the draft from a while ago. You expect him to come on, got injured. Fogarty plays in glimpses, but really frustrating night for Fogarty tonight. Looked as though he was going to single-handedly rip the game apart at one stage at the start of the third quarter, I think it was, but then hits the post from 5 metres out. Then a couple of minutes later, he drops an uncontested mark in the goal square, and he's not quite there. Doesn't do enough. Walker looked a bit of his age tonight, and that's a bit of the back issue. Certainly wasn't Adelaide's worst. Definitely had an influence on the game. Kicked a couple of goals, but just struggling probably to pick the ball up and drop 2 or 3 marks that he would usually take. So a bit of rust there. And who's the next one in their key post? That's why they went so hard for Harrison Petty in the offseason. You can see that now, can't you? You can see that they were all in. They'll have another dip at Petty at the end of this year, and I'd be surprised if they don't eventually pry him out, but it's going to cost a big price because he's contracted with Melbourne. And then down back's an issue for them as well. Now, Curtin is the player that they picked with their first pick in the draft. The West Australian was highly touted, had a bit of an interrupted pre-season. He's the one they're going to hope to come in, but he's not a key position player. He's more your third tall, but they'll be pretty keen to get him in when his body's sound and when he's prepared enough.
It's a win that can really fuel a season, isn't it? You know what it's like, Cornsey, when you come away from home.
It's huge.
You just get together now. You're going to leave this stadium. It's going to be empty and dark when you come out, and it's just you and the group.
It's magnificent. Honestly, it's the best feeling in football. So that hour you get especially on a Friday night.
Yeah.
Because you go, okay, how good's this? We get Saturday, Sunday, and Geelong do it better than anyone to give their players time to recover. Duncan, through personal reasons, will come back. You would think, not that we know exactly what those reasons are, so we're thinking of him. Hopefully everything's good. And Atkins comes back, and Bruin probably comes back. Not sure how serious that foot issue is, but I don't think it's too serious. And they got some players in good form. So, Manners, another one who had some moments tonight. He had 7 score involvements.
He was good.
13 touches, kicked a goal. Probably kicked another one. Could have kicked another one. So maybe they found one there. Now, Dempsey wasn't the Dempsey that he was last week. Found it a bit harder tonight, but no, he's a player that they'll continually persist with, and I hope Nevitt plays. And then I guess the one query I've got on Geelong is, why do they keep playing Reece Stanley? All I keep hearing is Conway. I catch up with Isaac Smith from time to time. He says, Conway, next captain of Geelong.
They talk him up.
Play him. For goodness, play him in the he didn't even play in the pre-season.
Look at the other kid, Neil, as well, if they want to, because he can 200 centimetres and can forward and do his little pinch hit role. But
so Reece Stanley can look like a very good AFL footballer, and then he can look awful. And he looked awful tonight. And he wasn't up against Max Gawn or Brodie Grundy or Witts or any Marshall. He was up against Riley O'Brien, he's an honest player and he's going to make you earn it. But he was just not there tonight. So that's the only query I've got. And how many years have we been speaking about Geelong's rucks? For forever.
Yeah.
And we're still talking about it.
So I think there's a view that when Conway plays,
they want him to be there forever.
And they'll have to change the way they play. Okay. So he can't do what Stanley does aerobically, and they're not ready to give up on what Stanley and Blitzarves do just yet.
Yeah.
And there'll be that changeover moment, and they'll have to give up a few things to have a pure ruckman. So that they play without a pure ruckman, but Conway is that. So it's when is the moment that they hand over to that and lose a few of their tricks? I think they're reluctant to give up a few of their tricks.
That's why I was a bit surprised they just didn't have a look at it in the pre-season. It was the game, the last pre-season or the second to last practice game. I saw his emergency. I was it would have been great to have a look at him now. But they do. We can be critical of that, but then we can also applaud Geelong for taking a bit more time with their players and letting them have a year in the VFL like they've done. And they come in and go, okay, they're ready to go. We didn't know much about him, but they're ready and they're prepared. Whereas other teams can sort of rush these young players in prematurely. So on one hand, I'm going, okay, where is he? And on the other hand, I'm going, I kind of respect the way that they prepare.
All right, let's join the Cats celebrations. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives every day of the year.
We are Geelong, the greatest team of all. Hey, we are Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played. Hey, at home or far away. And it's high night from Geelong start. They're getting out.
The Cats by 19 points over the Crows, 14-12-96 to Adelaide, 11-11-77. And in that performance, so Tom Hawkins booted 4 goals. Next week, he'll play game number 350. And what he's done since he turned 30 will get a full airing at that stage.
I was in the studio this morning with Kingy doing the show.
Bear with us one tick, because Jack Henry is with us down in the Cats rooms. Jack, congratulations. Great to have you on AFL Nation.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good. So that was a good one.
It was, mate. Yeah, very, very tough fought win. So, mate, we stood up pretty well, and it was great to do it for Stewie's 150th.
When in the lead up, when you lose a couple of players, Jack, is it at all unsettling as you come to a big game?
I don't mind it, to be honest. Like, especially given who we had coming in, like. Path, I knew he could stand up, and I love seeing him get his opportunity. And mate, I thought it was actually quite exciting getting out there, have a bit of a swing with these younger guys. It's great.
You mentioned Tom Stewart. I'm sitting up here just marvelling at what he was doing tonight, and perhaps the lack of tactics from Adelaide to try and nullify what he was doing. But playing alongside him, you get a pretty close look.
Mate, yeah, he was as good as he's been, I reckon, tonight. I don't know how he keeps doing it. Nearly took mark of the century as well, but he's an amazing player and great person as well. So I love playing beside him every week. It's great.
Just take us through the conditions out there. Obviously, kicking to the old scoreboard and the ball was carrying a fair bit further. Did you notice that in the warm-up, and how much did you have to adjust?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. And I think it was mostly second half. It got a bit more gusty, but we just sort of wanted to keep trying to attack with the footy going into the wind. It was a bit more difficult, but I think we did pretty well in that last quarter just to nullify them and slow the game down, get a few release marks. It was I think we executed that pretty well. So it was definitely on our minds going down that way.
Had some heroic performances tonight, none more so than Patrick Dangerfield. Is he near you? He finished the game on the bench with an injury concern. Has he got ice on anything? Can you fill us in with what's going on, if anything?
Mate, to be honest, I've got no idea. I don't really come up to the bench much, so I never really know what's going on over there. I can see him having a chat right now with someone, but
no ice anywhere.
I can't see. There's a bloke standing my way, but I don't see any. But mate, he's a tough man, so I'm sure he'll be all right.
Jack, well done. It was a great win. It was a really, really good win. How good are these, Corns, we were just talking about it, how good are these Friday night wins? You come away from home, the ground's empty now. When you walk out, it's going to be pitch black and maybe a couple of stragglers around the joint, but it's you guys together. How good are these wins?
It's right up there in terms of as far as wins go. I love coming to away territory and getting the job done. So because it is just us players, really. We obviously got a few supporters out there, but it does feel like it's just us out there, and it's great that we've got that control, and do it when we execute like tonight. It's a great feeling. So we'll enjoy each other's company for the remainder of the night, and then fly home tomorrow. It'd be awesome.
I said in the first quarter, it's as good a footy as I've seen anyone play this year. I know the season hasn't been going for that long, but your ability to intercept across half-back and then go and get your game going from one end to the other and score on transition was elite, really. And it must fill you with some confidence with the way that you were able to score tonight.
Definitely. I think we had a good amount of scoring shots last week as well, but I think the accuracy helped us definitely in that first quarter. I think we're getting up off the line and attacking really well. So, and that's sort of off the back of some of our defensive work. So, it's good to get those rewards.
We love the way some of your old blokes. I mean, Cornsy's already asked you about Paddy Dangerfield. Tom Hawkins kicks 3 in the third quarter when you really needed to put that buffer between you and them, and he steps up and he's got a milestone week in front of him now, and he doesn't seem to be slowing down at all. I mean, how much does he do around the joint during the week? How do you see him all? Is he at every session? How does he keep himself so fresh?
Yeah, he's at every session. He's a big fella. He's like fine wine. So, it is amazing that he's still doing what he's doing and doing it with ease as well. So, next week's going to be exciting. It's at 350, which is an amazing effort. And, again, like Stu, he's just an amazing person. Probably a better person than he is footballer, which is saying something. And, he's at every session, and he's always got a big smile on his face and getting everyone up and about. So, we're very lucky to have him around for sure.
And just yourself, I mean, you've had your injury concerns, which have been well documented, but the way you were covering the ground and your positioning, a couple of times out of position, but able just to worry Walker out of it. I thought you competed really well, and you must be confident with how you are moving and covering the ground. Yeah,
definitely. It's been a bit rocky in the past sort of year or two, but had a good pre-season, sort of timed it pretty well in terms of start of the year and where I was with it, more my rehab and everything. But mate, to be honest, I feel really confident. Especially the more games I'm playing, I'm more confident this week than I was last, and which I think is going to be good going forward. And I'm pretty fit. Like, it's probably fitter. Got more running and stuff in than I had in the last sort of previous pre-season. So I feel like I'm going well.
You seem like a team from the outside looking in, Jack, who enjoys each other's successes along the way. How invested are you all in the Sean Nanna story? We all thought he was really good tonight up here. How interested are you in his story?
Oh, very interested. He's a teammate. He's fit in really well. Like, he's just I keep saying good person, but he's another great bloke. He gives a bit around the club. Like, he's just always up and about. He's kind of got that energy of a young guy, but he's obviously got a bit more experience in terms of senior footy played. And he kicks a nice goal to start us off, and that's just one all we can really ask for. Good pressure, and yeah, he's lively out there. So yeah, great to see him out getting his shot.
That's great.
Terrific, Jack. Good of you to join us. Well done.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Jack Henry down there in the victorious Cats rooms. Geelong by 19 points over the Crows tonight. We'll get Kane to take us through the post-game awards shortly. Our travel partner is Melbourne Airport Parking. This is the AFL Nation post-game show for Beaumont's bathroom wear sale.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Tyre Power, your trusted Aussie-owned tyre experts.
There's now a Macca's bundle for small families, big families and extended families from just $24.95. Value means more at Macca's. Available 10:30am to midnight for a limited time at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery.
Since the beginning, Monarch has made painting easy. Because let's face it, it can be frustrating when using the wrong tools. You know the ones. Rollers giving poor patchy finishes, finding loose brush hairs everywhere, and mistakes you just can't unnotice. Oh, don't settle for subpar results. With Monarch, you can feel confident tackling any project and experience the joy of achieving the perfect finish with ease. Monarch, painting made easy. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
We know you might go to some of the big brands of the mattress world too. That's fair enough. But all we're suggesting is check out the OMF signature range as well. Or even OMF's best value bed-in-box mattresses. Come and have a lie down. Simply see how you feel. And then look at the price. You might just agree that at OMF, we'll make you 100% comfy.
Hello, I'm Leela McDougall, inviting you to come and see our all-new Australian movie, Just a Farmer.
You're supposed to be slowing down, you know. It's payback for the free labour you got out of me as a kid.
This movie is a celebration of resilience, capturing the authentic struggles of rural life. Myself, my family and the people in our local community are alongside an all-star Australian cast. A film made by farmers for all Australians. Just a Farmer, rated M. Out now. Check your local cinema guides.
Hi, Josh Kennedy here. If you're looking to support a 100% Aussie energy retailer that's backed by Snowy Hydro, a leader in renewable energy, and has an amazing team of consultants all based here in Australia, you should give our friends at Red Energy a call today. They're good people, they have competitive rates, and they'll look after you. In fact, tell them I sent you. Call 131 806 or go to redenergy.com.au. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply.
That roast chicken? Maybe halal? That snack pack? Yep, halal. Dad's investment portfolio? How on earth would you tell? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services, helping Muslim Australians secure halal super, home loans and investments. Hijaz Financial Services. Definitely halal. hijazfs.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686 and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542 and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation or needs.
Flat footy moments to avoid this season. The Turnstile.
Mate meets mate at the gate. Match day tickets are on the mobile. Lining up to scan through. No! What's happened here? His phone's flat. He can't access the tickets.
Stay charged with a Signet Power Bank. Compact and lightweight, it fits in your pocket and you'll never be flat when it's time to tap and go. Signet Power Banks, available at signet.com as well as in-store at JB Hi-Fi and other leading retailers.
The Apache helicopter. The apex of flying military might. It can outmaneuver and outgun anything else in the sky. But they're not so great to take on holiday. Apache Caravans are built to handle just as much punishment, and they're rolling fortresses of comfort designed for true off-road reliability. An Apache Caravan makes the helicopter look clumsy. ApacheCaravans.com.au. Apache Caravans don't actually fly, but they will take you places.
Universities matter because of what matters to us, like crops that survive droughts and medical research. For more ways universities benefit us all, visit universitiesmatter.edu.au.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
Geelong tonight, 14 goals, 12-96 have defeated the Adelaide Crows 11-11-77. The AFL Nation post-game show for 4 and 20 pies. Kane, we have some awards to hand out. The Forever Young Player of the Year. Got to be over 30.
How old is he? He's definitely over 30. Tom Stewart, what a performance. He won't be the last award he wins tonight, but 28 touches, 10 intercept marks, 7 score involvement, 600 metres gained, and the number 1 ranked player on the ground by a mile.
Tobin Brothers Funerals celebrating lives every day of the year. Anthony, who ran the most kilometres? Kick back and relax with an adjustable bed from Australian designed and owned OMF.
Grindmire's 16 was 900 metres better than Jake Saligo. So that's a big gap between first and second in that category tonight. Myers did a heap of work.
Australian-made smart play. It's important to buy Australian right now.
I'm going to give it to the key forwards from Geelong for their ability to time the lead, and it was one of the big differences in the game. So you touched on Myers, but also Close. There was a couple of hit-up plays from their running half forwards, and then the timing of Hawkins and Cameron to make that kick easy, and how many times we see them hit up at the ball carrier. So it was just smart forward craft and something that, lesser experienced players could really study and learn from.
Support Aussie-made products. Toughest of the day for hard yakka workwear since 1930. Nothing's tougher.
Thought it was a tough game, to be honest. I thought Saligo had some really tough moments. I thought Dangerfield had some tough moments. But Lockie Murphy's ability to run back with the flight of the ball just on the edge of the centre square through no right to get it and intercept it. He caused a spillage. Luckily got up, but seriously brave.
Hard yakka, nothing's tougher. The Bendix Breaks, big moment. Put your foot down with confidence, Bendix Breaks.
Yeah, it's probably Hawkins' ability to kick 2 consecutive goals after Adelaide were coming hard. So his ability to influence in those moments. One of the balls just carried over the back to him from a kick from Dangerfield. He snapped it, and that was moments after he kicked one, just to steady things up for Geelong.
The votes. Our MEGT expert, Australia's choice for apprenticeship and employment solutions.
Apologies to Matty Crouch for his 37 and 9 clearances. He had 13 kicks in the end. Thought he was handballing too much early, but he's not going to feature in the votes, but I thought he was Adelaide's best. But I am going to go, and apologies to Tom Hawkins as well, who won't get in the votes. Going to go 1 vote to Dangerfield. Just thought he was enormous. Not his biggest numbers-wise disposals, but I thought the influence that he had on the game, 23, 10 inside 50s, 8 score involvements, and some of his efforts were extraordinary. 1 vote there, 2 vote to Grind Myers, 26 touches, 12 score involvements, the most on the ground. 3 goals himself was huge. One of the best games I've seen him play, and that's saying something because he was so consistent last year. And 3 votes to Tom Stewart.
3 to Stewart, 2 to Myers, and 1 to Dangerfield. So just before we set up for Finey's final siren, Kane, just give us a closing word on what tonight gives you of framing these two teams, because a big part of tonight was just trying to peg trajectories and the like. So give me a snapshot of Geelong.
Yep, so let's go there. So last week I saw the team that was named for Geelong, and I'm going through it with my pen, and this is what I'm doing. I'm actually doing this. And I'm going, that is an elite 22. And I said it. I said, that look at Geelong's 22. That is, but I needed to see it. I could see it on paper, but I needed to see it in action. And I actually did the Adelaide game last week. So Geelong, I had one eye on the game and reviewed it, but I didn't watch it as closely tonight. I needed to see it, and I've seen it. And I'm going, okay, this team can win the flag. This team is in a cluster of 6 teams that can win the flag. So that's the way I walk away from tonight. And then I was high on Adelaide pre-season. I thought they were on the right track, but maybe it's a year like Fremantle had last year for Adelaide. After they take a big leap and they take a couple of steps back. That's probably the gut feel I've got early days for them, but we'll know a bit more about Adelaide in the next month. Freo away, Melbourne at home, Carlton away, Essendon at home.
Yep, so a defining stretch early in the season for the Crows. They're 0-2. The Cats are 2-0. The AFL Nation post-game show for Beaumont's bathroom wear sale. Oh, that was worth it?
Oh,
that was worth the trip?
Good. No, that was I think that was a pretty special win, to be honest. I thought Adelaide was going to come out breathing fire, and Geelong, sort of took it to them. And as Cornsey said, they played a high-level brand of footy early. And then they were professional thereafter. They just kept them at bay. They answered a challenge. They responded like good teams do. And they're in this season, Geelong. No question about that. Adelaide to be determined.
So just their next three, Geelong, Hawthorn, Western Bulldogs for gather round, and then North at home. Jeez. So their next three is very winnable as well.
Full analysis on Crunch Time tomorrow. Finey's final siren. I don't know about you, but I'm actually in it for the St Kilda talk tonight. Finey's about to go 1300 736 736. Geelong 14-12 96 over the Crows 11-11 77. This has been AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies, and for Repco authorised service, you can rely on your local Repco authorised service centre.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
SEN Track, the new sound of chasing, pacing and racing live all day on the SEN app.
The early season thriller. You can't bear to watch, but nor can you avert your eyes. On top of that, there's a 4 and 20 pie to negotiate. Anxious not to spill a precious drop of gravy-drenched Aussie beef. And careful not to squirt sauce all over the place. A nail-biting game can be a delicate balancing act. In round 2, with a 4 and 20 in hand, another delicious day of footy drama awaits.
The 4 and 20 pie.
Since the beginning, Monarch has made painting easy. Because let's face it, it can be frustrating when using the wrong tools. You know the ones. Rollers giving poor patchy finishes, finding loose brush hairs everywhere, and mistakes you just can't unnotice. Oh, don't settle for subpar results. With Monarch, you can feel confident tackling any project and experience the joy of achieving the perfect finish with ease. Monarch, painting made easy. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Hi, Josh Kennedy here. Have you received an electricity or gas price increase? Or you're worried about rising energy costs? Give Red Energy a call. Their Aussie-based team will give you a no-obligation energy bill comparison, and you might be surprised by what they have to offer. Plus, Red Energy is owned by Snowy Hydro, a leader in renewable energy. Give 100% Australian-owned Red Energy a call today on 131 806 or visit redenergy.com.au. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply.
Steel Solutions, Houston speaking.
Houston, we have a problem.
Okay, settle down. What's going on?
Oh, my genius apprentice just backed a bobcat into a retaining wall. We've got to rebuild it by lunchtime tomorrow.
Relax, mate. We've got all the retaining wall steel you need, and we can cut the steel to the exact length you need. And we'll whip it round to you straight away.
Houston, we don't have a problem anymore.
That's kind of why they call us Steel Solutions.
Steel Solutions. The steel you need when you need it. Sunshine, Bayswater and Springvale. steelsolutions.com.au.
Hey sports lovers, I know you're keen to get to the game, but these days, play starts at Pink Lemonade. Feet first bounce with drinks and tasty American barbecue, while vibing the music and company. Even better, Pink Lemonade's right next to Richmond Station, and just 5 minutes from your sport hotspots, like the G, Amy Park, Rod Laver Arena, and more. Whatever game's on, play starts at Pink Lemonade, Swan Street, Richmond. Sponsored by Grey Goose Vodka.
Tradies and lawn enthusiasts, power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered lawn and garden equipment. The Greenworks Pro 60V product range packs a serious punch with petrol-like performance without the noise and fumes. With over 20 products in the range, including lawnmowers, blowers, chainsaws, string trimmers, ride-on and zero-turn mowers, they're powered by an interchangeable 60V ultra-power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. For more information, including dealer locations, visit greenworksaustralia.com.
Convenience is the key when it comes to Melbourne Airport's terminal parking. Located directly opposite Terminals 1, 2, 3 and at Terminal 4, Melbourne Airport's terminal parking offers ultimate ease and value, and it's only a few minutes walk to the terminals. You'll be at the check-in counter in no time. Park with ease and peace of mind with Melbourne Airport. Book online at melbourneairport.com.au.
When you walk into OMF, it's okay to close your eyes. We encourage it, in fact, because all we're suggesting is after you've looked somewhere else, check out our signature range of mattresses, or even OMF's best value bed-in-box mattresses. Come and have a lie down. Simply see how you feel, and then open your eyes and look at the price. You might just see that you'll be 100% comfy.
Saturday afternoon footy on AFL Nation. Nick Larkey and the Roos host Caleb Sarong and the Dockers. Hear it live tomorrow on SEN and streaming on the SEN app.
Well, tonight it was the Cats away from home, but at home at the Adelaide Oval. Too good for the Adelaide Crows in a great performance, and that's 2-0 for a team that was supposed to be ageing, a team that was supposed to have a thin midfield, but they certainly were up to the task tonight, as they were in round one against the Saints. 1300 736 736 AFL Nation. Love to hear from Geelong supporters tonight. Love to hear from Adelaide supporters tonight. We're right around this great nation talking football, and for the Adelaide Crows, it's a disappointing start to the season. They were flattered by the margin last week against the Gold Coast. And this week, well, they were in the game for a, what could I say, for a glimmer. They hit the front, 1 point up in the third quarter, but no sooner did they hit the front than the Cats showed their true colours and kicked 4 goals. It's not quite working for the Crows, and boy, oh boy, did they have a couple of misses in front of goal. First, Burgess missing from the top of the goal square after getting a 50-metre penalty. And then Darcy Fogarty missing a goal that my special guest later on in the program, and wait till you hear who that is, Stephen J. Peake, for those who've got a memory. He could have kicked that one. And he couldn't hit the side of the barn. He couldn't hit a side of the barn from 5 metres away. Let's get to callers and start off with one of my very, very favourites, Hillary in Croydon. Good evening, Hillary.
Hello, darling. How are you?
I'm well, Hillary.
I have to say, I barracked so hard for the Saints last night. I'm sick of these Essendon supporters ringing up and saying, oh, we haven't won a premiership for so long. Do they ever think of poor St Kilda that have only won 1 premiership? I would love them to win the premiership tonight, this year.
Well,
Saints.
I was barracking pretty hard myself last night, I've got to say. I bust a boiler. Almost.
Yeah, I was. I'd love them to win the premiership. I'm sick of these other people ringing up saying, oh, we haven't won a premiership for so long. What about the Saints? Do they ever think of that? They've only won 1 in 1966.
All right, Hillary, we know we've only won 1. I understand.
No, but
I know you're being nice.
Other people ringing up, they've won loads of premierships.
Yeah, I know you're being very magnanimous. But
and the poor Saints have only won 1. I'd love them to win.
Oh, give us a break, Hillary. How many times are you going to tell me we've only won 1? I know we've only won 1, and we won it by a magnificent margin, 1 point. Did you know?
Yeah, I know, but that was great.
Oh, it was against Collingwood. Did you know that Colin Carter, big man down at Geelong, he is pushing to include the VFA history into the VFL, AFL history? And the reason he's doing that is because Geelong won some premierships in the VFA, so that would boost their premiership numbers. And all it means for St Kilda is that they go from 1 premiership in 126 years to 1 premiership in 155 years. Doesn't do us any good, I can tell you that much.
No, well, that shouldn't be allowed anyway.
No, and I'll explain later on in the program why it is a very spurious argument by Colin Carter and a mischievous one, and I'll explain why a little bit later. Now, your Demons, Hillary, got back on track last week against the Doggies, and they
were very good last week.
Yeah, they were good, and they should be able to handle the Hawks, but we never know until the game.
I never know. We always have trouble with Hawthorn. I don't know why.
Oh, you've got.
I'll be there barracking hard for them.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll do well. Look, I saw Melbourne last week, and I'll say one thing about. I can say a lot of things about the Demons, but I know this, that you need somebody else up forward, and you've got him back this week. Harrison Petty.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, he's a good player, Harry Petty, and I tell you, that could be enough to send you into a run of wins. So I'd be pretty excited about Petty being back in the side. I don't know whether he's had a great preparation, so I'd cut him a bit of slack.
He played in the reserves last week.
Yeah. I think that was his first game back. It wasn't seen in the pre-season.
2 goals, I think.
Yeah, he's a very good player. Gee, didn't he play well when he went forward and unfortunately got injured?
Oh, he did. fantastic. He was great. But Van Ruin will be good.
Yeah, he's
only a kid, Jeff.
Jack Dyer used to have an expression for players like Van Ruin. Do you know what that expression was, Hillary?
And he's a beautiful kid.
No, that wasn't it. He used to say he's got a habit of getting where the ball ain't. Now,
no, I don't agree with that.
Oh, he can kick the ball, he can mark the ball, but he's got to get to more contests. And he'll learn that. That's called craft. That's called...
But I'm saying he's only a kid. It's only his second year.
Yeah. I'm just saying, but at the moment, he needs to get to more contests.
That's right. He does.
That'll happen.
Cosy Pickett he can kick him from anywhere. He's brilliant.
He doesn't have to kick it. In fact, he made a huge difference last week. The minute he started putting pressure on the Bulldogs' back line, the game turned for Melbourne, because Doggy's got off to a good start, but his pressure is elite. And that...
Oh, and he's a beautiful kick for goal.
Yeah, he's a great player.
Every time he kicks it goes through from 50 metres from one step.
Oh, he's a ripper. You know, St Kilda used to have a player like him.
Who?
Liam Henry, but he's out for 8 weeks.
Oh, why?
He's played a game and a half because it's St Kilda. You know, it's funny. I don't want to whinge and be a typical St Kilda supporter, but I'll tell you this: a player goes off for St Kilda with rumoured cramp, and he's out for 8 weeks. I mean, it is.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, he's got a high-grade tear in his hamstring, and he'll be lucky to be back in 8 weeks. Mason Wood, friendly fire from Zane.
Oh, that was terrible.
And when in the first half, Zane Cordy couldn't hit a target, but he certainly could hit a teammate.
Yeah, that's right. I felt so sorry for that Mason Wood.
Yeah.
Very sad. But anyway, I'm wrapped they won, and I'd love them to win the premiership.
So would I. And I
really would.
And I wouldn't care what time. I wouldn't care what time they unfurled the bloody flag.
And all the St Kilda supporters, because I like St Kilda.
And we like you. We're going to make you an honorary life member. I don't think
That'd be my second team, St Kilda.
Do you know who my second team is?
Who?
University. No. I reckon my... Oh, they were good back in the day. I reckon my second team's going to be Tasmania.
Oh, is it? No, mine's not.
No? Don't like them?
No. I don't like having 19 teams in.
No.
You'll have a bye every week.
I'll tell you what I heard. I think when Tasmania come in, they'll play a lot of double headers. Okay. That went through to the keeper. Hillary, great to speak to you. And
lovely to talk to you, and I'm so pleased for the Saints, for you as well. I really was. Oh, God, I was barracking like mad, yelling at the TV. And I reckon that bloke was out of bounds when he kicked that beautiful goal in the last quarter.
Makes it even better.
A replay of it, and he was right on the line and just inside.
No, it was out of bounds. Definitely out of bounds. Just like when Carlton beat them in the 79 premiership. It's all the sweeter. Hillary, thanks for the call. I reckon you took a bit of pleasure at Collingwood losing as well. All non-Collingwood supporters love when they lose. And Collingwood supporters don't get your back up. That means, what's the other side of hate? Well, it's not love. In this case, it's respect. You don't hate teams that you don't care about or don't bother you. People get bothered by Collingwood because there's 1 million supporters and they are the premiers. So wear that badge proudly. Let's head to Sunbury and Justin, 1300 736 736. Let's talk about the Cats' great win because they're off to a 2-0 start with a pretty tough draw. St Kilda were never going to be easy. They handled them and a great win on the road. Good evening, Justin.
G'day, Finey. How are you?
Very well.
I'd like to start with, I've got the double-headed gag, so thanks for that.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's not going to go down well in Tasmania. And for all our listeners in Tasmania, it was probably a joke. Back to you, Justin.
Yeah, no, I just want to talk about, like, the Cats and the Saints last week, man. Like, I think the Saints are thereabouts, mate. And I know, look, I listen to your podcast, I love rock and roll, and I know you don't like the Cats, and that's fine. But, you know, I'm a big Cats man. And I reckon the Saints are going as well as the Cats, mate.
Look, any dislike of the Cats comes out of jealousy. They've been up there, they're premiers, they've beaten St Kilda in a grand final. They've got a home ground advantage like no other in the competition. They take advantage of that. They deserve it. They've built a great stadium. The big difference between Geelong and other clubs, except for Sydney, is Geelong don't believe in rebuilds. Geelong and Sydney believe every season is an opportunity to win a premiership. And that is what every supporter wants from their club. And that's what sets Geelong and Sydney aside from all the other teams in the competition. And that must make it a very easy club to barrack for, Justin.
Yeah, it does. It does. And I know your daughter bags for Sydney, and you took her to the grand final against us. That must have been a very shocking day for her. But
it wasn't a long day. It wasn't a long day for me. I left at half time. It cost me It cost me a mozza. I spent $1,700 on 2 tickets. My daughter went there early to see Robbie Williams.
Yeah, well, no, that was.
I'd rather watch Craig Williams in the first than Robbie Williams before the grand final. So I didn't see any of the entertainment. I turned up for the first bounce, and I'm telling you, 20 minutes into the game, I thought, oh my God, I've just blown $1,700. This is the greatest waste of. I mean, look, good on you. And it's great winning a premiership, but when you're an impartial or you've got a daughter that you love barracking for one of the teams, boy, did you make that a non-contest. The only thing worse would have been if one of my kids barracked for Port Adelaide and I took them to the Port Adelaide Geelong grand final.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't. Yeah, well, but you know, I reckon she might be there this year as well. I reckon they're the one to beat. Actually,
they're good, aren't they? They're
fantastic, mate.
Football. I'll say it a million times. I'll say it every week on the show. Football's called football because you use your feet, and kicking is still the most important part of the game. If you have a look at the possessions, teams get about 10% possessions normally within each other. In other words, no team dominates possessions to the point where they are simply going to win the game no matter how they use the ball. The fact is you've got to use the ball well, and I think they've got the best collection of midfield and back of midfield kicks in the competition. And speaking of kicking, I think we've got to give it. Is there an award we can give to Brodie Smith tonight for the worst kick in the history of football?
Mate, but the trouble was, Danger didn't do much better when he got.
Yeah, but
as well, mate.
Yeah, I mean that wasn't it. Look, he made contact. That was so close to what I've always wished: a fresh air shot.
Fresh air.
Yeah.
What happens to the fresh air finally? Is that the ball, or is that? You another go.
It's like golf. You just say I was having a practice swing, and they go, "No, you weren't. You were having a shot." I've had a few of them.
Right, mate.
I mean, and he's a good kick, Brodie Smith. Imagine if he would have had a fresh air. Actually, I have seen a player have a fresh air. He was a guy, Ryan, who played for St Kilda. We got him from Richmond, and I swear, one day he completely missed the ball. Still, it's not on video because we were never one of the prominent games. Justin, thanks for the call, mate.
Can I just mention that Tommy Stewart's game tonight was just,
sublime.
One of the blocks, mate. So,
do you reckon Tommy Stewart? Tonight, I believe he broke the record or equalled the record for most intercept marks in a game of football.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. Do you reckon he'd swap all 10 of those marks for the one he dropped?
Yeah, definitely.
Because he was airborne. Great call.
He's done all the hard work.
How many times? That's happened a few times this year. We've had 3 or 4 players. We've had 3 or 4 players climb in the air. I mean, Ash Johnson did it for Collingwood in round 2. Turns out that's how he plays. But he got airborne. Mitch Owens got airborne, fumbled a mark. I guess when you get up there, you get stage fright. Well, still, he took 10 great marks, and he is a superstar.
Yeah. All right. I'll call into Delhi for a lasagna, mate. Cheers.
And that's a good choice because we do make a great lasagna. There's no question about it. Now, we've got prizes to give away tonight. We've got a great quiz after the 12 o'clock break. Very tough 3 questions tonight. But if you win, you're going to get a great prize. And we've got tickets to the footy tomorrow. North Melbourne versus the Dockers. It is an AFL game and a good one. I mean, the Dockers are a very good team and North Melbourne showed a bit last week, so you could be off to the footy. Thanks to AFL Nation. We're going to take a break. When we come back, more calls. I've got Adam in Geelong, John and Paran, Travis, others waiting. 1300 736 736 to call. I'm going to read out some SMSs. No, they're actually called texts. This one says, that bloke's laugh was sensational. Was. You'd have him in the audience if you're a stand-up comedian. Off the text from Tim in Berwick, a great Saints man, the VAR have ruled the Higgins kick was onside. Don't talk to me about VAR. They wasted 7 minutes of my life and cost West Ham a game against Aston Villa, so they can go stick it. A break, and when we come back, you are going to hear the dulcet tones of Stephen J. Peake spruiking for our great sponsor, Alan Mance Mitsubishi.
This is Vining's Final Zone.
Universities matter because of what matters to us, like crops that survive droughts and medical research. For more ways universities benefit us all, visit universitiesmatter.edu.au.
Steel Solutions, Houston speaking.
Houston, we have a problem.
Okay, what's happened?
I'm doing a reno and my bricklayer needs some galvanised steel lintels in different lengths and sizes. Who would do that?
Relax, mate. We've got all the steel you'll need and we'll cut it to the lengths you want. You only pay for what you need and you can get it delivered or pick it up.
Houston, we don't have a problem anymore.
That's kind of why they call us Steel Solutions.
Steel Solutions. The steel you need when you need it. Sunshine, Bayswater and Springvale. steelsolutions.com.au.
Once you know Ford Ranger was Australia's #1 selling vehicle in 2023, you'll see them everywhere.
There's one and another one.
One Ranger, two Ranger, three Ranger, four.
Oh, Ranger.
There's one.
Oh, kids, look. I see you, Ranger.
Look at that. Boom. Ranger.
Oh, is that one?
If you want to see more of Australia's #1, get into your local Ford dealer now.
Yeah, there's one.
Do you manage drains in a commercial setting? Sick of constant blockages and other recurring problems with your sewer and stormwater drains? Talk to the experts with over 30 years experience in clearing and relining drains. The Drain Man. We'll diagnose your drain problems with our in-drain cameras, give you a status update complete with vision, and recommend long-term solutions that will fix your drain problems for good. Call the experts. The Drain Man. 1-800-843-372. That's 1-800...
The Drain Man.
The early season thriller. You can't bear to watch, but nor can you avert your eyes. On top of that, there's a 4 in 20 pie to negotiate. Anxious not to spill a precious drop of gravy-drenched Aussie beef. And careful not to squirt sauce all over the place. A nail-biting game can be a delicate balancing act. In round 2, with a 4 in 20 in hand, another delicious day of footy drama awaits.
The 4 in 20 pie.
That roast chicken? Maybe halal. That snack pack? Yep, halal. Dad's investment portfolio. How on earth would you tell? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services, helping Muslim Australians secure halal super, home loans and investments. Hijaz Financial Services. Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Every day, 53 Australians hear the words, "You have blood cancer." But together, we can ensure that they don't go through it alone. If we all band together and sign up to shave, cut or colour our hair during the world's greatest shave, every dollar we raise for the Leukemia Foundation will help fund cutting-edge research in addition to providing support services to patients and families, which keeps them together when they need each other most. And that's bloody beautiful. Sign up today at worldsgreatestshave.com.
Flat footy moments to avoid this season. The Turnstile.
Mate meets mate at the gate. Match day tickets are on the mobile. Lining up to scan through. No! What's happened here? His phone's flat. He can't access the tickets.
Stay charged with a Signet Power Bank. Compact and lightweight, it fits in your pocket, and you'll never be flat when it's time to tap and go. Signet Power Banks, available at signet.com, as well as in-store at JB Hi-Fi and other leading retailers.
AGT brings you Leverage Wheat, a great replacement for EGA Gregory and LRPV Flanker. Leverage has an APH quality classification with good physical grain quality characteristics and disease resistance. Leverage through AGT affiliates or local retailers.
Sometimes you get
ladies and gentlemen, the man from Alan Mance is back in town, and big deals this week with the new Ram DT Bighorn 1500. Free rego, free stamp duty and free dealer delivery. It's a beauty, 5.7 litre V8. Plenty of licences down there, 11 big licences as well. The big Ram eats up everything else for breakfast. And just remember this, don't lose your shirt, don't lose your pants, don't take a chance. Go to Alan Mance. Footscreen, Melton and Bacchus Marsh. Mance Mania has got a hold of me, yeah, baby. And remember, Alan Mance is driving satisfaction.
I tell you what, it's not only the Ram that eats the opposition and eats it up big time. I've seen Stephen J. Peakeef. He put Smorgies out of business. In one afternoon, he knocked off the entire buffet smorgasbord. He's quite a performer. 1300 736 736. That's the phone number on AFL Nation. Let's get back to callers. And Adam is in Geelong, and we're speaking about Geelong. Great win over the Crows. We'll talk about Collingwood and the Saints as well if you want to. Any other game, upcoming or past, I'm up for it. How are you, Adam?
G'day, Viney. I'm well. Thanks for having me on. It's lovely to hear your dulcet tones again after all these years.
Yeah, a lot more dulcet than the bloke that just read out the ad.
Yeah, well, I won't say that, but I'll second the motion.
Thank you.
Look, I wanted to make a point that's the sort of point that would normally go into Mr. Waitley's program on a Monday or Tuesday morning, but as a very spoiled Geelong supporter over these last 10 or 20 years, there is one difference about this year, about our beloved Cats, that the rest of the competition is going to really dislike. But it sort of comes back to that age-old criticism of the Cats being age-old, and that is that for the first time in a decade, Geelong's actually had a pre-season longer than any of the finalists. And in my line of work, I've sort of come to appreciate that if you're a bit old, you need a bit longer to get healthy again. And that's exactly what the Cats have got going for them this year. They've still got their 7 or 8 30-year-old plus players, and most of them were in their best players tonight. And for the first time in a long time, our very old team has had a very long time to get ready again.
Excellent point. One that was made and highlighted by the coach prior to the season when he said that it has been an elite pre-season for Tom Hawkins, and he's come out of the boxes like a 2-year-old colt. Now, whilst you were speaking, I was a little distracted because you said in your line of work you drew parallels with what you then went on to explain. I'm thinking, are you in the medical profession or perhaps an undertaker? In which case, the older the better.
Well, Videy. Yeah, I'm actually in the medical profession, although some would say that the line of medical profession I'm in is also close to an undertaker as well. I'll leave it at that. But I think the interesting thing is a very, very, very spoiled Geelong supporter, as any unabashed Geelong supporter has been for basically 2 decades now. We really need to pull our heads in and be very grateful for everything that we've witnessed and experienced.
So here's why I feel, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, add to it or subtract from it. I think there are 3 reasons that keep Geelong relevant every year. One of them I know Geelong supporters don't like, but I admire it, and that is a great home ground that you've built up as a fortress that, I mean, I'm pretty sure Chris Scott has got an 85% record there in over 100 games. It's ferocious, it's real, and it's justified. And it's one thing having a home ground, it's another thing playing it brilliantly and taking advantage of it. So that's one. Number 2, you have definitely canvassed all Geelong and players from around the region who have gone to other clubs. I know as a fact that Geelong have always kept good relations with those players and have got a number of them to come back to the club and become great footballers. Of course, at the top of the list, Paddy Dangerfield. And the other one is, and we saw it tonight with Sean Manor, but it's also how you reap Tom Stewart, a champion that he is. You keep a very close eye on your local football. You treat it with respect right through to the VFL, and it's almost a primary, secondary, tertiary level of football club that you have, and all the other clubs have just abandoned that. Some have reserves that they treat with scant respect. None, of course, have under-19s. But Geelong does have a system that tracks talented youngsters from the region right through their careers. Even if they get drafted by other clubs, Geelong always keep one eye on them.
I won't even seek to argue with any of those 3 points, Finey. You're a bit like Ted Lasso. There's sort of 4 great points into absolute greatness, and you've got 3 of them, but I'm not sure that anyone can actually work out what the 4th one is. And as a
I know. Actually, I've got a 4th one for Geelong.
4th one is either. I won't disagree with any of those 3. We've just been very, very well managed, well coached, well structured, well financed. Call it what you like, and a good ounce of luck. And then there's that 4th ingredient that's it's basically impossible to quantify.
Oh no, I can quantify. I can quantify it. I can quantify it perfectly well.
What is that?
A number of your past star players had the right, I don't know what it is, the right diet. Anyhow, on the nights that mattered, they were able to produce sons, and those sons have come back. So, the sexual activity of past champions has proved to be a fertile, pardon the pun, breeding ground for stars of the Geelong Football Club. And believe you me, to this very day, you reap those benefits with Tom Hawkins, but of course Gary Ablett, Matthew Scarlett, and a number of other players, and means you get everything right. And I've even got another factor, and that is every time St Kilda play Geelong, and it happened in round 1, I always feel that Geelong players are bigger and stronger, and that's because you've got the smartest outfit in the AFL, the smartest jumper, and that's hoops. It always makes you look big. So I've got a number of theories.
Well, they're good theories. Look, I just wanted to put forth that Geelong everyone's talked about the Maulboys being too old, too slow, too damn good, and when they win, they're experienced, when they lose, they're old. But for the first time in a decade, serious, half-serious sort of football point, for the first time in a decade, Geelong's actually got a month or 2 on all the other teams that finished in the finals, and that's why they look the way they do now. They're a great team, and they've had a month or 2 more off than everyone else, and that's why Collingwood, which is a wonderful team and a fantastic team, look like they do, and it's why Geelong look like they do. And that's the simple point. It's just about basic human ageing and physiology, and the Cats will make the finals again because they had 2 months more than they've had for a decade.
Now,
that's the simple point.
Off the text, Sean Manor is an Albury boy. If you're a country boy, there is just a sense that Geelong is the club that you belong at, and they appeal to all players from around country Victoria. Jeremy Cameron wasn't a Geelong boy, but they appealed to his notion of living away from the big smoke, and he lapped it up. Of course, Paddy Dangerfield, more than happy to come back to the region that he was from, loves his fishing. And by the way, Geelong, 20, 30 years ago, I don't really think it was a destination for many Victorians, Australians, footballers, but it is now with Ocean Grove and everything that goes on down there. It's a magnet, and it's been a magnet to good players. Off the text, this is a really, really good text. Finey, has dissent been forgotten completely? I remember a couple of years ago, in the first 2 rounds, you could not raise an eyebrow without giving 50 metres away. Now, it was always going to be pared back because I don't think they wanted to umpire the game and police it so strictly. I mean, we cannot treat footballers on the field like naughty schoolboys, but it's gone because now we're basically back to where we were before the crackdown. So whether that's something for the AFL to look at, and I'm telling you, having umpired at the lower level, it filters through. And the lack of respect for umpires down at the lower level from both sides of the fence, mainly, you know what I found? This is interesting. It wasn't from the players. It did come from the other side of the fence, but the worst complainers and the biggest whingers were the 2 coaches' areas. We had coaches and officials, and that's where it really got on my goat. Let's go back to callers. John is in Prahran. How are you, John?
G'day, Finey. Can you hear me, mate?
Loud and clear. I mean, I'm only 2 kilometres away from you, so if I can't, hang out the window.
Yeah, it's all right, man. You know, I was just watching the game, and a beautiful win by the Cats. Didn't expect that tonight with the outs, but and I popped on my screen during the ad break. It's an absolute tragedy in 2009, and actually, it wasn't the grand final for you, obviously.
No, that was pretty bad.
But I popped Air France 447, and it actually reminded me that 15 years ago Geelong won against St Kilda.
Thanks.
And I take back to that by saying that it might well be that this year, 15 years later, past that, Geelong and St Kilda are in the grand final again this year. I do think St Kilda, a lot of potential in them.
Yeah.
A lot of hunger. And the teams this year, what I've figured out, see, I'm a football man, Finey. What I've seen is the teams with the strongest core defence unit and the teams with kickers, and they have that rebounding off half-back, they're the strongest teams.
I agree.
You see Carlton, GWS, St Kilda, Geelong.
Sydney.
They're going to be a strong
Sydney as well. They've got those beautiful kicks off the back line.
Sydney aren't bad, but I'm not sure. You know, it's the ability to perform the MCG. But you look at you've got 5 sides there: strong core defensive units, top intercept markers, and they're able to rebound the ball quickly. And they're your 5 teams. Your teams like Port Adelaide, forget about it. These 2 Adelaide teams, their coaches, they ain't good enough for them. I'd be disgusted. The fact that Nick's got a 2-year order as an extension to the 2026. If I'm an Adelaide fan, I'd be questioning their book. That's a disgrace.
That's an interesting call. I mean, look, the side was promising last year, but it's only promising if they parlay it into finals football this year. And I think they pulled the trigger. I'm not saying they pulled it early. And by the way, contracts mean nothing in coaching. Ask Brett Ratton. So that's not necessarily the be-all and end-all. He's still going to have to perform. Now, I think we've got a problem with the text machine. It's running a bit slow. I think it's running about 50 years slow. Cats Tigers grand final. When's that text from? 1967? That's 60 years off, almost. My goodness. I think that's a little bit of humour there. Another one off the text here. Stephen J. Peake, the man, the myth, the legend. Great to hear your voice again. Yeah, it was pretty good to hear his voice again. You'll hear more of it as the program progresses. Why don't we head to Travis in Somerville? He's going to talk about the cold pies. How are you, Travis?
Hello, mate. How are you?
Good.
I'm a bit nervous, so I'm really sorry if I sort of stutter now. I'm pretty excited to speak to you, Finey. I'm so excited you're back on the air. Good people deserve good places, and you're a bloody brilliant person. I'm so excited to have you back on the air, mate.
Oh, shit. Are you a Collingwood supporter?
I am.
I was going to give both barrels, and you couldn't have been more beautiful when you came on air. So let's bury the hatchet.
Now, listen.
Thanks.
Can I have a few points? And a few of them, none of them are aimed at you, but
okay.
Why are people bagging Pendlebury? Yes, he's 36 years old, whatever. He's the ultimate professional. He is the trainer of all centuries. He does everything right. He has 3 bad games, not even bad games. He has 3 non-Pendlebury games, and all of a sudden they retire him. If he was a Jack Ginnivan level, he's still a gun. Like, I don't understand why people want to. That's my point. Point one.
All right, let me respond to that. I will not bag Scott Pendlebury, even if he does come down from the elite level that he's played the game, and he's one of the best players I have ever seen. I used to call him the Matrix. Slow motion in traffic, everything would move around him, no one would be able to stop him, and he only did that for 15 years. Now, if he comes down from that high level of football to play like a mere mortal, he's still as good as many of the midfielders playing in the game today. Look, people are trying to explain why Collingwood are 0-3, and the easy outside look is to go Pendlebury, Sidebottom, Howe, and start there, and then talk about other players maybe that have had poor starts to the season. It's, for me, best summed up, I think, by the coach, and you only need to be a few % off in football to get gobbled up by the other sides. and they are off. Collingwood are off. And maybe Pendles is 5% off. But 5% off a very high level for Scott Pendlebury. And if you want to stick the boots into a player, don't stick it into Scott Pendlebury. Have a look at the way Tom Mitchell played last night. He's a highly decorated footballer and a Brownlow medalist. And he was atrocious. I don't know why everybody starts the sentence with Pendlebury. Back to you, Trev.
So I 100% agree. Why do we start with Pendlebury? We don't need to. He's 100% champion. Okay, move on from him. The other thing I'm trying to go through with is why are we... I'm not sure how to word this. So what Collingwood Football Club has given me for the past 2 years... Am I still on air?
Of course you are.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, what they've given me for the past 2 years...
I should have said no. That would have been much funnier.
Yeah,
no, we're off here. They took us off. Okay, yeah, carry on.
Yeah, but what we've got for the past 2 years, and then all of a sudden we've won a grand final, and all of a sudden we're like, everyone's coming after us. Why don't we accept the joys and the highs that we've had through our 2 years of getting to the grand final? And now this year, I couldn't give a stuff what happens, because the moment we won the flag and the tears and that I had hugging my sons, and that moment will never be recreated.
Oh, of course. So, it's the ultimate. You won a premiership. You're the reigning premiers. It's 3 games in to the next season. I'd still be basking in the glory. In fact, I still wouldn't be home from the night out after the grand final. So, Travis, enjoy it. Enjoy the fact that you had 2 magnificent years. And then, if you do come back to the pack this year, you know what you can say? The 2023 was one of the great premierships of all time, that a club that was not blessed with star players across the field, because I don't think you were, and I think we're seeing that now, got every ounce, every drop of juice out of the orange. It was squeezed and squeezed and squeezed all year, and you won the premiership. And this year, you can look at it 2 ways. If you bounce back and make the finals and make the top 4 and have another challenge, then you can say to everybody, we've stuck it up you, we are a great team. And if you don't, you look back at 2023 and say that is one of the great shows of character by a football team. And I think that might be what happens. And it'll make it even sweeter. We've got to take a break. When we come back, 1300 736 736, I'll be giving a double pass to the best caller between now and midnight to go to North Melbourne and Fremantle tomorrow. Could be a big upset. Who knows? I'm talking about the crowd. Could be over 15,000. More of the program when we return.
This is Fining's Final Zone.
An urgent conversation starter.
I don't know how you're going to deal with all this. Deal with what?
Just a Farmer. A celebration of resilience, capturing the authentic struggles of rural life, immersing audiences with a real-life glimpse into the realities of farming in Australia.
I didn't choose this life. I was born to live it. So was Dad, his dad, and his dad before that.
Just a Farmer. Rated M. Out now. Check your local cinema guides.
The Apache helicopter. The apex of flying military might. It can outmaneuver and outgun anything else in the sky. But they're not so great to take on holiday. Apache Caravans are built to handle just as much punishment, and they're rolling fortresses of comfort designed for true off-road reliability. An Apache Caravan makes the helicopter look clumsy. ApacheCaravans.com.au. Apache Caravans don't actually fly, but they will take you places.
Hi, Josh Kennedy here. If you're looking to support a 100% Aussie energy retailer that's backed by Snowy Hydro, a leader in renewable energy, and has an amazing team of consultants all based here in Australia, you should give our friends at Red Energy a call today. They're good people, they have competitive rates, and they'll look after you. In fact, tell them I sent you. Call 131 806 or go to redenergy.com.au. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply.
Once you know Ford Ranger was Australia's #1 selling vehicle in 2023, you'll see them everywhere.
There's one and another one.
1 Ranger, 2 Ranger, 3 Ranger, 4.
Oh, Ranger.
There's one.
Oh, kids, look. I see you, Ranger.
Look at that. Boom. Ranger.
Oh, is that one?
If you want to see more of Australia's #1, get into your local Ford dealer now.
Yeah, there's one.
The Sounding Board with Craig Hutchison and Damien Barrett. It's sport, it's the media, it's talking about the issues that matter.
I don't think the AFL led the decision when to go, even though they own the club. I think the Tasmanian board, led by Grant, decided that was...
That is an AFL body. Let's not be placing semantics on it.
I think they had...
It's an AFL body.
The AFL had the ability to stop it.
Correct.
I think
let's not get too...
I think there was debate, and they went, okay, you want to go? The Premier didn't want them to go. Yeah, the Premier wrote to the club saying, please don't, and they went anyway. And the interesting thing about this is it does put more pressure on the AFL. So they've taken, 40 to 60,000 members in the first day.
Yeah.
The AFL is clear. This is only going ahead
with the stadium.
And they will not buckle from that.
And I think when we talk about strategy...
I don't think anyone's listening properly to that message.
Oh, they have to be. You couldn't argue what they've put out publicly on this. From day one, there's no team if there's no stadium. That's as clear as they've been on any topic that I know of.
The Sounding Board podcast with Hutchie and Damo. Thanks to Drinkwise. If you're choosing to have a drink, choose to drink wise.
Tradies and lawn enthusiasts, power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered lawn and garden equipment. The Greenworks Pro 60V product range packs a serious punch with petrol-like performance without the noise and fumes. With over 20 products in the range, including lawnmowers, blowers, chainsaws, string trimmers, ride-on and zero-turn mowers, they're powered by an interchangeable 60V ultra-power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. For more information, including dealer locations, visit Greenworks Australia.
The early season thriller. You can't bear to watch, but nor can you avert your eyes. On top of that, there's a 4 in 20 pie to negotiate. Anxious not to spill a precious drop of gravy-drenched Aussie beef. And careful not to squirt sauce all over the place. A nail-biting game can be a delicate balancing act. In round 2, with a 4 in 20 in hand, another delicious day of footy drama awaits.
The 4 in 20 pie.
This is Friday's Final Zone.
And Elements is back in town, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, deals galore on all models there. Don't lose your shirt. Don't lose your pants. Don't take a chance. Go to Alan Mance. And just remember, Alan Mance is driving satisfaction.
Yeehaw. We've had some great texts here. This one. Do you have an opinion on Aaron Norton, forward or back? Unfortunately, I think he's always going to be limited as a footballer due to his kicking. Too inaccurate to be a forward, not penetrating enough to be an elite defender. Surely the Dogs can't play all three of Jamara, Norton and Darcy up forward. Something has to give. Well, how about Lob? So, yeah, I think he has to go back of the ball because there needs to be some marking authority back of centre for the Bulldogs. The idea of Rory Lobb playing defence is just ridiculous. He doesn't have a defensive bone in his body. I don't even know if he's got an attacking bone in his body. So, I'm not quite sure exactly what you do with Rory Lobb. I would start pursuing Darcy ahead of Rory Lobb. Look, sometimes recruits don't fit. I know he was targeted by the Doggies, but he's arrived. Ugle-Hagan. And the other thing is Ugle-Hagan comes up for contract renewal at the end of the season, and he's the hottest property in the game. And by the way, that is one problem that Collingwood have, because they're one of the teams that's being touted as being very keen on Ugle-Hagan. Well, you're not putting yourself in the shop window, Collingwood, at 0-3. He's not going to go to a club that's on the decline. So that's something else for Collingwood to play for. And also, any Collingwood supporter that says, you know what, if we bottom out this year, it might not be a bad thing because we'll get some early draft picks. No, you swap that for Lachie Schultz, who's so far done sweet. I can't say it. You know what he's done. He's kicked 2 goals. I think one of them on the siren at the end of the game against Sydney Swans, and the other one maybe against the Swans. Otherwise, he's barely touched the ball, and he looks out of sorts. He doesn't look happy. So I would play Norton back of the ball. You don't have to be a penetrating kick as a defender. You need to be able to chip it 20 yards to the guy who is a penetrating kick. Williams or Dale, the two Baileys. I guess Williams is the penetrating kick out of the two. So that would be his job. But his job would be to intercept mark. Problem about being an intercept marker as a defender, have a look at all the great intercept marking defenders. They've all got another very good tall defender alongside. Sam Taylor has Buckley. May has Lever. Lever has May. It's at the moment, they need somebody to put a finger in the dike. Yeah, I said it. And they need somebody back there to be the number one defender. So I think Norton has to be that person. Let's go to Joe in Rowville. Good evening, Joe.
Hey, Finey, how are you, mate?
I am coasting along at 1-1. Pretty good. Little disappointed with the Max King suspension. That just answers another text, but I think it was there. How are you going, mate?
Yeah, pretty good. I just been listening while I've been on hold, and Geelong supporters spoiled seeing their flags, and Collingwood supporters spoiled they saw their flag. At the age of 53, Finey, I remember for Hawthorn 42 years, how spoiled do you reckon I've been to see 9 flags, mate? I've been grateful enough to see 9. And I reckon the next one's probably not too far away. You know what? I love Sam Mitchell, what he did as a player, and I'm loving what he's doing as a coach. I mean, I go to the games every week. We'll probably get beaten again tomorrow, but it's not about that. It's the journey that we're on now. Last week we could have won, didn't kick straight. But you know what really excites me, Finey, is Jack Ginnivan.
Really?
I went and saw Hawthorn and Collingwood a few times when he played for Collingwood, and I couldn't believe the excitement in the crowd there every time he got near the ball from the Collingwood fans. And I felt that same thing last week when he played for my team, and just the energy that he brings. And I'll tell you what, we've got a 10-year player, him and the new recruit, Nick Watson. They're going to cause a lot of chaos over the next 10 years.
I understand the excitement for Ginnivan because he is an exciting player, but it's all or nothing with... He should be called the Duck, not Wayne Carey. I'm calling Ginnivan the Duck from now on. Little Ducky Ginnivan, because he still does it. Watson's going to be... I mean, they say that he's the most exciting small forward to come out of the draft in years, and that is saying something. So he should fill you with a lot of pleasure. Let's be honest, you had Cyril Rioli, so you know what it's like to have a magnificent small forward. Just a little history lesson for people who don't understand the Hawthorn dynamic and why they've been the greatest team over the last 50 years. At three-quarter time in the 1971 grand final between St Kilda and Hawthorn, St Kilda led by 21 points? 20 points. At that point, both sides were on one premiership each. St Kilda were favoured to win. Low-scoring game, 3 goals, 2 up. Since then, well, they didn't win. St Kilda's still on one premiership and Hawthorn's on 12. Well done, St Kilda. Excellent. It just shows how brilliant Hawthorn has been. Another one off the text, and, yeah, it's a fair question. What were the security doing at the game tonight? I mean, they're very good at glaring at you, very good at staring at you and making you feel uncomfortable if you yell out at the football. But one nutcase runs on the ground, and it took Terry Keys to stop him. I mean, they just never would have got him. Ben Keys, sorry. Terry Keys used to play for Collingwood and Richmond. He's built like Ben Keys, but it took... They never would have got him. Looked like Angle Park Greyhounds, and he was the lure. Anyhow, these things do happen. Boy, just before the break, did anybody see what I saw tonight? After Jeremy Cameron kicked a goal in the first quarter, did Tom Hawkins kiss him? I'm sure he kissed him on the back of the head. Very cute. They really do love each other at Geelong. A break, and when we come back, more of your calls, 1300 736 736. I've still got those 2 footy tickets in the pocket and 3 great questions for the quiz coming up, and we're going to unleash the peak after midnight as well.
This is Finey's Final Zone.
Convenience is the key when it comes to Melbourne Airport's terminal parking. Located directly opposite Terminals 1, 2, 3 and at Terminal 4, Melbourne Airport's terminal parking offers ultimate ease and value, and it's only a few minutes walk to the terminals. You'll be at the check-in counter in no time. Park with ease and peace of mind with Melbourne Airport. Book online at melbourneairport.com.au.
Tradies and lawn enthusiasts, power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered lawn and garden equipment. The Greenworks Pro 60V product range packs a serious punch with petrol-like performance without the noise and fumes. With over 20 products in the range, including lawnmowers, blowers, chainsaws, string trimmers, ride-on and zero-turn mowers, they're powered by an interchangeable 60V ultra-power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. For more information, including dealer locations, visit GreenworksAustralia.com.
Culverts, waste chutes, concealed downpipes, stacks, cooling tower pipework, fire services. If something flows through it or goes through it and it's cracked, broken or needs repairing, you can call the Drain Man to reline it. Yes, the Drain Man. We can reline almost anything from 100mm up to 2 metres in diameter, round, square or any shape. It's a long-term solution to rehabilitate your assets. Call 1-800-843-372. That's 1-800 The Drain Man.
Hey sports lovers, I know you're keen to get to the game, but these days, play starts at Pink Lemonade. Beat first bounce with drinks and tasty American barbecue while vibing the music and company. Even better, Pink Lemonade's right next to Richmond Station and just 5 minutes from your sport hotspots like the G, Amy Park, Rod Laver Arena and more. Whatever game's on, play starts at Pink Lemonade, Swan Street, Richmond. Sponsored by Grey Goose Vodka.
We know you might go to some of the big brands of the mattress world too. That's fair enough. But all we're suggesting is check out the OMF signature range as well, or even OMF's best value bed-in-box mattresses. Come and have a lie down. Simply see how you feel, and then look at the price. You might just agree that at OMF, we'll make you 100% comfy.
Looking for a super fund that is halal and affordable? Get Halal Super from Hijaz Financial Services. We help Australians invest their super while your funds remain true to your values. Hijaz Financial Services, keeping halal super affordable. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation or needs.
Flat footy moments to avoid this season. The Turnstile.
Mate meets mate at the gate. Match day tickets are on the mobile. Lining up to scan through. No! What's happened here? His phone's flat. He can't access the tickets.
Stay charged with a Signet Power Bank. Compact and lightweight, it fits in your pocket, and you'll never be flat when it's time to tap and go. Signet Power Banks, available at signet.com, as well as in-store at JB Hi-Fi and other leading retailers.
Hello, I'm Leela McDougall, inviting you to come and see our all-new Australian movie, Just a Farmer.
You're supposed to be slowing down, you know. It's payback for the free labour you got out of me as a kid.
This movie is a celebration of resilience, capturing the authentic struggles of rural life. Myself, my family and the people in our local community are alongside an all-star Australian cast. A film made by farmers for all Australians. Just a Farmer, rated M. Out now. Check your local cinema guides.
This is Friday's Final Zone.
It certainly is, and I'm warming up and getting back into business. Love doing it. 1300 736 736. Terry Keys, I used to play junior footy with him. I think he was shaving at 14. James off the text. Yeah, he was. He was a big boy. He's a man-child. He's like Anthony Bannock. Let's go to Steve in Mitcham. Hello, Steve.
How you doing, Mark?
Hello, Steve.
Yeah, well, I hope you're doing well. Good to see you getting back on the air again. That's well done.
We have not spoken for a long time, Steve. Great to have you back on air.
Now, what have you been up to in the meantime?
I was just standing out the front. waiting for them to invite me back in. 5 years. No, my wife and I bought a deli that we still run, Lenny's Fine Food in North Caulfield, 636 Inkerman Road. I'm allowed to do that because I get a couple of live reads. In fact, Peaky will do one after the news. How have you been, Steve?
Oh, very well. Just going along pretty much the same. So what do you sell in your deli? Come on.
We've got to take another break. You're going to hang on. When we come back, I'll tell you what I sell in the deli. Peaky will give us a promo. There's a 3-question quiz that's tougher than Marcus Windhager.
Zone.
Just 35 minutes from the CBD, the stunning landscapes of the Sunbury wine region invite you to explore Marnong Estate. This historic 1,200-acre vineyard offers an experience like no other, with its panoramic views of Macedon Ranges. Your wedding, corporate retreat or social event will be one to remember, with cellar-door tastings of their estate-grown wines and authentic Italian dining experiences at Cucina 3064 and signature restaurant La Vetta. Celebrate your next event at Marnong Estate. For bookings, visit marnongestate.com.au.
Every day, 53 Australians hear the words, "You have blood cancer." But together, we can ensure that they don't go through it alone. If we all band together and sign up to shave, cut or colour our hair during the world's greatest shave, every dollar we raise for the Leukemia Foundation will help fund cutting-edge research in addition to providing support services to patients and families, which keeps them together when they need each other most. And that's bloody beautiful. Sign up today at worldsgreatestshave.com.
The Apache helicopter. The apex of flying military might. It can outmaneuver and outgun anything else in the sky. But they're not so great to take on holiday. Apache caravans are built to handle just as much punishment, and they're rolling fortresses of comfort designed for true off-road reliability. An Apache caravan makes the helicopter look clumsy. ApacheCaravans.com.au. Apache caravans don't actually fly, but they will take you places.
Hi, Josh Kennedy here. Have you received an electricity or gas price increase? Or you're worried about rising energy costs? Give Red Energy a call. Their Aussie-based team will give you a no-obligation energy bill comparison, and you might be surprised by what they have to offer. Plus, Red Energy is owned by Snowy Hydro, a leader in renewable energy. Give 100% Australian-owned Red Energy a call today on 131 806 or visit redenergy.com.au. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply.
Once you know Ford Ranger was Australia's #1 selling vehicle in 2023, you'll see them everywhere.
There's one and another one.
1 Ranger, 2 Ranger, 3 Ranger, 4.
Oh, Ranger.
There's one.
Oh, kids, look. I see you, Ranger.
Look at that. Boom. Ranger.
Oh, is that one?
If you want to see more of Australia's #1, get into your local Ford dealer now.
Yeah, there's one.
The Sounding Board with Craig Hutchison and Damien Barrett. It's sport, it's the media, it's talking about the issues that matter.
We're in this horrible spot in this country where being re-elected is more important than doing what you think is right. It's unthinkable. The Gabba has gone from being a potential pride piece to VFL Park in a day.
But where do they go from not wanting to spend $3.2 billion on the Gabba redevelopment to then out of nowhere finding another space and spending more? And then that having that rejected anyway.
What are they doing? Like, this isn't if you're not going to do it for an Olympic Games, when are you ever going to do it?
So you've got Paris Olympics this year, you've then got LA Olympics 2028, and then you've got the Backwater Olympics of 32 in Australia.
We better get our skates on. It's looming.
Well, it's already, we've missed the boat on it.
Yeah.
None of this has been forced upon Queensland. We've got another Victorian Commonwealth Games fiasco about to unfold here, and I don't think I'm too dramatic in imposing that.
I hope not. I hope not.
The Sounding Board podcast with Hutchie and Damo. Thanks to Drinkwise. If you're choosing to have a drink, choose to drink wise.
The Makini side radio is kicking along. The boys are on a smuggle and it's taking too long. They're spinning some lies, having a yak. All I want is my Makita back. You better can screw, you better can saw. It's bloody grown legs, it's not here anymore. It's jacked on power with a battery pack. Now all I want is my Makita back. I want my Makita back. I want my Makita back. I want my Makita back.
This is Vining's Final Zone.
1300 736 736 AFL Nation brings you Finey's Final Siren. I'm the Finey. The final siren has gone on tonight's game, or it was last night's game, if you are a pedant. And it was a game between Adelaide and Geelong won it, and they won it well, and people, I guess, who were calling the game might have wanted you to believe that Adelaide were in it and still could win in the last quarter, but in fact Geelong held them at bay the way a good team does. In fact, like a racehorse does. In fact, all season, Geelong, and I know it's only 2 games old, they were challenged by St Kilda twice, who got within a point, but both times Geelong were able to kick like a good horse that knows that he's put under pressure, finds near the finishing post. Tonight, Adelaide got in front by a point, and all that did was spur Geelong on to kick the next 4 goals in quick succession, like a good horse. Geelong are a good team. They didn't have a great season last year. It wasn't a terrible season, but they didn't have a great season, and that just puts fire in the belly into a club like Geelong, and that's what's happened. Let's go back to Steve in Mitcham. Steve, thanks for hanging on.
No worries at all. Very good to talk to you again.
Good to be talked at. Steve, you're not... Well, I don't mind to talk to at. It's all, it's semantics. Now, I'm trying to remember, and this, I feel, I can't remember who you barracked for. Something tells me Geelong.
Oh, yeah, Geelong.
Yeah. Yeah, I knew, you're a Geelong man. You must be.
Yeah, I absolutely can't stand Chris Scott.
Really? The premiership coach?
2 times.
Yeah.
But it took him, 11 years in between, where we probably could have won realistically another couple in the interim.
Don't take this personally, but you're more spoilt than a Toorak only child. 2 premierships in 11 years. My club's won 1 in 152.
Well, that's not my fault.
I'm not holding you personally responsible, but I could give you a list of coaches that I don't like, including the one that won us a premiership, because I think he should have won more. But that is a discussion for another day.
I could give you a list of coaches that probably were miles better coaches that didn't win any, including your current coach.
Yeah, well, I mean, the clock's still running on that one. But he is a very good coach. He is a good coach.
I would have him at Geelong in a nanosecond ahead of Chris Scott.
So surely you give Chris credit for the game style that they're playing at the moment. Ross Lyon described it as swarming and frenetic in the midfield. Very hard to play against.
Well, hang on. The game style... Did you say the game style that he plays?
The one that we've come out this season playing, which is very difficult to play against. It's not pretty, but it's very hard to play against. I mean, Adelaide could not move the ball in the last quarter. They had the scoreboard to chase, and you completely choked and cut off the centre of the ground. Now, it's not pretty. It means the game was played along the wing for much of the last quarter. It was hardly attractive, but if you want to get the 4 points, and that's what coaches want to do, I think he had them absolutely perfectly trained and perfectly placed.
Yeah, all right. If you look at the intervening 10 years that Chris Scott's been in charge, between 2011 and 2022, that game style, which is still happening now, was prop and cop in the back line, wait until all of the defenders are in position to spoil, then kick it high up in the air, and have at best 50-50 chance of getting the ball back. That is Chris Scott's style.
I mean, I've got to say, you have turned the clock back, Steve. I now remember how much I used to disagree with most of what you said. Oh, it's beautiful. Well, we're not here to, we can't all agree with each other, and that was the greatest lot of tripe I've ever heard in my life. Off the SMS from a Geelong supporter, and I agree with him. I agree with him. He said, Pa, is that guy joking? What rubbish. Chris Scott's been a huge part of the club's success, and we couldn't be happier with him. I think that person speaks for most Geelong supporters. It is now time to welcome back to the airwaves at times blundering, blustering blunderbuss that was Stephen J. Peake and still is Stephen J. Peake.
Peekaboo, I can see you, and I know what you do. So put your hands on your face and cover up your eyes.
Yeah, I'm going to cover up my ears. Stephen J. Peake, lawyer, generally represents canines, St Kilda supporter, passionate football fan. Welcome back to the airwaves after let's call it a commuted ban of 6 years. You were sentenced to life, and here you are 6 years later on, and I'm taking a huge risk because if the powers that be, if Huxley, who was so magnanimous in allowing me to come back on air and very generous in the offer that he made to bring me back onto 1116 SEN. If he is up late, if he is hearing this, then I think we are both back in the doghouse. I'll be banned for life. But anyhow, you're too good a mate, and I love you, so welcome back to the airwaves.
Oh, you're too kind, Mark. No doubt about that. I'm very happy to be back. It has been a bit of a break, but look, we're here, and I'm very appreciative of yourself, Craig, and Philip Mance there, getting it all back together, just kicking off here. And, big issues today. Now, we saw a trespasser there on the ground earlier on. I saw that. Unsavoury, and you're correct. For security guards to not... Once that man had entered the field, surely they would have seen, one or two of them would have seen him when he got within about 20 metres inside the ground. And what they took, a minute to get anywhere near him, could have caused some players some problems. One of the players decided he made a decision to try and apprehend the said person, but then did the correct thing and not get himself injured.
Now, the trespasser was dressed in black. We don't know whether he was an Adelaide or Geelong supporter, but given the percentage of people at the ground and the fact that most Geelong supporters were behind the goals in a designated area, one could only assume he was an idiot from Adelaide.
Yes.
Hardly narrows it down, does it?
Look, you'd think so, because you'd hardly travel from Geelong, would you, to incur a $7,000 plus fine, would you? So,
well, he'll also be banned for life. They now have the ways and means to ban supporters. He should never be allowed at the game again.
Well, of course, the owner of the ground, whoever that may be, the Adelaide Park Trust or whatever they call themselves, have the power to do that to anybody. So he should be given a lifetime ban. That's a disgraceful situation that someone would engage in that sort of behaviour in the 21st century now in a professional game of sport. And he should be banned, not only banned, it could be taken before a magistrate. There could be some legislation that may apply to him, and he needs to be punished, and punished quite severely.
Put in the stocks, had fruit thrown at him. I know how you would like to bring back capital punishment.
Adelaide Square, correct. But that's not the issue that's really I've got me seething at the moment. It's the 1 week penalty for Max King. Now, I know we're probably going to disagree about that off the beater, but that was an innocuous bump, a very minor bump. There was no injuries. The boy did go to ground but got straight back up. A trainer didn't run out. There was nothing wrong with him, and he had no damage at all. There was no injury. So it's low impact. It's very amongst those elements that they go through, and I must admit I've forgotten the wording of them, but those three elements are all low. To me, that's a $2,000 fine every day of the week. Now, they've got to appeal that, St Kilda. The other problem I've got is a few years ago they had a panel of match review officers, and I'm not specifically having a crack at Michael Christian.
Yes, you are, and I'm going to cut you off because we are in no way going to besmirch Michael Christian, who I believe does a very good job. But I will say this.
Yes.
As a St Kilda supporter, you are more biased than a Henselite lawn bowl. That is correct.
That is.
Look,
that's not right. There used to be a panel of MRO officers.
Well, there's one now, and he has adjudicated a one-week ban. I've got to say it was a drive-by. It was late in the game. It was totally unnecessary. And the King will have to abdicate for a week.
But don't forget, Ms. Keane had to take the Maynard Brayshaw to the tribunal herself. She, after Mr. Christian didn't decide to report the man, and the AFL stepped in. So I just think they're better off with the panel, and I don't think, my opinion only, that a former player of a club adjudicating on that particular matches involving that club each week shouldn't be doing that, because the public can start to think about those alleged bias issues.
And so you would like a qualified legal man, maybe Mark Gamble or Mordecai Bromberg, ex-St Kilda players. Let's go to Sam in Adelaide, because I do want to get to the heart of the matter, and this is the town in which the Crows have lost their second game in a row. Good evening to you, Sam.
Funny. I love this. This is fantastic commentary. To be honest, rolled into the game tonight as a absolute neutral North Melbourne supporter at heart, and I just was happened to roll along with some of the coteries on the eastern stand. Just there's a few things that come to mind when watching both the Crows and Geelong now. There's a chaos to Geelong, which we haven't seen historically. I just want to put that out there. You would have watched them being a St Kilda supporter last week.
Yeah. They're swarming at the moment, aren't they?
They're doing shit Chris Scott never did historically. He's calculated and cold and very boring.
Yep.
And they are just going frontal handball crazy. And there was some stuff tonight that was just putting blokes under pressure and it did not look like anything that I was expecting. It was fast, it was frenetic, and I didn't expect that frontal pressure and scoring in the forward half.
And I've got to say you are correct. In fact, I think it was a game in Adelaide in the last 2 years that Geelong played was one of the worst games of football. I mean, I've seen some bad games going back to some of the stuff that, the floods and that famous St Kilda Bulldogs game, Footscray game. That
St Kilda Sydney game when there was a draw 8-8 each in 2002.
Yeah, there was a St Kilda Footscray game, a Footscray versus the Tigers game. Remember when, was it Footscray-Richmond, when Richmond denied them winning all the home and away games?
Taking the ball.
Yeah. Games of keeping off that were horrible. But you're right.
Yeah.
Geelong did involve... I've got to say this about Geelong, and back to you in a moment, Sam. Coming into the season, I think it was generally felt, the general consensus was their weakness was their midfield. Dangerfield headed up the midfield. Of course, he's mid-30s. Beyond that was a collection of players that had not really stamped themselves necessarily as league footballers. Now, Tanner Bruin actually played very well against St Kilda, but he was unavailable. He was injured this week. Late withdrawal of Tom Atkins. He's part of the midfield. Mitch Duncan, of course, plays off the half-back line, but certainly is part of the midfield wave or the kicking wave that gets the ball forward. All of them are not playing this week. They bring in Parfitt, who's been tried a number of times. He was pretty good tonight. He was part of the... And because they had a dearth of midfielders, they had to run some pretty unusual plays in the midfield. Jai Clark was at a lot of the centre bounces. Mark O'Connor went into the centre bounces. Mark Blitzavs, not uncommonly, but unusually for a man of his size, was ruck roving. So we had a makeshift midfield against a strong young midfield. I mean, you've got Dawson, you've got Crouch, got 37 possessions. I mean, Dawson's a great user. Crouch is going to get a lot of the ball. And then they run players like Rochelle through the midfield. They've got Saligo, they've got Pedler. They're good young players. We expect a lot from them this year. Ben Keys goes in the midfield, and yet Geelong won the midfield battle, Sam.
And that's the question that I wanted to probably pose to you, Fonny. Geelong tonight didn't have an out-and-out ball winner contested inside, which we've known historically. You look at the mix that the Crows have and you roll in and you go, great, you know what, Crouch is going to win your footy. Does he hurt you? Probably not.
But he can get it to Dawson.
But you know what? Dawson can win his own footy as well.
Yeah.
So Dawson-led Crouch is a mix, not my preferred mix. I'm not a Crows supporter, but I look at it and go, great. And then and from there, you throw in the depth chart that the Crows have in the midfield, which is the likes of, you said Pedler there tonight, you got Berry. There's a lot of same. And I think where the interesting componentry tonight was, for the first time I've seen Geelong modify and get progressive.
Yep.
I watched the Crows midfield and I watched the Crows defensive structure where it's not modern game. So all of a sudden you've got, you throw down the other and you've got DeConey who plays like he's playing centre-half forward, but he's a fullback. You got Stewart, he's just rolling off, thank you very much. He's just got 40, no worries. Yeah, and you look at the forward lines of the Crows, all of a sudden it's getting older. Do you know what?
Taylor Walker was back to 2021 form.
Yeah, but that's
clumsy.
Fine. But post that, John Burgess got the luxury of playing third, but ours not.
Yeah,
it's great.
Yeah, look,
great.
He kicked 2 goals, missed a sitter.
But the other part of it was he progressed. He was the only bloke that wanted to lead at a player that wanted to hit him. I just get a bit concerned with the Crows. There's an underbelly that's absolutely fantastic, and there's a top note of where's the mix. And Saligo came in, and Saligo last week added dynamic, pressure, intensity, forward. He was just running, and there's aggression.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'll say that. And by the way, is it McHenry who came on? I think McHenry. Yeah, and he added a bit of bite. I'm not going to write the Crows off because they warmed into the season last year. They didn't start brilliantly, but they actually played the best 15 minutes of football in 2024, the first 15 minutes of football against Carlton, which was irresistible. So I'll hold fire on Adelaide, but when they're not playing well at home, there's not much recourse for response because they are a much better team at home than they are away. And if they don't make Adelaide Oval Fortress Adelaide, then they're going to have a very long season. We're going to take a break, come back with the quiz. Peaky will give us one of the reads of the century when we return for our great sponsors, Alan Mance of Mitsubishi 1300. Old habits die hard. 1300 736 736. The quiz is a cracker. You're going to have to know your footy, and if you do, you're going to walk away with a brilliant prize. Grey Goose vodka. Magnificent.
This is Finals Final Zone.
If you love chasing, pacing and racing, we've got it all covered on SEN Track. With a stellar lineup of shows round the clock, we've got exactly what you need. Like Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Join me for Giddy Up with the biggest news and opinions every morning.
Saturday Trackside.
Here I come, baby. Let down.
And live shows every night.
Allergic to horses.
Listen live on SEN Track and the SEN app. SEN Track, your home of chasing, pacing and racing every day of the week.
Do you manage drains in a commercial setting? Sick of constant blockages and other recurring problems with your sewer and stormwater drains? Talk to the experts with over 30 years experience in clearing and relining drains. The Drain Man. We'll diagnose your drain problems with our in-drain cameras, give you a status update complete with vision, and recommend long-term solutions that will fix your drain problems for good. Call the experts. The Drain Man. 1-800-843-372. That's 1-800...
The Drain Man.
Is now your time to have that conversation about selling? Find where you belong with Harcourts.
The kids are growing.
Maybe it's time we sell and get a bigger home.
Just what would this place be worth on the market right now?
So, what happens if we go to auction or not?
In a changing property market, to learn what's happening with the value of your home, your local experts at Harcourts are ready to help. When your real estate questions need to be answered, talk with Harcourts. Find where you belong.
Are you a tradie, corporate or work roadside and looking for quality workwear that gets the job done right the first time? Worklocker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham have all the best brands you're looking for, including FXD, Steel Blue, Cat, Bisley, Hard Yakka, King G, Blunston, Mongrel and heaps more. They also provide in-house embroidery and digital printing for full control of your uniform orders. Worklocker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Unlocked, stocked and full of value workwear for wherever you work. Visit worklocker.com.au. Worklocker.
Flat footy moments to avoid this season. The Turnstile.
Mate beats mate at the gate. Match day tickets are on the mobile. Lining up to scan through. No! What's happened here? His phone's flat. He can't access the tickets.
Stay charged with a Signet Power Bank. Compact and lightweight, it fits in your pocket and you'll never be flat when it's time to tap and go. Signet Power Banks, available at signet.com as well as in-store at JB Hi-Fi and other leading retailers.
Steel Solutions, Houston speaking.
Houston, we have a problem.
Okay, settle down. What's happened?
My wife's mother is coming and she wants me to fix the carport, side gate and put a retaining wall across the backyard.
Relax, mate. We've got all the steel you need and we'll even cut the steel to the lengths you want. You don't have to pay any extra and you can have it delivered or pick it up.
Houston, we don't have a problem anymore.
That's kind of why they call us Steel Solutions.
Steel Solutions. The steel you need when you need it. Sunshine, Bayswater and Springvale. steelsolutions.com.au.
At Kilmore Toyota, there's over 50 Toyota demonstrator models available for test drive and sale now. Plus, if you take delivery of a demo Toyota by March 31st, you'll receive up to $1,000 of fuel vouchers. That's up to $1,000 of free fuel. Kilmore Toyota have models like Hilux SR5, GR86, Land Cruiser, Kluger and Camry, amongst many more in stock. So take the drive north to Kilmore and see what's on offer or visit kilmoretoyota.com.au. LNCT 808. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Ready to elevate your celebrations? Swing by the Fiddler Rouse Hill, where every moment turns into a memory. Dine amidst twinkling fairy lights in our enchanting courtyard, or reserve a spot on our iconic veranda or sunny glasshouse. There's a space for everyone. Indulge in a feast of flavours, from rosemary lamb cutlets to mouth-watering steak sandwiches. Only at the Fiddler Rouse Hill, your home of celebrations. Good times are what we do.
This is Fining's Final Zone.
Alan Mance Motors is the biggest car dealership in the Southern Hemisphere. Have a look at the range. 11 different motor vehicle licenses with a Kia, Hyundai, Renault, Mon Ami, Nissan, Mitsubishi, Suzuki, Isuzu, LDV, SV, Ram and SsangYong. A magnificent range. Shop body styles fit for your lifestyle. The new Ram range, the Ram Bighorn. It's a beauty. It eats up everything for breakfast. Don't lose your shirt. Don't lose your pants. Don't take a chance. Go to Alan Mance, Footscray, Melton and Bacchus Marsh. Mance Mania has got a hold on me, yeah, baby!
Written and authorised by Peak, SJ. To the quiz in 1 second, off the text just received, I once accidentally dropped a pot in the MCC members' bullring bar and was banned for 2 years. This bloke in Adelaide should get life. Mark from Ashy. That sounds a bit strict. You sure you dropped it? Okay, it's quiz time. First cab off the... Have we got a bit of quiz music? I like quiz music. You know, something. Peaky, you can sing.
Think all right. Music.
Think music. Dan's in Caulfield. Good evening, Dan.
Good evening and welcome back to the air.
Yeah, it's great to be back. I'm not going to say where I belong, but where I'm most happy. Behind the microphone.
We're having a good time here.
Yeah, we're having a great time. You ready for the first question? It's not easy.
Bring it on.
Okay, there were 4 Irishmen playing in tonight's game. Can you name them?
No.
Well, hang on. That's a very honest answer. That's almost I think that's a correct answer. Can you name them? No. Well, he's correct. If you can't, then he can't. No. Name them. I'm not, can you name them? Just bloody name them. Who are the four?
Back to his one.
Correct.
I don't know the rest.
Okay, well, bad luck. It was a poor try. All right. 1300 736 736. Here's what we're playing for. A pink lemonade voucher for a round of Grey Goose vodka to share with some friends. Play starts and finishes at Pink Lemonade, Swan Street, Richmond, sponsored by Grey Goose Vodka and Vodka Marveleur. C'est une vodka française. I think I got that roughly right. It's a French vodka. Okay, let's go to Hugh in Sunshine. Hello, Hugh.
Hey, Finey.
Now, I know you want to talk about Bevo, and so do I. So even if you do not complete the quiz, which is difficult, please hang on because I do want to talk about the unusual Bulldogs coach, Luke Beveridge. Okay, go for it.
Yeah. Mullen, Tui and O'Connor.
Correct. They are all the Geelong players and one Adelaide player.
Nah, no good.
It was a good try. Hang on, Hugh, because we're definitely going to talk about Bevo and his very strange attitude to certain players at his club. Cameron is on the Sunshine Coast. G'day, Cameron.
Hi, Finey.
I'm well.
I was going to talk to you about the game, but I'll just have an Irish guess, I guess, and I'll go Adelaide O'Shea.
That was a good try. No such player. Hang on, we will talk about tonight's game. Okay, I'll give a clue. This Adelaide player was recruited from Collingwood, but he is an Irishman. Sam's in Adelaide. Welcome back, Sam. Any idea?
So, sorry, question was Irish players?
Yeah, so we've got O'Connor, Tui and Oishan Mullen, and there's one player for Adelaide. Who is he?
Mark Keane.
Correct. Mark Keane. Played okay. Again.
Didn't get near it.
Yeah. I mean, he played some of the time.
He's not a modern-day defender, mate.
Well, he is in Ireland, but yeah, no, he's not. He wasn't great.
Can't use the footy.
Well, interestingly, look, I'll say this because initially, at the beginning of the game, he muffed a couple of pieces of play, but they use him to kick in, so they must rate his kicking.
He's got a 9 on him. It's unbelievable.
I think you're correct, but I don't want to disparage young footballers at the start of their career.
You know what?
I'd rather wait till the end.
He crack of the contest and he tries to nullify, so give him a piece.
Yep, and he left Collingwood, so he certainly...
Exactly. He saw the writing.
He saw the writing on the wall. He got out of there and they won a flag. Okay, Tom Green, the GWS superstar, and he's a very good footballer, had a grandfather who played for in a premiership, I think maybe 2 premierships. So, Peaky.
Yes?
Time to do an ad for the great Lenny's Deli. It's a mid-quiz ad.
A mid-quiz ad, yes.
Yes.
Well,
now, you are a trencherman. Do you know what that means?
A trencherman? Well, I'm certainly an aficionado of the fine art of dining.
You are. Good on the tooth.
Are we ready?
80 his way to the top of the class at Xavier College. He was. What were you?
Well, I was. What do you mean? What was I? I was. With the last time we did the show together, I was.
Eat a cum laude?
Yeah, well, whatever. But I forgot to say this. I was 114 kilos the last time we did the show with you. Now I'm 109.
You are now a svelte 111. Well, you're heading in the right direction.
Right direction, yes, I certainly am. But I've got to tell you something about your magnificent eatery, Finey, and start off by saying nothing could be finer than to be near Balaclava in the morning. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'm talking about Lenny's Finer Foods in Ingerman Road, Caulfield North, near Balaclava, for the finest savouries, sandwiches, cakes and donuts, and for the aficionados of the fine art of coffee drinking consumption, the finest international blend of coffees made to specification. Yes, open 7 a.m. to 3 p.m, 7 days a week. Nothing could be finer than to be in Balaclava, near Balaclava in the morning.
You see, I find that ad slightly racist.
Do you?
Yeah.
Why?
Just because I'm in North Caulfield doesn't mean I'm near Balaclava. You can't lump us all together.
No, but I want it because it rhymes with that magnificent old song. You see that?
Okay, all right.
Near Balaclava.
Yeah.
But
tread carefully, my
What's the
friend.
difference between North Caulfield and Balaclava? It's about 200 metres, isn't it? 100 metres.
Oh yeah.
I'm looking at geometrically. How are you looking at it?
Client with the clientele. Anyhow, let's go back to the quiz. And a real great old mate of mine from a regular caller.
Yep.
She had many a great discussion with Brett in St Albans. How are you, Bretto?
Oh, mate, next door to perfect, fine. But I am a little bit, not annoyed, that's not the word, but the one Friday night game that North get for the year, you're not on.
Next week?
Yeah.
Well, that's not really a Friday night game. You're playing during the day.
I'll just play along, mate, will you?
Yeah. So I am off. Next week, Good Friday, I'm not on. I'm a very religious man, and I take Good Friday very seriously. And that's why I'm going. That's why I'm going to the Northern Territory fishing. Yes.
You remember the quiz that Peaky was a part of that time, and you said, name a horse that I can't remember what race it won, but it starts with F, and he said mannerism.
Mannerism. That is correct.
F for mannerism. On you, Peaky.
F for mannerism.
Fast and loose and make a lot of mistakes. Yeah, that was Pretty Boy Floyd, 1933 in Chicago.
Brett, you're a Kangaroos man, aren't you?
Yeah, I am, yeah. I think the answer is Richmond to this question.
That is correct. Very well done.
No worries.
Yeah.
You got a late ding. Okay.
Of my life.
Now, you could get this correct because of your immense knowledge.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And your North Melbourne heritage.
Yes. Set me up for failure here, Friday. Go on.
A little bit, Brett, but anyhow. In what year did Adam Simpson start coaching West Coast? What was his first year?
2015.
No, that is not correct.
Am I allowed to partake in this?
No, you're not. There's a whole board full of callers. Why would you partake in it?
Well, I'm ready to sort of get involved. Just felt like it.
Anything for a free feed or a drink, yeah? Scrounger. Let's go to Luke in Carlton North. G'day, Luke.
Finey, how are you, mate?
Very well. How are you?
Going well. Good to have you two back together.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can't say I'm loving it, but it's happening.
Very good.
Okay. What year did Adam Simpson start coaching at the West Coast?
I reckon grand final 2015. Year before that, I'm going to go 2014.
Right through the high little.
Yep. I would have said the year before, but anyway, yeah.
And you would have been incorrect, sir.
Yes, would have just missed it.
For the umpteenth time.
Close but no cigar.
Luke, hang on to the line because you are the proud recipient of a pink lemonade voucher, which in and of itself is counterintuitive because it's not for Pink Lemonade, it's at Pink Lemonade for a round of Grey Goose vodka to share with some friends. Grey Goose vodka is, and I used
Top of the range, isn't it?
Well, it is. I used to be a bit of a connoisseur of vodka, and do you know how you can tell a good vodka?
No idea because I've never drunk the stuff, I don't think.
It's got to be smooth. It's got to have 8 O's in it. Smooth, not rough.
The old smoothie.
Yeah, and Grey Goose is a very smooth vodka.
Okay.
Swan Street in Richmond, and that is sponsored by the Goose. That is Grey. We are going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to continue talking football. Collingwood is on the menu. My great friend Marcus hopefully will hang on because Fremantle are playing tomorrow. He's a Fremantle supporter. They're not all that common. Cameron also going to join us from the Sunshine Coast, beautiful part of the world. 1300 736 736. This is the final siren. I am Finey and Peaky is not.
This is Finey's Final Siren.
If you love chasing, pacing and racing, we've got it all covered on SEN Track. With a stellar lineup of shows round the clock, we've got exactly what you need. Like Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Join me for Giddy Up with the biggest news and opinions every morning.
Saturday Trackside.
Here I come, baby. Let down.
And live shows every night.
I'm allergic to horses.
Listen live on SEN Track and the SEN app. SEN Track, your home of chasing, pacing and racing every day of the week.
Culverts, waste chutes, concealed downpipes, stacks, cooling tower pipework, fire services. If something flows through it or goes through it and it's cracked, broken or needs repairing, you can call the Drain Man to reline it. Yes, the Drain Man. We can reline almost anything from 100 mil up to 2 metres in diameter. Round, square or any shape. It's a long-term solution to rehabilitate your assets. Call 1-800-843-372. That's 1-800...
The Drain Man.
Sheen Panel Service.
Calling all assistant managers and managers in the trade sector looking for a change. Sheen Panel Service might be exactly what you're looking for. Enjoy perks like great salary, RDOs, ongoing training and support, fully maintained car, employee assistance program, career growth, and so much more. You'll be working with the best because at Sheen Panel Service, we have them. Apply at
Sheen Panel Service.
Head to our careers page at sheengroup.com.au.
Is now your time to have that conversation about selling? Find where you belong with Harcourts.
The kids are growing. Maybe it's time we sell and get a bigger home.
Just what would this place be worth on the market right now?
So, what happens if we go to auction or not?
In a changing property market, to learn what's happening with the value of your home, your local experts at Harcourts are ready to help. When your real estate questions need to be answered, talk with Harcourts. Find where you belong.
At Freshwater Strategy, they don't believe in business miracles. They believe a good plan manages risk and identifies opportunities. That's how Freshwater Strategy help get the Dolphins into the NRL. They're a leading sports advisory in transactions and equity raising. But Freshwater Strategy can also assist with research and public affairs support, from helping a new franchise break into their league to aiding existing teams and leagues host major events. Freshwater Strategy, transforming uncertainty into opportunity. Visit freshwaterstrategy.com.
Available now at Kilmore Toyota, the X-Demo 2023 Hilux SR5 4x4 dual cab automatic. It comes in glacier white with steel bull bar, towing kit and soft cover. And as of today, there are 6 available for just $66,990 drive away. So hurry, there's only 6 left. And when they're gone, they're gone. Take the drive north and see what's on offer. Or visit kilmoretoyota.com.au. LMCT 808. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
An urgent conversation starter.
I don't know how you're going to deal with all this. Deal with what?
Just a Farmer. A celebration of resilience, capturing the authentic struggles of rural life, immersing audiences with a real-life glimpse into the realities of farming in Australia.
I didn't choose this life. I was born to live it. So was Dad, his dad, and his dad before that.
Just a Farmer, rated M. Out now. Check your local cinema guides.
Planning your proposal is a big deal. You want to get it just right.
Cue fire breathers. Mariachi band, go! Kiss cam, zoom!
Oh, what a happy couple, so much together!
So, will you marry me?
That's the ring.
But it don't mean a thing without the right ring. The Diamond Guys, diamond experts, so you don't have to be.
This is Fining's Final Zone.
Yes, big deals at Allen Mans Motors. Free rego, free stamp duty and dealer delivery on a lot of these motor vehicles, including that Ram DT Bighorn 1500. Yes, Mans Mania has got a hold of me. Yeah, baby!
Did you say free range? Is he selling free range cars? They're not chickens, are they? Very strange. What's a free range car?
Rego, free stamp duty, free dealer delivery rego. I must have said, I think I mangled that word a little bit there because I was trying to get a lot of it out.
I think you said free range. Do those cars just roam around the streets?
Well, look,
they're not kept in cages.
My mouth was moving faster than my brain.
Now, I read this text through gritted teeth. Mark, be careful what you say about tonight's ground invader at the Adelaide Oval. He may have mental health issues. Be careful what you say. Here we go. Everybody, look, nobody's responsible for their actions anymore. Everybody has an excuse. Everybody has a reason. Everybody has a diagnosis. Well, I'll give this bloke a diagnosis. I'm not a qualified psychologist or a psychiatrist, but I do know enough about the cognitive process to be able to diagnose this person as a dickhead. Let's go back to our callers. Marcus is in South Melbourne. G'day, Marcus.
Well, I'm shocked.
Marcus.
I agree with you. Hello, Peaky. Long time no talk.
Oh, very nice to hear your voice, Marcus.
Well, you know, Finey, when we were young, we used to hang around places like the Seaview Ballroom.
Yes.
And the Esplanade, and that kid from St Michael's up near the Astor Theatre, what's his name? Nick Cave, was trying to get a band
Boys next
together.
door, Caulfield Grammar Boy.
Yeah, Caulfield Grammar Boy.
Oh, my God, here we go.
Tiger Room in Richmond.
The private school mafia getting together again.
Great band, the Boys Next Door.
Excuse me, I'm a public school mix, Finey.
I'm talking about Peaky. I'm talking about Peaky and his hoity-toity friends.
Well, you know, that's just how it pans out.
Peaky, the quiz. Yeah. I reckon that Tom Green's grandfather and you have something in common.
Yes, we do.
We do. I wonder if Finey can work out what that is.
Yeah, he'll know, surely. Yeah.
Yes, I do know. I believe that they both are members of the world's oldest profession.
Second oldest profession.
Highway robbers. Robber barons.
I thought it was
solicitors.
I thought it was the oldest profession.
No, the second oldest profession. Don't you know what the oldest one is?
Oldest one. No, you should know better. You're talking to two blokes who know St Kilda and Caulfield.
Hey, Mark.
And the solicitors are not the oldest profession. Anyway,
hang on. Both professions screw people. Back to you, Marcus.
It's lucky it's after 12. It's so good having you two back. Look, just before we get on the football, on a more serious note, Stephen Finey, you made a good comment earlier, Peaky, about Keys knocking the bloke on his bum. The pitch invader, the DH that Finey was talking about. You might like to remind the listeners what happened when Terry Alderman, playing in an Ashes test, did the same thing.
Ran into Jeff Thompson, was it? Or was
no,
it
no, no. Unfortunately, Peaky's the wrong person to ask. It happened at the Wacker, and there was a ground invader.
Oh, ground invader.
And Terry was fielding at fine leg. He was in the peak of his career. Magnificent swing bowler.
Peak of his career.
Tried to grab him and dislocated his shoulder and was out for some 18 months or 20 months.
Oh, yeah. Well, look, the young Keys did the right thing tonight. He was going to go on with it, and he sort of thought, no, I could get injured or I could hurt him.
Luckily, he did neither. Marcus, thanks for the call. Let's head to Cameron on the Sunshine Coast. Hello, Cameron.
G'day, Finey. How are you, brother?
I travel well.
I'm just trying to get my breath back, man. I've been listening to you for the last 2 hours, and I'm thinking, what time is Hutchie getting in the morning? Because you're in so much trouble. It's been brilliant.
Oh, well.
But
it's been a great return. 3 of the funnest weeks of my life.
Yeah, there you go.
And if that's all it is, I can't.
Mate, if you make it to gather round, I'll be impressed.
Hey, Cameron, leopard spots. What can I say?
Oh, I totally agree with you, mate. So a couple of things I want to talk about tonight was if you obviously watch the games, I'm a Geelong supporter, but I'm also a very neutral football believer.
Yep.
And I like the game to be umpired the way the game should be. But it was such an embarrassment when it went to the arc for 1 minute and 12 seconds. I think Brian Taylor said, it's been 1 minute and 12 seconds, as he has to exaggerate everything that he talks about. And we watched Jeremy Cameron go back and forth over the line. It was blatantly obvious after the first camera shot and the ball's over the line. And it completely took the wind out of the game, which I found very frustrating because Geelong were on the move.
It did, but it was the first trip to the arc at the same end
as
the Ben Keys incident. Yeah. And I think it was out of respect for the Adelaide supporters, it was like, all right, so we did cost you a spot in the finals, but we're going to get this one 100% correct. It's a behind. And now we're all level. It was so pathetic. Oh, God, it was hopeless.
One thing I just want to bring up, I'm just going to give a shout-out to one of the umpires, which wasn't umpiring tonight, but I listen to SEN religiously. I've been listening to you when back with KB and Dr. Turf. I've been like a 20-year SEN listener. I love this station. I've been called a dickhead from Lee Matthews for not getting the last question right on a Brownlow thing on when Schwatty and bloody Mark used to do the who am I thingo.
Yeah.
I answered eight in a row. I absolutely balls it, man. I was there. I was listening when you made that. We're going to a break and we're going to another break.
Those were the days. Cameron, thank you so much for the call. We are heading to a break, but I do want to take a moment to be very serious. And during the week, a wonderful woman passed away, somebody that I had the great pleasure of meeting, a woman of immense humour, Denise Bartlett, the adored wife of Kevin, and, of course, of their loving children. Now, Denise, I had many great meetings with Denise. She had a dry sense of humour. She was a great sport and adored by Kevin, who was, her carer to the very end. And it's devastating for the Bartlett family, and just from myself personally, and obviously everybody at the station and everybody that ever met Denise. We love you, darling, and look down on us from heaven. She never got a handball from her husband, but she got a hell of a lot of love.
This is Vining's Final Zone.
Flat footy moments to avoid this season. The Turnstile.
Mate beats mate at the gate. Match day tickets are on the mobile. Lining up to scan through. No! What's happened here? His phone's flat. He can't access the tickets.
Stay charged with a Signet Power Bank. Compact and lightweight, it fits in your pocket, and you'll never be flat when it's time to tap and go. Signet Power Banks, available at signet.com, as well as in-store at JB Hi-Fi and other leading retailers.
Hit a sabo on the back of my truck. I bet someone's pinched it, no other luck. Up until now I've been pretty laid back, but all I want is my Makita back. You better can sand, you better can cut. I love my Makita, it's the bloody tough scuts. I've been pretty patient, but I'm getting pretty jacked. All I want is my Makita back. I want my Makita back. I want my Makita back. I want my Makita back.
Hear from the biggest names in sport on SEN.
Drives the field goal right up the lane.
Catch up on all the latest scores and news in the time it takes to get from the car park to the office with SEN's The Day's Play.
Chris Golding, bang!
Our team of expert commentators go over the results, cover the big talking points, plus share the match highlights and big moments.
Bowls here to Robinson. Instant takedown!
SEN's The Day's Play. Thanks to Drinkwise. If you're choosing to have a drink, choose to Drinkwise.
Work ute ransacked overnight. Locks before stores left ajar. All your tools gone out of sight. Good thing you're with IMA. The ones that aren't just by your side, but always have your back. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMA. IMA covers all you need. And tradies, yep, they all agree. They're the tradies, mate. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMA.
Do you manage drains in a commercial setting? Sick of constant blockages and other recurring problems with your sewer and stormwater drains? Talk to the experts with over 30 years experience in clearing and relining drains. The Drain Man. We'll diagnose your drain problems with our in-drain cameras, give you a status update complete with vision, and recommend long-term solutions that will fix your drain problems for good. Call the experts. The Drain Man. 1-800-843-372. That's 1-800...
The Drain Man.
Shein Panel Service.
Calling all assistant managers and managers in the trade sector looking for a change. Shein Panel Service might be exactly what you're looking for. Enjoy perks like great salary, RDOs, ongoing training and support, fully maintained car, employee assistance program, career growth, and so much more. You'll be working with the best because at Shein Panel Service, we have them. Apply at
Shein Panel Service.
Head to our careers page at sheengroup.com.au.
Hey,
sports lovers, I know you're keen to get to the game, but these days, play starts at Pink Lemonade. Beat first bounce with drinks and tasty American barbecue while vibing the music and company. Even better, Pink Lemonade's right next to Richmond Station and just 5 minutes from your sport hotspots like the G, Amy Park, Rod Laver Arena and more. Whatever game's on, play starts at Pink Lemonade, Swan Street, Richmond. Sponsored by Grey Goose Vodka.
Is now your time to have that conversation about selling? Find where you belong with Harcourts.
The kids are growing. Maybe it's time we sell and get a bigger home.
Just what would this place be worth on the market right now?
So, what happens if we go to auction or not?
In a changing property market, to learn what's happening with the value of your home, your local experts at Harcourts are ready to help. When your real estate questions need to be answered, talk with Harcourts. Find where you belong.
This is Vining's Final Siren.
Don't risk your shirt. Don't risk your pants. Genuine man's met of the fair. Footscray modern Bacchus Marsh. Yeah, baby.
That's pretty good, Peggy.
Yes, that's not
You're
bad.
very good.
Yeah,
You're very good.
That's reasonable. Yep.
Okay, back to calls. Neil is on the road. Good evening, Neil.
G'day, Mark. How are we?
Very well. How are you, Neil?
Very good. I see you slowly getting the band back together. Troy Brown's not coming along.
I remember Neil.
Yes.
Yes. There we go. That's it, Neil. Give us another hoot.
The old Final Siren.
There we go.
The Teamsters Union at work.
I wouldn't like to be the car in front of him, but nevertheless.
I'm out in the middle of nowhere, mate, so it doesn't matter.
What have you got on the load behind you? It's the truck drivers. The truck drivers of this country they're the blood cells that pump life
into the economy.
They bring everything, including your morning muffin.
Everything, but they're driving the economy. These boys
they
in
literally,
those trucks.
Literally.
We have to support them. You've got a lot of support from me with the trucking community, Neil.
I understand. It's like online shopping. What makes me laugh is people that use truck drivers. What do they reckon the ferries bring it into the shopping centre?
That's right. So do you know what you're carrying today, or is it all unidentified legal produce?
Yeah, it's all legal. And I'll say the second part of the company is please. The rest of it you can work out.
Please. Something please.
Please. Yeah, they deliver it. You get a courier.
Okay. I don't know. I don't know much about couriers.
That's it. Couriers, please.
Oh, couriers, please. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
Bring all that stuff down from Sydney. Melbourne to Sydney. So, no, I just think it's great. I haven't laughed so much in a long time. I used to love my 3 hours of trucking. I said trucking with you. And it was a great show. And I'm just wrapped that he's brought you and the Ops back. So it's going to be some good radio.
Yep, we're all back.
I'm not the Ops.
No, the Ops is back.
I'm back. He's back. Yeah.
Thanks, Neilo. Great to speak to you.
Yeah.
Give us a phone.
What about... I don't believe that they need to build another grandstand in Tasmania to have a team down there due to lack of economic resources. Mm-hmm. We've used Hobart Oval and Launceston Oval, have we not, for the last 25 years? Why can't we keep using them with a few renovations?
No.
Why not?
No, because
why do you need to spend, 600 billion or whatever it is, or 600 million? No one's got the money anymore. Doesn't everyone know every government's in debt?
Well, Warner Brothers is getting behind it, aren't they?
Are they?
Well, they supported the logo, the Tassie Devils, so we can...
need to do a bit more than they get behind it with the American dollars.
They've already got 150,000 foundation members.
That's excellent. There's no doubt about that. But I think we need to economise a bit on expenditure on capital equipment.
What do you mean we? You're not Tasmanian.
No, but we're part of the football community. I mean, let's just be a little bit careful with expenditure. I'll tell you what, those governments at the moment down there not willing. I don't think either of them, Barty, want to spend that level of money on it. That's probably why Warner Brothers may have come into it. I'm not up to date with that, but I will tomorrow.
Now, we've got a couple of tickets to give away to tomorrow's game, North Melbourne versus Fremantle, thanks to Bank West.
Yep.
And we want to give it away, but I want somebody who's actually going to use them. So call in if you want the tickets and you're going to go to the game, even text in. If you want those tickets, 1300 736 736 or 0433 98 11 16, because we want to put bums on seats. And I'll tell you what, there are a lot of bums on seats at the MCG last night.
Yes, 70,000, or was it more than that?
I was talking about the Collingwood supporters. Let's go to Kenyon Reservoir.
Hello, Mark.
Still don't know how to pronounce it.
Again.
Kenny, you've got to be quick. We've got half a minute left on the program.
Yes, mate. I want to talk about Collingwood and the players are getting a bit too old, like Jeremy Howe and there's a couple of other blokes.
Are you going to name Sidebottom? Are you going to name Pendlebury? Because these are the ones in the gun, but they shouldn't be.
They shouldn't be?
Well...
Not yet, anyway.
No. I put Tom Mitchell in the gun.
Yeah, yes.
Well, Isaac Quaynor, he needs to lift his game.
Get more out of these younger boys coming through.
To go in, and I'm to gone.